one of those fucking days. Hello, everyone. I know we streamed late last night, but given what today is, and the promise I made that we would start trying to find new ways of thinking through this and talking through this, I figured I'd give that a fucking shot. So hello. I hope all of you are well. It's good to see you. The stream today is actually going to be pretty simple overall. We're going to be sitting on this page. This page is the new White House. If you haven't seen it, if you haven't seen the new White House fucking homepage, this is a fucking journey, man. This is a fucking journey. Take a look. This is what happens when you go to the White House today. America is back. No. I want to see. Is the video only on first watch? Well, then I need to clean all my fucking everything out. That's so frustrating. Clear cookies, clear cache, reload. Come on. It had a beautiful video of planes flying over the White House. It's the most fascist shit I've ever seen. It's amazing. Yeah, it's most pro-America shit, I guess you could say. But all this is here now. This is our administration. Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, is not wearing his eyeliner as heavily as I hoped. The cabinet, which hasn't confirmed quite yet. Priorities, all the fun stuff. All the other stuff's the boring shit. But the big deal is this. Today is the day of executive actions. That's it. So every one of these that shows up, and there's supposed to be 200 today. 200. We're going to go through each one. We're going to look at the language. We're going to talk about how it actually does matter or doesn't, how the legal system may interact with it. We're not going to talk about how absurd they are, hypocritical they are, stupid they are. These are not going to be words I'm going to find useful. This is not going to be how I want to attack this, because it's all going to be silly and stupid. Biden did a lot of shit that was silly and stupid. Obama did. Every president does a lot of shit that ultimately is hypocritical and crap, and I have no interest. But how these things are actually going to play out, I'm very interested in. And talking through how they're actually going to affect people. And when I say people, I mean people at the end run of this. It's going to be a question of, with some of these, and we'll get through a few that, like as a preview thing, we'll talk through, oh, here's what people are saying is going to happen. Here's what people are talking about is going to happen. I'm going to pause a lot, I think, today as things hit, because I'm trying to move beyond the old way of thinking things. It's easy to go down the road of look at hypocrisy, look at how shitty it is, look at how awful it is, this won't stand up, this won't stand up, this we can't handle, this will never happen in America. We're way beyond all of that shit. We're way beyond all of that shit. We need to talk about how these things fucking matter. I want to talk about one very specific thing, though, that Biden did in his pardons. Now, everyone's talking about the big pardons. Biden pre-pardoned Fauci and his family in preparation. A bunch of people, January 6th, officers who went against Trump, all of that. He pre-pardoned a whole bunch of people who really would be political enemies. It's going to be heyday for everyone on the conspiracy theory side who's like, oh my God, if Biden didn't commit crimes, why is he pre-pardoning? And it's like the same thing that Trump did at the end of his. Like, the reality is this is where we're at. People are aware that the political system can be used in this way. Less important, more important. Leonard Peltier, in 2000, I was introduced to the case of Leonard Peltier. Leonard Peltier is an indigenous rights activist here in the United States who was convicted of killing 2 FBI agents and sentenced to life. Leonard Peltier has been basically considered by, just as it says here, Amnesty International, Southern Christian Leadership Conference, not a liberal left-wing organization. The National Congress of American Indians, Robert F. Kennedy, not the shitty one, the good one, Memorial Center for Human Rights, Archbishops Archbishop Desmond Tutu, Reverend Jesse Jackson, and many, many, many others internationally to be a political prisoner. The work done at the time to try to free him was exciting, and the people I met were incredible. Over time, the hope disappeared. Obama was the hope that everyone had for freeing Peltier. Everyone hoped he'd do it at the end of his first term and then his second term, and he did not, because Obama ultimately is a right-wing technocrat. Trump, people actually thought for a moment he would do it. Nobody had hope at all that Peltier would be commuted by Joe Biden. But today, Leonard Peltier's sentence has been commuted from life in prison, and he's free to go. And this is an emotional thing for me. It's a big deal to be able to see, and it kind of it's hard not to feel like politics is possible because of it. It seems simple. It's one guy, but it's one guy who, if you haven't read, and this is freeleonard.org, I recommend going to it. It'll tell you everything you need to know. The story of everything is incredible. He's been in jail forever. I was just on a stream talking about this, and the guy's like, I think he was put in jail the year I was born. And I'm like, yeah, longer than I've been alive. And that reality is kind of fucking wild. He's been in and out of the worst conditions. He's been treated, it's awful. In 2022, there was a lot of work done to try to get him freed because he caught COVID, and he's very ill. This is an old man at this point. He was not a young man when this happened. He was younger, but he was not a young man. But it's brutal. You can even see, like, just looking at this, they just stop every year updating. He's been in prison for over 29 years. Yes, he has at this point. This was written 20 years ago. 15 years ago. It's fucking so depressing, this case. Biden freed him. Commuted his sentence. And it's a big deal. It's not a small thing. So a little bit of a thing to sort of talk about and be a little happy about. I'm actually I've got people I need to call later today and just like share and be excited about that I haven't talked to in a very, very long time. I don't even think I know how to call them, but I need to get in contact with a handful of people. So it's just great to be able to see, and it makes me happy. There's not a lot of things today that are going to make me happy. And Secret Agent Ed, Biden commuted sentences for 2,100 or so nonviolent drug offenders. And it is a little bit of I freed my son. I'm pre-pardoning myself in a bunch of stuff. I don't believe Biden is in control of any of this. I don't understand how Peltier came across his lips, let alone his pen. It does not make sense to me in any way. Joe Biden is horrifying when it comes to indigenous rights, when it comes to this sort of justice for extrajudicial garbage and the lies of the FBI. It is a wild situation to have Biden be the person who wrote this. I don't believe Biden chose any of these things. I don't know if he's even in the pilot seat. But I know a lot of good people got pardoned. A lot of people who shouldn't have been in prison got pardoned, I should say. It's really hard for me to know how any of this came across Biden's desk. Peltier, though, makes me go, oh yeah, he has no fucking clue. I think if you were to go back, you'd probably find a lot of good clips of Biden cheering on or saying he should get the death penalty. If I had to bet, just knowing Joe Biden as a person. This is going to be the page we're on. And as these things happen, we are keeping an eye at America's Back. This is the video. This is the video that opens the White House website. This is Benny fucking Johnson. I hate these people so much. Posting this. I hate these people. This is on the whitehouse.gov if you go there. It's the things I love are that these are the best images and the choice moments they decided to go with. And it's this is where we are. This is, again, I don't know if you weren't part of the stream last night. This is all of it. This is our thing. This is the setup. Be ready for it. We've got new tools and we need to be using them. But right now, my goal is very, very simple. I'm simply going to be sitting here and we are going to be waiting for all of the little bits. There's all this stuff that's happening. I'm not going to be spending time on Twitter, but we are going to be keeping an eye out for actually what's happening on the ground and actually the edicts that are coming down from the president. Because we don't really have a lot yet. And it's going to be happening. Going to be happening. So let's talk about the stuff that Trump has promised he's going to be doing. There's Trump's pardons. One sec. He's got so many things he's going to be doing today. It's going to be a lot. And I want to kind of talk through them because it's actually a lot of things that I'm really interested to see how the wording of them works, because none of them are, as they're written here, things that can work at large. If you haven't seen Snoop Dogg yet, go watch my favorite bit, which is Snoop Dogg, fucking, was it 3 years ago? Using some salty language about black men who support Trump. Really just, oh, wow, language. Highly suggest go watch that video, because it is something that aged like, as someone I think in the comments said, aged like a banana. So, whew. So this first one, declaring a national emergency at the border. This national emergency is a very specific legal function in the United States. Governors can declare it, and it gives them the ability to sort of grant funds or to pull funds from federal services and direct them immediately. There isn't a need to involve legislature. There isn't a need to involve bureaucracies. You just order. Declaring a national emergency at the border for the president does effectively this. This means that Trump can simply say there is a national emergency. We're going to bring in National Guard, for example. He claims he's going to be deploying things like the military. I am very curious about if he can deploy Marines on American land or on the border wall, but it will give him openings to just use funds. Again, this is the president who, we're not going to be talking about hypocrisy. It's not the point. But this would allow the armed forces and National Guard to be deployed, but also a ton of money to be sent. That's the idea. So the question would be then, well, how does this work and what does this do? Because people at the border who live down at the border, we know this setup. It's poor people being crossed. There's whatever it may be. It's the same threat we've had for years and years. Oh, terrorists are using it to get across our border, except for all those times that we haven't caught terrorists. It's, how many bombs have been found by airport security? 0. Oh, wow, that's kind of weird. That thing happening at the border, when we declare the national emergency, when this happens, it actually changes the relationship the border has, not just with the military, but with finance in general. It puts them in a position of doing a lot more specific things, seizing land, building all of this stuff. How that'll work and how that'll be stopped, because it'll be stopped in dozens of different ways legally. It's one of those looks very good, but I actually need to see how the wording is sort of set up for it to matter. The second thing is this clarification that he's planning to do. And I'm really interested. There's so many of these things I'm interested in the wording of, because he's made too many promises. And again, as I said last night, it's impossible to know actually what he's wanting to implement. The actual language of what is in here, the actual language that's written, has been written for months. by lawyers, by jurisprudence experts, by the Federalist Society, effectively, to make sure that it's the kind of thing that the Supreme Court will allow, to make sure it's the kind of thing that can do exactly the targeted thing they want to do. Just declaring a national emergency at the border does not do anything. There's steps that have to be taken. So when we have an executive order that clarifies the military's role in border security, the question becomes more or less, what does this mean? It directs the military to prioritize our borders. What does that even, like, these aren't terms that mean anything legally. They aren't terms that mean anything in the military. It's what is the step here? They claim, and the language that apparently has leaked is that by repelling forms of invasion, including unlawful mass migration, narcotics trafficking, human smuggling, and trafficking in criminal activities. Great. What is the actual thing that you want the military to be doing? If it's arresting people, arresting American citizens with the military, because that's the vast majority of fentanyl is American citizens doing it. I don't actually think you can do that. And I don't know how that would pass muster by the military. As much as the military is a right-wing organization and they're all, true believers, they're true believers in a lot of things. And it's going to be interesting to see how the ideologies of these sort of collide. The function of how these things go, how these things make their steps, I think is going to be a big deal. Tom writes, Article 4, Section 4 of the United States Constitution guarantees a republic, form of government to each state, protects the states from invasion and domestic violence. That doesn't mean anything, Tom. Like, this doesn't mean anything. Your interpretation may be one thing or another, but it just means that they will exist to do these things. And the federal government's doing those things. It is. It's doing them differently than other people want, but it's doing those things. So what is the actual steps that are being taken? Just saying we want to secure our borders. Okay, the biggest border we have is actually our airports. So most people pass through there every year. Are we going to change our visa process? Are we going to enable people to get visitor visas? Well, if we are, which we are, how about people overstaying visas, which is the number one issue? Is this going to be part of this? Because the military's role in border security and what the border means is fascinating. In the United States, the border is 100 miles from the edge of the United States, which means Trump will be able to, if this is set up, directing the military to actually go to Los Angeles, Portland, Seattle, and San Francisco to stop crime. It doesn't have to be immigration crime. It doesn't. It just says, and other criminal activities. And if this is the phrasing, that's very different. So again, what is the wording and what's the setup of the thing? Because again, he hasn't had to actually put pen to paper. The law hasn't actually had to be written in a way that can be challenged or written in a way that actually instates something. When the president, even a hyper-fascist dictator, has to give particular orders, or else things get really messy downstream. And those particular orders are what we're waiting for. That's the part of today that and it's the reason I'm sitting on this little page right here and just nothing yet. Old action, all this garbage. I don't give a shit about the language. I want to know what the actual executive orders are. And this is where they're going to be, briefing and statements. Every time, this is where they go. It's where Trump was putting them, and we just wait. So that's a wild set of things. The border being 100 miles inland from anywhere that is a border means New York City. All of New York, all of Washington, D.C., it's most of Florida, I think. The military now can just arrest criminals. Again, it's been spoken of in such a vague way. I wait for that. It's a whole thing. Designate criminal cartels as terrorists. This is one of those things that what terror as a thing means and how crime works and how it's set up. The claim here is that, and they've been talking about it this way, terrorism is a very particular term that's been added basically in the last 30 years to the American lexicon that focuses on, supposedly, it's supposed to be political terror and motivation. By increasing that net and by increasing what terrorism is to a larger group, we change a lot of shit. We change a lot of shit. It means that they're no longer just criminals. It means that we have other rules that we can put in place, specifically the deportation, running them through the criminal system much faster. Even military tribunals can be used to try these people, which, again, no one is upset that MS-13 or Tren de Agua or these other groups that supposedly have taken over areas of like all this dumb shit. No one, whatever, like fine. But these gangs that are supposedly taking over spaces, calling them terrorist actually gives, again, a more military side to things. It gives a completely different setup of how we're able to try and what we're able to do to a person. Thank you, George Bush. Thank you, Obama. Thank you, Biden. Thank you, Trump 1. This setup changes things. Calling people terrorists who are not terrorists is kind of a slippery slope. Again, there's nothing we can do about it now. They did the same thing with Luigi. They're going to do it where they do it. We knew this was happening when they started passing those laws. People talked about it then. That's the way it goes. That's going to be a wild ride, to fucking say the least. Suspending refugee resettlement. I actually don't understand really what the idea of this one is. Republican governors actually do some of the largest amounts of this. Refugee resettlement in areas is done often in the interests of business because they need cheaper labor they can push around, and so they push for their governors to bring people in. So why Ohio, which is former Steel Belt, now Rust Belt of America, these areas have the most refugee access. Detroit has garnered this. The same with Wisconsin, the same with Minnesota. Like these cities have this. There's a reason, and it's, again, the Republican infrastructure. I don't like that, so it's going to be interesting to see what this means to actually stop that. It's not going to stop that. We already have refugees that need to be resettled that are in the process of resettling. Suspending that for months puts families and people in literally the most dire circumstances alive, outside the country, unhoused, with no hope and nowhere to go. And that's cruel. It's a very cruel thing to do. And it's a cruel thing I don't understand because, like, again, if you want to change what it means to be a refugee or how it works, fine, we can have that discussion. But to just simply suspend refugee resettlement, the very thing before this is this idea of removing groups like Tren de Agua, Aragua, MS-13, other violent gangs that terrorize people here. We don't want them. So we're going to send them back to countries. And in those countries where they're terrorizing people that we'll be sending them, we also don't want to give those people refugee status. So it's basically problems we've caused through our meddling, problems we've encouraged, and things we've helped build. We want to just require people to be in pain. It's a painful thing. It's a painful thing. This is just sad. Like, again, it's just very sad. Ending asylum and closing the border to those without legal status via proclamation. This is one of those things that I'm very curious how it's actually going to work, again, with the idea of people visiting the United States generally. The asylum system is incredibly painful to go through already. So, okay, fine. We close it off. We shut it off. Officials are going to end asylum entirely. Closing the border to those without legal status. Well, what is legal status? How do you close the border to someone who's from another country who hasn't gotten their visa because they land and get their visa then? I'm assuming that we are going to give them a visa, right? We're going to have tourists still. I don't understand that. The birthright citizenship thing is fascinating to me. That they're still going after this. This has been my entire life, that the anger has been there. It's a Rush Limbaugh, old right-leaning bullshit. But even beyond that, the reason we have it is because people didn't want to recognize the children of slaves as citizens, and amongst other things. So we're very happy to have, people come here, work here, be here for years. But if the children is born here, they get the fuck out. If we want to redo those things, we can have that conversation. The more amazing part of this is that they're talking about it being retroactive. And they've made that comment many times. Stepping aside from birthright citizenship, which is literally in the Constitution, again, not a thing these people care about, the idea of retroactively enforcing laws is, on its face, actually one of the more insane totalitarian nightmare things that you can do. The whole point of laws is that you grandfather people in, because the way laws are built is you can't condemn someone for breaking a law before the law existed. That's Kafka. Kafka wrote a book about this. But having that as a thing is, on its face, fucking wild that that's even a potential. Rixai, thank you for the $10. It's very, very flattering. Thank you. Always good to have support. Thank you, all of you. It's a really fascinating thing. Tom's like, it was for former slaves, not anyone on earth. It's not for anyone on earth. It's people who are born here. It's people who are born here. And again, there's ways that this sort of adjusts. Someone emergency has their baby here because they're flying in. This happens, by the way, to tourists. Again, the baby needs some level of citizenship, but the baby is not citizens by being born to parents of that child. There's a process for that. So where does that baby exist? How does that baby exist? Right? If a baby is born on an American Air Force base, two soldiers have a baby. It's born on American land. Supposedly, it's actually not. How does that baby get it? Without birthright citizenship, there's a lot more that has to happen here. There's a lot more issues. It's possible to get there. But again, ending birthright citizenship without having alternatives or secondary things, again, sort of lets out the lie that this isn't about that. This isn't about that thing. It's not about reforming. It's not about fixing or stopping even X, Y, or Z. It's simply about ending it for other purposes. Because a full closure actually has a whole bunch of edge cases. Again, it'll see, as this says, and I think everyone knows, it'll immediately see legal challenges, and ultimately it'll make it to the Supreme Court. They'll soften it as they're going to, and it'll be in line with what the Federalist Society ultimately wanted. We're not shocked there. Vetting and screening of illegal aliens. Okay. What does that mean? Like, what is this? This is like one of those nonsense sentences. When someone comes through, we have a system. There's a lot of databases that people are put through and checked through. There's a lot of passport work that goes into it. Our border officers that actually do the checking. It's actually a lot of work, a lot of training, and a lot of systems that are at play there. Enhancing this, I'm confused by, because there isn't another step. We have a significant amount of work that's done on people who are coming into this country for the first time at every port. It's actually a lot. It's actually a lot. It's a fascinating thing, really. The baby's parents are U.S. citizens, but that's not, so you're going to be granting citizenship to everyone whose parents are U.S. citizens, right? Is that the thing? So even if the person is, again, there's issues with all of this. We'll get into this. We're going to be spending time on every one of these as they come through and going through the actual language. Right now, I'm just going through the list of leaked things or the top 10 everyone's going over until this updates. Supposedly, oh, here it is. This is his first proclamation. The flag of the United States is at full staff on Inauguration Day. Flag should, what? Does the flag fly at half staff on Inauguration Day? Oh my God. So, This is we're starting in a good one. They're starting in a good one. So, Jimmy Carter, former president. I'm not a big fan of his, but he was a president. When a president dies, it's very common for the United States across the board to fly their flags at half-staff because it's the mark that the leader died. And a lot of places do it for a month because it's a president. A president doesn't die every month. A president dies rarely. Not rarely enough, but rarely. It could happen a lot more often. That'd be great. But rarely it happens. So this wasn't long ago. And we have a very petty piece of shit. So now it's forcing everyone to, on Inauguration Day, always fly the flags at full staff because, Jesus Christ. And then half staff after that. Honor me and then go. That's just amazing. So that's the first executive order is everyone put your flags at full staff for me and then return them to half staff. I think the gracious thing would be to not, but hey, we don't do gracious anymore, right? Jesus fucking Christ. That's a first start. I like that first start. That's a good first start. We're starting somewhere. Fuck Carter. I'm president now, and I get to pretend like I'm doing a thing that's not petty. It's fantastic. I don't care. I don't care. It's just kind of one of those like, this is going to be the flavor of all this shit. This is going to be the flavor of all this shit today, isn't it? It absolutely fucking is. Still the only one. We'll keep watching it. Keep watching the ticker, everyone. Keep watching the ticker. It's a day of celebration. Sure. I mean, again, as I said, I don't care. But it's one of those things that the number of times that because again, half staff is not a thing that happens very often. It happened 9/11. Things flew at half staff. This isn't a thing. The president dies. And so to make an edict about this, do you know how many inauguration days this covers? Do you know how many inauguration days this covers? This one. This is an edict saying today put your flags at full staff. This isn't even a thing. This isn't even a thing. It's hilarious and small. Again, I don't give a shit because again, Carter wasn't exactly great. He was shitty on a whole bunch of stuff but like he's a dead president. You're ostensibly another president. So I would ask, if, for example, I mean, this would be funny. Trump died in office and they need to inaugurate Vance. I guess we don't have our flags at half staff that day either. Right? That's kind of weird that he would do that to himself. I'm fascinated by it. I'm fascinated by that. I mean, I would think, again, it's fascinating. I love all this. These people are fascinating. Again, protect American citizens against invasion. This is not a thing. This is not a thing. They want people to be immediately deported. They want the ability for deporting to happen as CBP captures someone at the border to immediately release them. But that doesn't have a function. There is no function of that. If I catch someone at the border, I can't go, now go. I've got to take them back across the border. But to take someone across the border back into Mexico, we can't just, it's a foreign country. So dropping someone who's a criminal off in there is just weird to just do and like leave them in the middle of nowhere. We need to have workings with their state apparatus. This is, again, it's stuff that I don't really care about in the sense of I don't give a shit about the state, but there is no functionality to this, right? In order to have any of these things matter, they have to be workable in law. They have to be materially capable of being implemented. And that's not a thing that can be implemented. And sure, it's nice, sounds great, whatever. There's no invasion. I don't give a shit about any of this. I think it's all just the stupidest thing. But this doesn't mean anything. Restoring the death penalty because of all those states that don't have it, directs the Attorney General to seek capital punishment for the murder of law enforcement officers and capital crimes committed by illegal aliens. I wonder how many illegal aliens. Do you want to make a bet? How many foreign? I bet you. So if there's we got to have the death penalty back. There's got to be the death penalty for legal aliens and foreign nationals. I'm betting we have had that. How many foreign nationals are on death row in the U.S.? Yeah, so there's 103 foreign nationals on death row right now. From a bunch of different countries, a bunch from Mexico. So we're already doing this. Good job, buddy. Awaiting retrial or sentencing, we got 5. They're confined in mostly California. So great. This is one of those things that's like, again, why like this is virtue signaling, as the conservatives call it. That's all it is. It's just that same shit. It's just very boring shit. Nothing exciting there. Oh, they finally put them back in order. Someone readjusted the blog. They had the ordering of things broken up. It's a whole thing. We have a bunch of foreign nationals already on death row. So, encourages state agencies and district attorneys to bring capital state charges against these crimes. This is going to be, by the way, this is going to be the language of all of this shit. Do you see this? It encourages state agencies. So, let's talk about the relationship that the president has with states. The vast majority of shit states do. The president can't do anything. Bobby Kennedy Jr., the one who sucks, who's alive, sadly, he actually is coming out and going to be, we're going to get rid of this and this and this. We're going to stop this and this. And they can't. He already had to walk back a thing. He's like, we're going to get rid of fluoride across America. And then he had to reset that and go, oh, we're going to recommend that fluoride not be in the water sources, which it already isn't in a bunch of places. Woo! So it's going to be a lot of this language. It's going to be a lot of encouraging state agencies, we encourage local agencies, we encourage state agencies. And what this means materially, and it's why I think it's important for us to be doing this analysis, is to talk about how it affects each state, because it's not going to be implemented the same way. For example, if there's a thing that allows this to be, or encourages this, Texas and Florida, for example, just to pull 2 names out of a hat, are going to go fucking wild for death penalty cases against foreign nationals. They're going to fucking love it. California is not going to do it at all, because they weren't, except when they were. California is a very strange place. So you're going to have, again, this uneven restructuring of things that's going to further sort of divest or bring apart those states in how they handle everything. Death penalty case is just one example. Well, when you start talking about the recommendations on how to handle X, Y, and Z, especially when we get to education, which I'm really waiting for his stuff today, it's going to be really fascinating. It's going to be really fascinating to see. And I know, Tom, I know you're excited about that border stuff. Doug Stanhope, wonderful comedian. He has, I think, my favorite bit on it, because he lives in Bisbee, Arizona, which is on the border. And he's like, I see them coming across, these guys who have no shoes, who don't speak a lick of English, and they're emaciated and they're beaten up and they're, struggling to even just get across the border. And if that guy can steal your job, that's not a thing to be yelling at people about. There's a whole other set of things happening here. And it's, again, how this gets set up, how it gets put together. And I'm really fascinated to see how other places work. So, immigrant thing, for example, Florida has had a bit of a problem when we talk about the way immigration works. In America, we do not want to hire Americans to do agriculture work. We don't want to, because our strawberries would be really, really expensive. As someone who I'm in Washington State, we're like the berry capital. I've never been anywhere that had more berries anywhere. Everywhere's berries. Blackberries are weeds. We've walked down by the lake and we've picked them. It's amazing. But the farms here who actually do berries and actually sell them, and they sell them locally, they're incredibly expensive because they pick them. Their families, for the most part, who pick them themselves, they charge for it because they have to pay real labor and real costs. Other places in the United States use migrant labor to do this, and the costs are incredibly low on this, and they're able to apply horrifying pressures to, basically abuse the shit out of people, or they're going to, I'll call, they used to say I'll call INS, but they call Border Patrol now. And so the challenge, and this is, again, ongoing, this is from April this last year, Florida did a huge new immigration law where they started really punishing people. They really started punishing people in Florida for using illegal migrant labor. And Florida's fucked. Our entire food system depends on it so much. Just to read, it's early in the morning in this small agricultural town in central Florida. The pickers are hunched over bushes, plucking strawberries, the main crop out here. Fidel Sanchez instructs his workers to get rid of the fruit that fell and rotted to the ground. There's a lot of it. Like other farmers out here, Sanchez is worried how long he'll be able to keep his business going. About a year ago, Florida governor and presidential candidate Ron DeSantis passed one of the toughest crackdowns on immigration in the country. SB 1718 punishes employers who use undocumented labor and forbids undocumented people from having a driver's license. Now, this is one of those things that I've been saying for a long time, and a lot of people left. If you really do want to stop illegal immigration and the employment of it, punish the businesses. Punish the businesses. And so DeSantis did, to his credit. He really, really, really hates immigrants. So he really was like, oh, fuck, if I do this, we'll get rid of them. And it worked. It worked amazingly. A ton of workers, as this guy says here, a lot of people are scared. A lot of people went north and never came back. Federal government estimates nationwide 40% of farm workers are undocumented. Yeah, 40%. Yeah. This is happening across the board, and there's nothing. All of their fruit's rotting. They can't hire enough people fast enough, and they can't find workers in order to pick things enough. Florida Policy Institute estimates the immigration law could cost the state's economy $12.6 billion its first year. And that's not just counting the loss of tax revenue and everything else. It's a huge fucking loss. It's a gigantic problem. There's a lot of undocumented people in Florida, who were in Florida, specifically dedicated to this type of work. And it's across the country. And it's not just there, it's everywhere. So again, whatever we may want to say, oh, they're illegal, or whatever stupid principle you want to pretend, these are people who do work that no one else is willing to do, that now that work isn't getting done, and it's destroying entire sectors of the economy. Which is interesting. Because is this what we want? So this is what's happening. It's not a question of whether or not we should get here. We're here. In 2023, Florida hired thousands more H-2A guest workers than the year before. But farmers NPR spoke to said the bureaucracy, the cost of applying for work permits, is crippling. There have been widespread reports of lack of oversight and exploitation of the workers, too. It's brutal. The H-2A system is broken, says Wisnatsky, head of Wish Farms, also in Plant City. It's one of the largest strawberry growers in the nation. His field harvesters are in Florida on H-2A visas. It's the only means of getting workers at the farm right now, but it's outdated. For a company as large as it is, the costs have become crushing. It's brutal. It's a brutal thing. And this is where this has knock-ons. And I know Tom's saying the same thing. I know. I'm with you, Tom. This is a place we'll agree. You'll say, grow your own berries. Great. I don't like large agribusiness. I think all of those things are silly. We shouldn't have these gigantic farms. We should be encouraging more family farms. We should encourage more locally owned. And we've got this nightmare that's been built. But here's the pressure points. We have the other system. That's what's actually in place right now. The damage that's going to happen now that we've started this. Are we ready for it? are people ready for it? I'm fortunate. I live next to berry land, and I have berries in my backyard. Yay! I'm lucky. A lot of people around here are lucky. People in cities, less lucky. Poor people, much less lucky. So when you start actually talking about what it takes to get these things, or how costs will go up as children start needing to have their fruit with their school lunch as a thing, or how children are food insecure already because of the rising costs of everything, this rising cost is going to come flatly across the board. And it's a thing we need to be ready for. And it's going to be just continuing and going and going and going. See if we've got a new one. Nothing, no new one, still just the one. Come on, Trump. I have a lot more expectations for you. You're supposed to be in there. You're live still? Of course you are. Victory rally. You're supposed to be signing 200 things by the end of the day, buddy, and you don't have a lot of time left before it's sundown. So it's going to be is that still going? No, it stopped. Did he stop? No, he's live here. Oh, they've got a bunch of idiots talking. The presidential parade is now happening. Amazing. Amazing. So this is what I mean when I say how these things are worded and how they'll be handled differently. So if, for example, the edict was made in an executive order recommending that states do this, you will see this happen in various states. You won't see this happen in California. You will see it happen in Florida. You won't see this happen in Oregon, Washington. You will see it happen in Idaho, maybe Kansas. Kansas is a unique place. A lot of Midwest is these days. When we start seeing these things implemented, how are they going to actually hit people downstream? What is it going to change when it comes to the actual ability of people to go to the grocery store, which is what people care about, is the setup. How is this going to change how children are able to find food, how we're able to feed people, the ingredients for things, the supply chain for everything downstream? It's going to be not small. It's not going to be small. There is no parade right now from what I can see, Lisa. I hate to say. It is a guy talking.
So again, one day soon, you have my word.
Yeah, I don't care about any of these people. I just don't. It doesn't matter. The parade is over, sadly. And here is the inauguration ceremony. Happy day. And the meme coin, which we went over yesterday, and I still think is one of the funniest goddamn things. Magic, almost. I'm more interested in how he signed this. I'm more interested in how he signed this now. Because I'm assuming he's sitting there at the talks that are talking about how cool he is, right? Of course he's there. I'm more interested in how he signed this. Or if he went out and he signed it in the hallway and came back in. Let's talk about these people too. These people are fascinating. When we start talking about actually how we're going to be setting things up, what we're going to be doing, how we're going to be dealing with things in the world as we move forward, there's a lot of conversation around what it means for each one of these. Secret Agent Dan, Melania did get her own coin that absolutely decimated Trump's. Cut his value by 40% or some crazy shit. Maybe more. And it's also filled with clear candlestick charts that show that all of the insiders early on panic sold over the course of 7 to 10 minutes, maybe 15 minutes, as people were buying and screwed everybody. It's incredible. The crypto Twitter is actually in a really weird place. Trump has ostensibly talked about how crypto is the future and all this stuff. And all the crypto bros were very happy to have someone who's more amenable to actually having realistic discussions of what regulation can be in this space. A lot of them just simply want total deregulation. Not all of them. Not all of them. To give credit where it's due. And so now here we are. Trump is actually putting people in power who to oversee the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, for example, which is a big deal for crypto. People who actually have been brutal to it. It's weird. People who are pro crypto in the way that they the SBF bullshit, and the FBX sort of collapse. People who were on that side and in that are now being involved in the future of crypto. That's the direction it's going. That's the direction it's going. It's really, really wild. You like Marco Rubio for Secretary of State? I don't like him either. I don't care for him. We'll get there. All of these people, I kind of want to go through and talk through what they're going to be like because they're fascinating. This guy whose mother called him a rapist, I think is really, I think for mom to do that is really, takes a lot. It takes a lot, I think, for a mom to do that, especially in the kind of home that he ostensibly or claims to have grown up in. It's a lot. It's a lot. These people in general are terrible in almost every single way. Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, his foreign policy is going to be troublesome. He is a neoconservative. So Trump is ostensibly an anti-war candidate, or has claimed to be. And he can say that. And Paul Wolfowitz would say he's anti-war as well. Paul Wolfowitz orchestrated Iraq and Afghanistan. But he's anti-war because he can say that because he doesn't believe in war, but it's a tool. And Marco Rubio is not wildly far from that. Marco Rubio is a deep war hawk. We're going to start seeing a loss of normalization in communication and diplomacy with a shockingly large number of countries because of it. He will be confirmed. Marco Rubio, I do not see how he gets stopped. Let's take a look through Scott Bessent, who I know a decent amount about, but I want to make sure we have this conversation. Let's talk through NPR's read. Longtime investor and hedge fund manager. Well, there you go. Do you want to know more? Fuck. Secretary of Treasury, former hedge fund manager. Hedge funds are the bastards of the world. Protege of George Soros. That's a... When we start talking about like how these narratives work or how people even presume that there's anything of a stable narrative on the side of this postmodern presidency, it's things like that that make me go, wait, after all this shit over the course of, I want to say Trump's been part of it for 12 years, at least, maybe 13, talking about George Soros as the Nazi collaborator. I don't believe any of these things. These are awful, awful statements to say about someone who survived the Holocaust. Calling him a Nazi collaborator, saying that he's the one, the Jews controlling the world, all that. So they take a protege of George Soros and they put him in the treasury position. Now, George Soros sucks in a lot of ways. But it's kind of insane for me that he would be the person. It's amazing. He's a gay man with kids, which is, for me, again, wild that this is where we're at. And I have to just say, this is one of those we need more women cops moments. And I've seen people very excited that there's going to be a gay Secretary of State. And I'm like, not like this. This ain't where we care about identity, people. This is a person who's in charge of the economic and financial system of the United States to an extreme degree. And he's a former hedge fund manager and protege of Soros who crashed a country's currency in order to make a buck. Like, that's evil. It's evil. And that's not like conspiracy theory shit. He talks about this. These are things he's done. You may not think they're evil. That's fine. But he's done these things. And it's insane to me. This is straight up. It says right here is what it is. This is about eliminating tax cuts and raising tariffs. That's all this guy's going to do. And he's going to destroy tax cuts when it comes to capital gains. He's going to change. He's going to change so many things on that. Fuck. It's kind of amazing to me, but it's just horrifying. They had his hearing. Happy day. Let's check the White House just again. Let's find out presidential actions. Oh, we're starting to get a couple. Chairman and acting chairman. Oh, God. We've got names to go through. We knew Carr was coming. Actually, we knew a good number of these. This will be fun to go through. Okay. So that'll be a thing for us to do in a moment. Designation of acting leaders, sub-cabinet appointments, and cabinet level. So these are official. It's official now. It's all the list we saw. This is not shocking. Scott Bennett, this is still wild to me that he chose someone like this. Pam Bondi, we'll get there. Burgum, this is where we're going to end up spending most of our time, I have a feeling, today. And he did nominate Gabbard. We saw that. RFK, rumors have been that there's horse trading happening between these two. So Hegseth is Hegseth's mom believes he's a rapist. That's how I'll say it. And so that's a hell of a thing to put in Secretary of Defense. Not a lot of Democrats are happy about it. But the rumors are that there's horse trading between these two, even amongst Republicans, that RFK specifically, his views are so abhorrent to so many people. Specifically the vaccine shit. If you don't know, we mock the turtle quite a bit, but the majority leader, Mitch McConnell, who's a huge piece of human garbage, he actually had polio. We have people in the Senate who are absolutely that old, and it affected him. It's part of the reason he is the way he is and the way he looks. And so there's a lot of very particular distaste for Robert Kennedy in the Senate that I actually don't think he's as viable as people want to believe, which I'm grateful for the most part. But Hegseth, I think, is going to be how they horse trade to get him out of there. I think there's enough rapists in the Senate already. They don't mind. I think that's a thing they're generally cool with. The other stuff, I think they get upset with. These other ones, we will spend time going through them. This is going to be a journey. Let's see acting leaders. So see if we have to care about that. Yeah, these are the secretaries of everything. This is going to be, there's a lot of people to go through here. Most of these will probably be just passed straight through, but we're going to be spending time on them today. Yeah, McConnell and polio is one of those things most people don't realize. Oh, come on. Fuck you. Steer clear of undermining polio vaccine, McConnell says. He had polio as a child. And he was around in the time. He was a toddler in 1944. His father was deployed to World War II. Mother relocated to his sister, blah, blah. His left leg did not. It's why he hobbles. It's why he walks the way he does. It's why people are born of everything around them. It's why it's a huge formative thing for him. But he also lived in a time when it was worse and people died. Again, he'd be old enough to remember at this point, I think, maybe. But we had a president who was completely paralyzed because of fucking polio. This was not a small, minor fucking disease. So there's a lot of people who are like, it's a fucking big no-no. That's a fucking big no-no. We're not having that conversation. So I think there's going to be a lot of horse trading for that. Pam Bondi sucks. I can't even believe that she's... Oh, fuck. It's so frustrating. We're going to start doing all of these. Let's just start going. We'll just keep checking. Let's do it. Not doing Wikipedia. Economist. Easy. Right-wing-ish, economy-based stuff. We can pick out what we need. Yeah, this is the whole thing with her dog. I don't give a shit about any of that stuff at all. They're calling her, I think, the same thing as a lot of people. She is it's weird because actually she's not really built for this and she's not really set up for these things. But, you know, that's the way it goes. You end up attorney general and Trump loves her. Pump. Pamela and Trump. Fuck. By 2013, Mr. Trump's for-profit college, which he promised would teach you better than the best business school, had been under scrutiny for years. It was a fucking... Ms. Bondi's predecessor received more than 20 complaints from Floridian students claiming they were not taught anything. She received one too. Florida was Trump University's third biggest marketing by sales. That August, the New York Attorney General sued Trump University for fraud. In September, Mr. Trump's foundation sent a $25,000 check to Ms. Bondi's re-election campaign. In mid-October, her office announced it would not be pursuing complaints. And now we know why she's Attorney General. That was fun. Do you want to do someone else? Douglas Burgum, North Dakota. I wonder if he's involved with fracking at all. Oop. American businessman and politician? No. Oh, God. Let's see what he says about himself. What's this story? Let's do. Come on. I don't care about that. I was raised in a tiny town in North Dakota. We had one room. Blah, 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 blah. Doug worked his way through college. I'm sure he did. He bet the farm to help grow a small startup business in North Dakota into a worldwide billion-dollar company. I love these people. I love these people. Doug Burgum is a founding partner of Arthur Ventures, serving as the 33rd governor of North Dakota. Oh, this is the Atlassian guy. That's right. Former chairman of the board and investor of Atlassian, former chairman of the board Success Factors, and former board of Avalara. If you've worked in tech, really at all, Atlassian is like everyone has to use this fucking software. It's one of the vertically integrated nightmares of data collection and digestion. God damn it. Atlassian sucks. But again, this is what he did. He's a Stanford grad for MBA. After business, he worked with the Chicago office of McKinsey. Oh, fuck. Bet the farm for the seed capital for Great Plains Software Inc. Oh my God. I love these people who then turn it into larger things. Wild. Wild, wild, wild. Oh, just awful. He's a technocrat asshole. Like, I know him from his run and from the handful of things I've seen. I forgot he was the Atlassian guy. All these people are connected to different things I hate in various ways. Atlassian, I really, 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 really hate a lot. It's one of those bits of software that's like, fuck, we have to use it. But again, he's a technocrat. This is a Peter Thiel surrounder. This is that setup. He's that. So to be head of the Interior, Secretary of the Interior, this is business first, oil first. And again, North Dakota governor, this is someone who is very big in oil and a particular type of oil extraction. God damn it. God damn it. Next one. Let's see if there's more presidential actions. And nothing's loading. Good. Secretary of Labor, Chavez de Remor. I should know this. This is my neighbor state. These are things I should know. Oh, I do actually know. Ah, damn it. Labor Secretary. Labor Secretary is a big fucking deal, especially as we have unions growing in this country for the first time, as we have Teamsters unions growing for the first time, as we have Starbucks and Amazon spaces unionizing and fighting against brutally oppressive, illegal, flatly illegal, also criminal tactics on the side of big business is insane. So here's what that means. She has a pro-labor record that unions like. Good for her. One-term congresswoman lost re-election in her competitive Oregon district earlier this month, but in her short stint on Capitol Hill, she established a clear record on workers' rights and organized labor issues that belies the Republican Party's usual alliances with business interests. Well, that's actually really good. She was an enthusiastic back of the PRO Act, legislation that would make it easier to unionize at a federal level. Bill won a Democratic President Joe Biden's passed the House during Biden's first 2 years. Never had a chance of attracting enough Republicans. It died in the fucking Senate, as always. Protecting public sector workers from the Social Security benefits docked because of government pensions. Her background's not terrible. Even positive. Well, that's good. Trump himself has a terrifying record when it comes to unions, but she's a good pick, it seems. I'll have to look more into her later. Good. We'll keep her up. We don't need Burgum. We don't need Scott. We don't need the rest of these. I want to keep only the things up that I give a shit about learning more about. If you want me to focus on anything, the easiest way to do that is scream at me in chat. Super chat it. Doesn't hurt. Today is not a theory stream or a fun stream. This is mostly me wandering through all of this stuff and trying to work it out. Feel free to scream at me. If you want me to focus more, don't hesitate to toss another super chat or anything else at me. All that stuff's fun. Also, just scream at me. I don't give a shit. It'll be fine. Douglas Collins, Veterans Affairs. This is an upsetting one to me. I mean, not him. I mean, the Veterans Affairs Administration is one of those. I'm not pro-war at all. I don't care about any of that stuff in that way. This isn't about that for me. I have family and I have people I care about who have, because of wars they've been in, severe injuries that are, we'll just say we forget about people in a really, really brutal way. We'll see what military.com says. They're usually pretty good on military stuff. Air Force Reserve chaplain and former congressman ran for office in 2020, we vied for U.S. Senate seat. In his announcement Thursday, Trump said Collins campaigned heavily for president-elect, would be a great advocate for blah, 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 blah. He was in the Air Force Reserve, deployed to Balad Air Base in Iraq with the 94th Airlift. According to media reports, his most recent duty station was Robins Air Force in Georgia, where he served as an individual mobile augmentee to command chaplain. Great. Streamline and cut regulations in the VA. Root up. Fuck. This is one of those things that they tell veterans that just sounds great. Because it's like, hey, the reason you're not getting help is all this red tape, all this regulation that we've got in place. We just need to get rid of that. That's what this guy's doing. That is not the reason. That is not the reason. Red tape is a factor. The primary problem is excessively low funding for all of it, and also having an insane amount of requirements that soldiers have to go through in order to even make steps through the system. Deeply underfunding every local version of the VA, so that way there's really like only a handful of places to go. It doesn't help either. It's broken. Our veterans pay the price. Why does he have to drive 80 miles to see a doctor when he already has trouble seeing to start with? Yes, great. But if you're not going to be adding funding to it, the cost cutting doesn't happen here. That's not a thing. It's not a thing. You can't. The VA is a broken system in a lot of ways. It's not the red tape. George Bush actually spent time on this. We had under Biden, but also under Obama, very right-wing pro-military people trying to fix this, and they were unable to. There is a huge amount of lobbying from the private medical sector in this to maintain very particular controls across the board. It's really tough to sort of, this doesn't buoy me excitedly. So, sorry, Doug, I'm not interested in you anymore. Let's check again. Is there more today? Nope. All right. Sean Duffy of Wisconsin, Secretary of Transportation. Let's take a look. Sean Duffy. Nope, not Sean Duff. Sean Duffy, how you doing? Yeah, he got straight through. So let's talk NPR, what they've got on him. Because he sailed through. It was a really, honestly boring, but funny in this way. He was in the real world. Let's talk about Secretary of Transportation and what they do. They have a huge amount of money. They help disperse, plan, and approve. They create regulations that are extremely important because they're handling things that are unique when it comes to transport. They help local groups. I live outside of Portland on the Washington side, which is a hilly bridge-based area. There's a lot of bridges. There's one particular bridge that's slowly collapsing that 3 weeks ago, the pavement just disappeared. It was fucking out of nowhere. It was emergency stuff. They had to shut it down for 2 days. I'm not alone in this. Bridges across the country are absolutely collapsing. But these are small bridges. There are big bridges and bridge projects that are on interstate highways that absolutely have work that need to be done because cities are outpacing the growth of these bridges. Again, Portland to Vancouver, where I'm at, I'm on the Washington side of things. You cross the 5. These are highways. These are absolutely the big highways of the area. And the setup and how these things work and how they get funded is so fucking behind the times. It's horrifying. And there's state rules after state rules, and then both legislatures in Portland and here have to and then the states have to agree at the state level, and then also the federal. There's so much that has to happen, and none of it's happening. And if they're able to start fixing these things, I will cheer them on. He seems to be just saying, and he said during most of his stuff, basically platitudes. He didn't really speak in any way that was like he's going to do this or not. The only thing I think that was really disconcerting is he does seem to be on the side of privatizing toll roads and making money off of these things. This is the problem. On top of it, they bring it up right here, and it was brought up during the questioning. Dude's never run anything at all. He was a lobbyist for a while, Fox News personality for a little bit. He was in Congress, and then that's it. And he basically spent a bunch of time to do that. He just talks well. Whether he can run stuff, I have a lot of skepticism on. I have a lot of skepticism, but Buttigieg didn't exactly knock it out of the park. So, there's nowhere to go but up. Probably. Actually, for that, there probably isn't anywhere to go, to be frank. Is there anything new, White House? Nope. Okay. Hegseth, I've already talked about.
Sorry, Let's Chat is no longer available.
Alexa,
now,
shut up. Alexa, shut up. Anyone else driven insane by the fact that Alexa will sometimes just ask you things out of nowhere? I don't even know. Pete Hegseth, which apparently sounds like Amazon's stupid AI. I've talked about Robert F. Kennedy Jr. I've spoken about, I do think Hegseth is going to be the horse trade. And I think Kennedy's out, but we'll see as a thing. We'll see. We'll see. Lutnick. We'll go next. Let's do some Howard Lutnick. Businessmen. Oh, this is Cantor Fitzgerald guy. Okay, this is going to be a whole fucking thing. God damn it. He was Elon Musk's pick to lead the Treasury Department. Great. Elon Musk and others in Trump's orbit called Trump last week to dump previous front-runner Scott Bessent, who they put in anyway, which is, that's the whole thing. Business as usual choice. Howard Lutnick will enact change. I have no doubt. The Treasury role has been at the center of an unusually high-profile jockeying within the Trump world. At the same time, the position is closely watched in financial circles, where a disruptive nominee could have immediate negative consequences on the stock market. This is absolutely true, by the way. And trust me, Trump absolutely cares about the stock market. All of these people absolutely do. They all absolutely do, in every single way. He supports Trump's tariff plan. We'll talk about tariffs when we get to that executive order, because that is supposed to be coming down the pipe today. 60% tariffs on China and tariff everything else 20% is going to be wild. We'll get to that. I want to know more things. Yeah, I know 9/11 stuff. He's a supporter of cryptocurrency. This is sort of not true. This is cryptocurrency as a thing is a fascinating little world. When you talk about people who support crypto, there are people who support their crypto, and then there's people who are like ideologues in crypto. The guy behind Ethereum, Vitalik, he is, I would say, an ideologue. He's like a true believer. He thinks that crypto is here to do amazing things and make people a ton of money. He's not ashamed of that, but he's very much in that space. Then there's people who, hey, the thing I'm doing is actually it, and I support this. Everything else I want to regulate. This is why I keep saying the CFPB that Trump is putting in, which we'll get to, she's on the list, are people who absolutely have created, or in various positions in the Trump administration or other places, created ridiculous regulations that actually stomped down parts of what crypto was doing, but enabled others. It's a general thing that you see a lot in large corporations and how they do lobbying. For example, a healthcare company might lobby to have a law passed that in order to open a healthcare company, you have to have $5 billion in the bank. And if that passes, they're good. You're fucked. That type of law is a law that does not support the healthcare industry, but it is regulation. So they get to have this double action where they're like, look, we're regulating the space, but they're regulating it in favor of a monopolistic singular entity. When you talk about people in crypto, you find this probably more than almost anywhere else. People who are, well, this needs to be fixed and this needs to be regulated. My coin's not doing this. My token's not doing that, so I'm okay. That kind of mentality is really, really huge. And this type of thing, especially with Lutnick and a handful of people, are going very much in this direction. Basically waiting for crypto to become a little bit more safe and risk-free so they can integrate it into ETFs so they can make their way through. This is kind of the setup. He has launched, and he is World Liberty Financial is his thing with Trump. He's part of all of this. These systems are very much built as they're built. I don't have a lot of hope here. Tether is a fascinating thing. There's a lot of stuff that happens with this, but again, we'll have to see how this shakes out. I don't think he's done his confirmation. If you can, if anyone in chat is aware, feel free to post it in stream chat in the DGQC. If you want to join us, by the way, DGQC, it's discord.gg/DGQC. We're a fun little space where we discuss complex philosophy and a whole bunch of other things. It's kind of great. Yeah, but please let me know. I don't think he's gone through yet. All right, let's see if any more presidential actions. We're just going to keep checking this. This is my day. Linda McMahon. Oh my God. Okay, Secretary of Education. Trump has said he's going to dissolve the Department of Education. This is actually probably one of the things that I have a lot of problems with. But let's talk through Independent Women's Forum. Oh, Lord. Ugh. I don't know if I can handle this kind of stupid shit. Let's see. Let's find her profile. Let's see. Yeah. I love when they're just headlines that, like, just the fact that they exist is amazing. Yeah. This is a whole thing. So Linda McMahon, Vince McMahon, who is the gigantic racist, sexist piece of shit who abuses every person who works for him at the WWE, and everyone just generally should dislike. And I think most people do dislike. His wife, apparently, who I think was running the Small Business Administration and now is going to be Education Secretary. This hurts my brain. She ran for U.S. Senate, failed. Like, she sucks. She sucks. She ran and she lost. She pumped a fuck ton of her husband's money into the campaign and lost really badly. And instead, she decided to start funding candidates who can appoint her. And so that's what happened. So she funded it, and Trump put her into, I believe, Small Business Administration. And then again here, she's always wanted to be a teacher, so now she's here. Yeah, Small Business Administration. Agency gives loans and disaster relief to companies and entrepreneurs. So if you want to think about how wonderful the business response was for COVID. She chaired America First Action, a super PAC that backed Trump, like a huge super PAC that absolutely colluded with Trump against the law. Again, we don't care anymore. And now Education Department. And she's promising to return power to the states. They don't know what that looks like. They haven't talked about what that looks like, but I can tell you what it means. I can tell you very quickly what it means. Funding for education, state versus federal. So when we talk about, and this is on average across everything in the United States, how education is funded in the United States is awful. Primarily, we fund via taxes within the school district. So where you live, you are funding the schools around you, whether you have kids or not. That's it. That's what you're going to do. If you live in a nice area, I did a little bit of work with New Trier High School outside of Chicago. It's one of the wealthiest schools in the country, largest too. The former high school is where they filmed The Breakfast Club. The new high school is massive. It had a theater with they were doing Les Mis as their musical production, which they were able to afford the rights to, and also built a stage that, like Les Mis, the Broadway and traveling production, rotates. This is how much money this fucking school has. They have enough money to bring in shitheads like me to do seminars and things. They have just absurd amounts of money. Why? Well, this is where Oprah lives. This is the school district. Her kids don't go there. They go to a nice private school, but she still pays for that. All the wealthy people pay for that. And there's a good number of people who are low income who live in the area who benefit from that. But poor areas are also only paid for by zip code with, 43% is local. If you don't have any money locally because your zip code is of people who are extremely poor, 50% of the country is below poverty. Like, think of that. So pick a poor area. Red states are filled with this. If you haven't driven through Alabama, Mississippi, or other places, I suggest you do that. These school districts, 43% of their funding, half their funding is coming from there. The state generally provides almost half. The federal government makes up a large chunk of this. Now, again, this is overall. when you don't really have local funding because you live in such a poor area that most people who live there do not pay, and you don't have federal government, we're literally talking about actually not just cutting their budget in half. We're actually eliminating most of their budget overall as we return more to the states, and this 44% has to get spread out even further. It's really kind of terrifying to think of what'll happen to the poorest among us, which is, again, half the fucking country. This is not like 20 people. This is a huge amount. And so this setup completely fucks everything. But that's not all of it. This is just the primary bit of funding. Then there are grants. There are other programs. There are other ways that you start talking about how the federal system funds, regulates, and controls education. There's stuff that in states is flatly not illegal. It's required by law that you have equivalent sports for boys and girls. I'm not even talking about the fucking trans thing. Forget all of that shit. We're talking about like way before that. When you start removing these titles from the way that the Department of Education runs thing, Alabama will be getting rid of a ton of stuff. The rules about how racial segregation applies, rules about how you have to teach certain things. Suddenly, we're not going to have biology taught in schools in a large amount of the country, right? Like, you get that. Why is our education system funded like this? Because rich people control the politics. I mean, hey, you know what's easy for us is if we just make sure that we're paying only for our own schools. Well, that sucks. You know, what we could do is we could actually, put kids from lots of areas on buses and fund every school the same and like actually have them move around a little bit. Hi, I'm Joe Biden. I'm going to stop that. Literally. Busing became like his thing. He hated. He sucked. Biden sucked. But when we start talking about the regulation, the setup, the standards, we already have shit standards in this country. I am not a big fan of where we are in education, but I do know that you don't do better by loosening those standards or removing them. That's not the setup. We don't understand how to teach kids. We don't care about teaching kids anymore. The vast majority of shit that happens these days is so built on commercialization. When I was working for Lucasfilm, one of the more horrifying, eye-opening things was when we started doing programs with educational groups to do book wraps that were Star Wars. And the amount of money that we would put in to basically do advertisements with kids. Here are book wraps. Your books are wrapped in this. Here are these things. Here's this. It's astonishing. And that was 20 years ago. That now everything is written as part of one of these larger stories, and now they're commercialized, and teachers are now so deeply underfunded. Federal programs don't really apply for special needs or secondary required education or English as second language. Federal programs are just sort of a general panacea for funding. State groups and local groups fund most of that. It's gone. I live in a school district that is so underfunded, they're shutting schools down. They're shutting schools down here. The special ed schools are gone. Like it's everything's getting fucked. And I haven't been here that long, and I've watched these things fall apart. That thing is so broken that the idea of removing federal education to enable states is that lie, because we know that the states don't, and we know that the states are so deadlocked in any of these things that most of them can't pass general legislation, let alone have an entire department that now has to do all that slack that was handled at the federal level. If you wanted to change the process of these things, I'm down. This one saddens me for the way it's going to affect every kid in fucking America. It's going to be awful. That one's going to be awful. Still nothing else new. Let's keep going. Oh, Kristi Noem. I like Kristi Noem. This one's fun. Sarcasm. Kristi Noem is hilarious as a person. She is a fucking nightmare. God. Yeah, her hearing was so insane. So I don't even know where to even begin with her. She exists as a talking head for right-wing politics. She doesn't really have any positions of her own that she's been able to sort of voice, and it really became clear in the general hearing that she didn't really have her own positions, but instead she was repeating the same shit over and over and over and over. The same stuff you expect. I'm not going to do things for Trump. We're not going to be partisan. I will work with Democrats and Republicans equally. The idea of drones being a threat, which is where these things came from and how these stories get built, I'm always fascinated by. The National Football League playoff game that was delayed because of a drone, they brought it up. I don't want any incidents to occur. And she's like, oh, yeah, we've got to fix that. We're going to do mass deportations. We're going to do this. We're going to, all of this stuff, all the stuff was in line. She is just a liminal space. She's a liminal person. Does that make sense? She's a liminal person. I'm going to start using that term. I like that. She's a liminal human. She doesn't really exist as a stopping point for any thought. She is only there to continue someone else's thought into someone else. She is a transistor. She is a step. She is an awful person. She's the one who killed the dog. This is the whole dog story, which again, personal stories I usually don't care about. And this one is just like awful. Her response to it, I thought, was fascinating. And then as she started getting caught more and more in it, was just awful. Secretary of Agriculture is going to be so depressing. Let's do it. Oh, God. America First Policy Institute is a whole thing. She served as domestic policy chief during Trump's first term, a portfolio that included agricultural policy. After leaving the White House, she became president and CEO of America First Policy Institute, which was Trump's fucking think tank. She's big agri business. That's it. That's her thing. She's so fucking, this doesn't get into it. Where the fuck is her history? I really, really want people to like actually go through this. This is not her. I don't need a basic background. I want to know what she says she's going to do. She's a lawyer, CEO of the Texas Public Policy Foundation, and Rick Perry's policy director. Wonderful. Because if there's a place that really handled agribusiness well, it's Texas. Foundation has grown from a small policy shop to more than 100 employees. Wonderful. You're a lobbying organization. That's great. Come on. Is there anything in here? I need something. Segments debating Texas versus California on Fox News, the O'Reilly factor, and Hannity. Jesus Christ, she's been around a while. There's nothing. There's nothing. Wonderful. All right. Organization pushed a lawsuit seeking to overturn the Affordable Care Act, along with influencing various Affordable Care Act she wanted to overturn. Really? Well, that's too bad. We would be able to read that, but I don't care. Organization posted just 10 pillars. American citizens need places to put them first instead of policies that stand in their way, which is a meaningless sentence. So much meaningless garbage. It's fine, but what in the fuck? American Foreign Policy Institute. Let's do it. What is the agenda? She's got the issues of the things. Let's do it. Come on. There it is. Now, these are going to be all the fact sheets, all the things prepping. This is all a think tank fucking propaganda mill. Don't care. I want issues. Agriculture. What are the things you can affect? Well, come on. Working jobs, maybe. There's agriculture. All right. All right. Emphasizing importance of reinforcing the American food supply chain through domestic agricultural production to maintain independence during geopolitical. This is that. I'm not against this in principle. It's a shift in terms of changing our overall structure of what gets made. Right now, the U.S. subsidizes an extraordinary amount of agriculture in very particular ways. And it mostly leads to enormous amounts of people for a while is soybeans, huge farms just doing nothing but that and exporting it wherever they need to go because it's the best way for them to make money. What this does is it means that ultimately we end up in a really weird spot where we're importing stuff we used to grow and exporting stuff that we kind of need here because it just makes capital better. I'm not against this in principle. But again, what that means and how that sets up is its own thing. Reducing regulatory burdens, of course. Reducing unnecessarily regulations such as Waters of the United States rule, which imposes significant financial and operational burdens on farmers and ranchers. Well, I wonder what this rule is. Would everyone like to know? I would like to know what that rule is. I love this shit. Oh, this is about what matters to clean water. So I like having clean water, and I like the idea of not having water that can be set on fire. Did you know that used to happen? Rivers on fire. This is a thing that used to happen a lot because fires, these rivers were so fucking gross because there was no protection on them. There's none. Rivers would catch fire all the time. Cuyahoga is the big famous one, but there's others that it happened to as well. Cleveland's the big famous place where this happened. 1 second. Yes, fish and chips. Yes, fish and chips. Getting food. So I like having clean water. I mean, I don't understand what the problem with that is. So what they've done is they revised the definition of waters of the United States. So that way the EPA can regulate more. This basically changed the rules of what it meant for this place to be water, or this place to be national, this place to be state. This is federal land. This is, where is this happening? And it's a big deal because the Trump Supreme Court changed what the Clean Water Act meant. So they had to change in order to fit this. Yes. They had to change what that meant and how these things worked and what they were set up with. So they did, and they revised the definition, and they did this. And she wants to undo that because ultimately she wants rivers to be caught on fire again. I don't know. It's farmers and ranchers have more issues. The Columbia, I live off the Columbia. I also live out in farm country. There is an extraordinary amount, welcome boon of tyrants. There's an extraordinary amount of people here who live on rivers. There's a lot of creeks and riverbeds and a lot of water that's really used for agriculture. But mostly the type of agriculture is used for, because we don't need a lot of irrigation because it rains so fucking much here. Mostly rain runoff pulls fertilizer and all kinds of shit into the water systems and the rivers and the lakes here to make it so you can't actually swim. This happens right now. This is happening right now. This happens all the fucking time, every year, constantly. And so by changing this, they've forced people who have these large farms or agribusinesses that are on the edge of these rivers. No, you actually have to clean up your own fertilizer. You can't let it just run into the fucking rivers and ruin everyone else's water and the swimming areas and the lakes and killing all the fish. And they're mad about this because they were like, we always have done this. We've always shit in the river. That's basically what they're saying. We've always shit in the river. And it's like, you can't shit in the river. Well, we've always shit in the river. So they're siding with the shitting in the river people. And travel to India. Tell me how that goes. Beautiful places there, or at least they used to be. 2 seconds. I'm ordering, my wife's picking up Burgerville. Truffle. Goddamn fucking phone. She's making sure I eat so I don't get hangry during all this. Empowering rural communities, supporting infrastructure investments like rural broadband access to ensure equitable economic development for rural communities. Now, this sounds good, but this is one of those lies. This is one of those huge fucking lies that makes me angry every time I have to talk about it. The broadband companies in the United States have already been given billions of dollars to do this. And that's what she's going to do. This is infrastructure investments. Sounds good. We want to give rural people broadband. Great. No. What they want to do is they want to give Verizon. They want to give Comcast or whatever the fuck it is, wherever you happen to be. They want to give these companies huge amounts of money to put in broadband without requirements that they do it. Feel free to look it up. It's insane. So this is one of those huge loads of bullshit that is really frustrating. They've actually fought and stopped, and Trump has backed this, and the Republicans have backed this. Local communities all over. It's not just here in Washington or Oregon, like in Middle America. These little towns have decided, well, why don't we just build our own? So they do. They create basically a local ISP that's taxpayer paid and free for everyone in the city as part of just living there. And they've stopped it. The Republicans have stopped it. State legislatures have stopped it, and lawsuits have stopped it because they'd rather they have no infrastructure for this and have the businesses get these huge fucking windfalls than have these people have this infrastructure. If they were to be enabling, hey, we're actually going to support local ISPs and the decentralization of that and allow towns to control their own internet, I would be happy for it. This is not what they're doing. This one's the lie. Be aware of that. She opposes Green New Deal policies, which is stupid. Why? Imposes excessive regulatory hurdles on farmers and ranchers, threatening their productivity and sustainability. There are a handful of policies that are about how ranchers would have to deal with cattle, but they're not even significant. They're really not. The brunt of the Green New Deal policies actually is about sort of infrastructure and industry, which again, why do you not want that? I don't want to be paying forever the 60% tariff to China for solar panels. Manufacture them here. Fine. But that's the Green New Deal set up for a lot of that. But fine, we're not doing that. Fine. Government overreach in agriculture opposes federal policies that undermine property rights and overregulate agricultural practices. Now, what does that actually mean, though? American forces listen to heroes of our nation, Judge. This is just so much jerking people off. It's unbelievable. Gathers Sioux Falls discuss how to address these challenges. Industry has been hard by, like, there's nothing said here. Come on. This is so fucking, everything, all of this shit is so incestuous. It's unbelievable. Like, we're looking at one nominee's thing and it's linking to this other bitch, and it's fucking amazing. Like, fucking unbelievable. All of it's just so incestuous. They just don't give a shit. All right. So neighbor states in Washington, D.C. gather Sioux Falls, strong workforce, so creating, expanding apprenticeship and opportunities. There are hardly any ag apprentices in the country. By 2021, there are more than 1,000. Soil and plant scientists, like, this is great. Yes, we have streamlined occupational licensing laws and permitting requirements. We're investing in high-speed broadband in rural areas so that, again, let me just, high-speed broadband money to Comcast. No. Comcast rural broadband money. Doesn't matter. It's amazing. It's just so fucking frustrating. All these counties are entering into these deals. They're finally moving. A few of these finally happened. It's so frustrating. I've got to find the specific one about the gigantic amount of money we gave them. One sec. Yeah, I mean, leave it to Jacobin is the only one who will do this. Yeah, it's fuck. I need to find the specific article. I mean, it's really frustrating when you can't find these specific things. Come on. No, that's bullshit too. Fuck. And everything is paywalled, and I'm losing interest by the moment. So we're just gonna fucking stop there. Whatever. Fine. Bring broadband. Just give broadband to people. Fine. Developing the greatest workforce. We truly want our friends, families, and colleagues to reach their full potential. Federal government must also foster an environment where every business can succeed by getting out of the way. Yes, that's what's stopping every business is regulation. Certainly not lack of capital and lack of capital infusion that's happening because of the general lack of interest in investing in small things when you can invest in gigantic things. I think it's Bezos. I can't remember which one of the stupid billionaires said it, but it's easier to spend billions of dollars to go to Mars than it is to invest $5 million in a billion companies. It's like, this is how it works. There's such concentrated wealth. They're not investing in small businesses. They're not investing in small anything. And so it's like freeing up money. It's like, it's not regulation that's getting in the way at all. It's not. Current administration put forward a proposal to ban pesticides. That's fine. Why is that bad? Wait. Bear the brunt of massive increase in regulation, strip them meaningful on-farm decision-making. Ban certain pesticides, heavily regulate water use, and limit methane emissions. These are all... So, let's talk about... let's go further than that. Let's talk about private property and how it works. When you have private property, that property is yours. Nothing else is. It's explicit. Nothing else except for the property is your property. You do not get to own it and control it. Anything that goes outside of that is not your property. So if you're going to have excessive methane emissions and no one around you wants that, you have to stop it from going in their farms. You have to stop it from going in their land and in their lungs. They don't want it. You don't get to choose that for them. It is not your property. Heavily regulate water use. That water's not on your property right now. You want it to be on your property. That's great. It doesn't mean you get to suck all the water up from your neighbor's property. That's their property. Fuck off. Banning pesticides. They aren't banning pesticides that stay on your property. They're banning pesticides that go in food that continues to stay in food that most of the world has completely banned. Unbelievable. It's really wild. And again, that's not going to work. I'm agreeing with them on property rights. I'm doing the Ayn Rand thing even. Ayn Rand was, by the way, believed all of this. Enjoy that reality. It doesn't matter. They don't care. This is not a weapon. I need to not do this. It's no good. It's not useful. It's not useful to anybody. Still nothing. It's not useful to anyone, Brooks. I know. HUD. Oh, this is going to be depressing. We have a massive problem in our country when it comes to housing availability. That's not... Urban. I really hope it's not any of these people I'm seeing on the screen. Wait, what? It was the NFL player. Okay. How did this guy, what is his story? How did he get into this? How did he get into this? What is his background? How do we possibly? Oh no, that's in Turner. Scott Turner seems to be the thing they're calling him. Fine. How did an NFL player get this fucking position? God. All right, New York Times, and you're going to be a paywall. I knew it. Thank you. Why did I click that link? I knew it was coming. Front Office Sports is covering this. Who is this? Yeah, met by befuddlement in the housing industry is a good way to put it. We have literally one of the largest crises is in our housing market. Now that most large parts of Los Angeles have burned, and they're not probably coming back significantly soon. You have in LA a housing crisis that is severely acute. People I know there are being evicted. Eviction proceedings are starting, and their rent is going up by 3x because there are people who will pay for it because now people are coming in from Palisades and these other areas, and there's just no housing. There's nothing. There's nothing. So that's one area. As this slowly collides across everything else in the United States, it's going to have knock-on effects. Like it's a huge number of people that are being displaced, but it's not just there. It's across everything. Trump tapped Turner to run the new White House Opportunity and Revitalization Council. What the fuck? Wait, what? This is the Opportunity Zone shit. Oh my God. I don't even want to get into that, but this is the Opportunity Zones, and there's a lot that happened here that is troublesome. Also good, but also troublesome. As a pastor, a motivational speaker, and chief inspiration officer at a software company. So I founded a nonprofit aimed at increasing childhood literacy. I don't. So he doesn't even matter. So whatever. His actual talk as he went back and forth. Warren hit him, asked him whether he would support allocating additional federal money to build more affordable housing to start filling the housing gap of 7 million units. What I do support is maximizing the budget we do have. So that's a no, an additional investment. As he would several times during the meeting, Turner said he would assess existing HUD initiatives, which is meaningless. It's a yes to maximizing investment and making sure that the programs we do have are meeting intended need and serving those intended to serve. He's being put in there to kill it. Great. Oh my God. That's okay. We have no housing issues in this country at all. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We're good. We're fine. It's all good. Please give me something besides people. Please give me something besides people. Please give me... Nope. Still more people. Still nothing else. Please let me know if you hear of otherwise. Christopher Wright. Time to have a talk about him. Okay, this camera is a department. Oh, energy executive. I love when that's fucking the disambiguation on Wikipedia is kind of all you need. That's fantastic. CEO of Liberty Energy. Oh God, he actually named his company Liberty Energy. Growing our electricity grid and our energy production, removing those barriers standing in the way. Yes, the barriers that make us the #1 producer of oil in the entire world. Wait, what? Only way you can drive down the price of critical commodities is to grow the supply. There's going to be many different avenues to pursue this. I'm 100% committed. That's a meaningless statement. Affordable, reliable, pure energy. Yes, unlike the impure energy that we enjoy now. I wonder if he means impure because it's not from white people. It's a weird word to use for energy, isn't it? Impure energy? Am I alone in that? 3 priorities: expanding energy production, cutting costs, accelerating the work of DOEs, national laboratories, and building energy infrastructure. All of these are perfectly great. They're meaningless, though, without knowing what he means by each one. Cutting red tape, enabling the private sector investments in building the infrastructure we need to make energy more affordable. That is increasing fracking. That is increasing fracking and drilling, flatly. That's the setup. Be able to build new transmission lines, repower existing transmission lines, grow their capacity. Many other things are very important to meet this growing demand of energy. Return to a trend of a decline in the real cost of electricity and growth. This is useless. Immediately stop DOE's Loan Program Office from issuing new loans to address a mid-December interim report. Said contractors working for the Office of Conflicts of Interest. I will immediately engage the issue. Nothing said. Yeah, Hickenlooper out of Colorado loves him. I know. Colorado is a fascinating place. Democrats are weird libertarians and Republicans are weird conservative libertarians. It's a whole thing. Oil and gas sector. Liberty Energy, a publicly traded oil and gas services company based in Denver, is an investor in Fervo Energy. Enhanced geothermal country. I'm a big fan of geothermal. Nature and Energy makes sodium ion, and Oklo, a small modular reactor company. Yeah, he's on Oklo's board. Oklo is, I think that's the Amazon. Is Oklo the Amazon reactor investment? No, that's X. That's X. Yeah, different one. Doesn't matter. It's just fascinating. Right, went on to say it's a great sorrow and fear. Watch what's happening in your city of LA. Climate change is a real and global phenomenon. Yeah, they're all talking about it if it's real now. Publishing and not classified DOE research. The scientific process has been a key driver of our progress. The issue of reviewing proposed liquefied natural gas, of course. Told the committee it was important to consider how those exports could affect domestic gas prices. Nothing's more important than the supply, the affordability of access to energy to Americans. So I said mostly nothing. And he backs a bunch of different places that are in theory going to make money. Happy day. Right? Right? Just, yeah. I don't know. What do you want about now, Tom? New requirement. If you're chatting in chat, if you are speaking to me or generally, you're fine. If you're talking to someone, at them. Put an at the beginning, even if it's not at the person. Just put an at the beginning so that way I can ignore you people as you're fucking around. Because you're free to fuck around. I don't care. But if you're not talking to me, I don't really want to get distracted by it. Tulsi Gabbard sucks. Warmongering anti-Muslim psychotic who has never been good and fascinated Democrats because she was a pretty woman, is all I can think. And a woman who could speak truth to power in some way. But she's on the side of Modi in India, deeply on the side of Modi in India. And Modi in India is not good. And some of the things she said are not good. Her being director of national intelligence is fascinating. If she doesn't immediately disband a handful of intelligence agencies, then basically she's spent the last decade lying about everything she believes in. Shocking, I know. But she's not going to be interesting, I don't think, for us to have a discussion here. I don't know how she, will do anything. She's just not that. The DNI is a big deal. The way she's going to oversee intelligence is a big deal. But is she going to be making calls? I don't foresee it. I just don't see it. I haven't implied her dissent, secret agent Dan. Very specifically, I said it's her political stance, which it is. She's pro-Modi, and it's horrifying the level which she's gone to that. If you don't know about what's going on in India with Modi, go watch other streams on it. It's terrifying. But Tulsi, Tulsi will get through. I hate to tell you, salmon fish. Tulsi's getting through. She is loved by enough people that, again, when you're talking about not, at this point, not approving someone is about horse trading. The Democrats don't play the same way as Republicans. Republicans are happy to blow everything up to not get their way. They're petulant children when they're in power, or when they're not in power even. But the Democrats the people in power now, tend to believe in the liberal mechanizations of everything. So as long as things keep working as intended. So what they'll do is they'll say, hey, we can't do JFK or Hegseth. Pick one, and also you have to work with me on this thing. They'll horse trade for it. Tulsi Gabbard, they're not going to need to horse trade for. They're happy to have her in versus Paul Wolfowitz or, I don't know, Eric Trump. Like, fucking Linda McMahon is going to be Secretary of Education. Like, there's no rules here. Tulsi Gabbard's like one of the best picks, which is horrifying. I know it was a joke, but I still have to talk about it. It's a whole thing. The IC went after Tulsi, so I like the pick. I have no idea. And conservatives just like it when anyone's angry. They just get off on that. Jameson Greer of Maryland, trade representative, the United States with the rank of ambassador extraordinary plenipotentiary. Great, that'll be fun. I actually don't know what the fuck that entire title means, but that's fine. That's fine. King and Spalding, big trading firm. Practice focused on helping companies use international trade laws and policies to achieve geopolitical. He's a capitalist. That's fine. That's what do you expect? Also assists clients. He's worked with, I think, both sides. If he's a King and Spalding, he's not really. Yeah, he's a critical part of USTR's efforts to negotiate and obtain congressional approval of a new United States-Mexico-Canada agreement. He was part of that. So again, this is surprisingly weird pick in my mind. Lighthizer Acolyte, really? Yeah, but still, this guy has done stuff, and he's from what I remember, as people have been discussing him, is he's much more of a deep capitalist pragmatist as a thing. Contrary to me as hegemon, so I short the stock. It's going to be a weird time. It's going to be a weird time. Again, Tulsi with that position, I don't think is actually that interesting or wild. Come on, are you doing anything? Fucking dude, it's been like hours since you finished that party. You got 200 to do. 200. Let's do it. Kelly Loeffler of Georgia, Small Business Administration. We don't care. John Ratcliffe is the CIA director. Kind of, again, these are not wildly interesting or people who will do much major change, which again is fascinating for me. If you don't know Ratcliffe, let's do that. Let's do a Ratcliffe thing real quick. Yeah, any of these will be fine because he's again more of a shoe-in as far as that goes. I mean, this time around, at least. Director of National Intelligence Ratcliffe saw and coordinated the work of more than a dozen spies agencies. Among other duties, the office directs efforts to detect and counter foreign efforts to influence U.S. politics. all of that. He did that, and he's making his way over to head the CIA. So basically, he did what Tulsi did last time around. Again, fine. He declassified Russian intelligence purported to reveal information about Democrats during the 2016 election, even as he acknowledged the information might not be accurate. He plays games, whatever. He's CIA. CIA are a bunch of rat fucks. That's what they do. So nothing shocking there. And again, a very standard bog basic pick for Trump, which is hilarious, given that he wants to supposedly be a renegade. Lee Stefanik. Wait. Oh, Lord. She openly criticized Trump for withdrawing the United States from Paris Climate Accords, for posting for Muslim travel ban. Soon she was voting to object to certify the 2020 election results. Wow. She's a super MAGA. Landed in Trump's cabinet as ambassador to the United Nations. She burnished her diplomatic resume by crusading against American colleges. Not bad for someone in 2021 sponsored a bill that the Anti-Defamation League condemned for evoking an anti-Semitic trope. Jesus Christ. Stephanie is cast in the Nikki Haley role for Trump 2.0. Relatively quiet cabinet position, but the international order is in a more tenuous spot than it was under Trump. When Stefanik thought to criticize her predecessor's contribution, ducking players, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, she's a Trump sycophant. So again, not interesting, not actually someone who's probably going to do very much. She's there to be in a position for other people to tell her what to do. Yay. Yay. Was it here the first time you heard MAGAfest Destiny? I have used that term. I don't think I heard it here first, though. So I have no idea what the setup is that. Good job putting it through twice. Really? Yeah, really. What the fuck? Yeah, they just... How do you... I mean... Just, it's fucking right in front of you. Just go, oh, wait, let me look. Oh, their name's twice. We can take that out. Office, I don't care about the OMB at all. And then the EPA. So we're going to take bets. Is it oil executive, gas executive, or villain from Captain Planet? Republican congressman who is a Long Island asshole. He voted against environmental legislation and contracts. Shocking. Reversing New York's ban on oil and gas drilling technique known as fracking during an unsuccessful run governor. Yeah, he won't say anything. He believes climate change is real. Is a human caused? He won't say. It doesn't matter. This is just another sycophant in position. Wonderful. God. All of this shit is just the same fucking goddamn thing every time. Sycophant, 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 purchase to be there. Sycophant, sycophant, purchase to be there. There's just nothing interesting. I want something interesting. Give me something interesting. Give me something to discuss. Give me something to work with. Give me something that isn't just fucking talking about the issues and actually how you might solve them, even if you're a fucking fascist. Give me specifics. I'm so tired. I'm so tired of this. I'm so tired of people talking about what things will be or how things will be or how they can be, and just tell me what you're going to do. It's amazing. It's a party of people who are like, oh, all these kids don't know how to do anything. They're losers. It's like, yeah, you're just, all you do is talk. You talk, 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 you talk. There's just nothing fucking here. It's amazing. I don't even give a fuck about the rest of these. I really don't. It's a cover up for me already solving it. I mean, it's the goal from the beginning was flooding the zone. That's what he said. That's what they said. That's what Bannon said. Flood the zone with shit. And they do that. And so they say everything that's insane. They talk about how they're going to colonize Mars. They're not going to fucking colonize Mars. It's stupid. We're not going to colonize Mars. For a whole fucking ton of reasons. We're not going to colonize fucking Mars. But it's a good thing to say. And it gets people excited and talking about how silly that is or great that is, amongst all of these other things. All right. Let's see. Let's look through this lens, King Salmonfish. They lost the empire with the collapse of Germany and South Korea, so it's supercontinent is cope imperial intent. I don't know. I did make the joke about annexing Canada too. I think, again, I don't think any of this is going to happen. I think it's here's how things materially work. Let's just talk about the one thing we know is certainly going to be happening today. We're going to get tariffs today, and the tariffs are going to come in, and they're going to be very particular. And they've talked about it being a 60% fucking tariff from China, which is fucking nuts. And there's no way that lasts. There's just no way that lasts. A 60% markup on everything from China that is brought in for commerce. And there's a particular exception to this. If you don't know about de minimis, I'll talk about it in a second. But the way that this operates is it's 60% on everything. So if we bring in processors, transistors, circuit boards, plastic widgets, screws, nails, anything, all the stuff that you do generally want if you're a capitalist, you want to have it sort of manufactured outside of your country, because what you generally want is you want the spaces where you do employ people and the space that you have limited and the employees you have limited, you want them to be in the higher end manufacturing sectors. So they're down, so everything else is sort of downstream. You don't want to have the smelters here as much as we used to, but that's because we used to. Things change, times change. But when we have a 60% tariff on all of that, I'm trying to figure out what won't just incredibly inflate in price. We have a good amount of fruit that is cheaper for us because of how the global supply chain works, that they harvest the fruit here, peaches, for example. They will ship them to China and then ship them back because it's cheaper to have that because of the way the global supply chain works for packaging. So would that count? Yes, it would have to. That's how customs has always worked. Once it's a product that's packaged elsewhere, it's being brought back into the country. So the custom is being paid on the way out and the way back. That thing doesn't have a 60% markup until now. That is going to be fascinating. And it's going to hit across the board. Tariffs are because they crash the Fed. There's a liquidity crisis worldwide. It makes calculations they can't take from those. They do not give it to the first. Are you schizo posting? I don't know what's happening here. Tariffs are because the I crashed the Fed. I can't tell what the fuck these sentences are sometimes. But anyway, as this happens, we'll start to see, because you can't just have manufacturing come back to America. We don't have manufacturing. You have to build factories. If we were to do such a thing, you have to build factories. And there is an insane amount of work that needs to go into deciding where those go, training people up on them. How do we even build them? Who's going to build them? How do they get set up? And there needs to be regulation around that. There does, because you don't want factories downtown in your downtown area where you live. You don't want acid rain, which was a real fucking thing. These things they can get rid of all of the regulations, and what will happen? I don't know. I actually don't think very much, because there is time that requires for all these things. They can claim they've done all this. They've brought back manufacturing. We've removed all the red tape. We have zero regulations. Anyone can open a factory anywhere. What you'll see is a bunch of people doing it in their homes, especially poor people out of desperation. You'll see an incredible amount of pain and injury. And again, the products will not fix that hole. And global supply chains need that. So how does this supposed to work as a thing? King Salmonfish, you did not hack and crash the Fed to stop the Great Reset. I adore you, but that is some like super next level. Just because I say so, Tom, yes. I mean, it's the nature of how supply chains work. When you add a 60% tariff to things, well, okay, fuck, I guess I can't buy my t-shirts anymore from over there. I'll buy them here. How do you buy them here? How much do they cost here? Well, I was buying them in packs of 12 for $3 a piece because they were being manufactured in Taiwan, Vietnam, India, Bangladesh, China. But now I'm buying t-shirts that are manufactured here by people who are paid full minimum wage, by large scale things. The costs go up significantly. And that's if we have that kind of t-shirt manufacturing. But all the t-shirts and all the stuff that we do import, we do not have the manufacturing base to prepare for that. We simply don't. There's no way to do that. You can't start manufacturing things tomorrow because prices are high today. It's not how it works. It's just, these things are not, again, workable in the long time setup. It's not a thing. So it's really kind of wild. Am I down for sort of the crashing and destruction of things? It's going to be fascinating to watch. The need will then be for, as those 600% profits, 60% profits should be 600. It's 60% profit, 60% tariffs on things, which is insane already. You know what that doesn't apply to? And because I haven't heard anyone mention it, Trump hasn't mentioned it much. De minimis. People are still gonna be able to buy shit all they want on Temu. In fact, what we're gonna see is drop shipping explode, because any purchase under $800 that is done by a person and not someone who's reselling, ostensibly, you pay no tariff, you pay no custom. It bypasses it every single time. So everything that's under $800 that ends up being for the end consumer simply will lose all middlemen in America. That's what will happen because of the de minimis rule. Like, I don't see how that doesn't happen. If I need to buy mugs, I like coffee mugs, I like tea mugs, I like computer mice, I like computers. There's a lot of this stuff is under $800. The importing of all of the parts to develop that and build that here, even though it's an endpoint of building it here, the 60% markup on those makes it cost prohibitive, flatly cost prohibitive. Well, or let's say they start building it here, or they pay that tariff. Suddenly they're charging a lot more for it than I could just buy it on Temu or Alibaba. And Temu and Alibaba, I get free shipping and no customs. So what do you do? So Best Buy's dead. The retail space in America is already suffering, but this will do it because de minimis doesn't apply to anyone who's a reseller. Sporting goods stores across the board, Williams-Sonoma, anything that's in that range of under $800, they'll just start doing direct shipping. Amazon's already experimenting with this with, what's it called? It's not Amazon Warehouse. Amazon Warehouse is their secondary thing. But they're already experimenting with having shipping outside. It's called a Haul, Amazon Haul, where you buy directly through their site, but they're not a supplier. You buy directly. And so what you're going to have is a whole fuck ton of people, like, let's say I buy a bunch of stuff from China. If I keep any single package under $800, or I tell them it's under $800, I get that and I then resell those things. I decide to become a sunglasses shop. I can do this immediately. I just go on Temu and I buy 5,000 sunglasses, but I do it in packages that are under $800. All of them get delivered to me. Under de minimis, I pay nothing at all. Those same sunglasses that go to, I don't know, Sunglass Hut or a dollar store, they have a 60% markup every time. So you're going to see an explosion in effectively drop shipping and then reselling by average everyone Americans through major conglomerate sites like Amazon Haul or eBay or Etsy. The way that you don't recognize any brands on Amazon anymore, that's how this happens. So it's kind of wild. Best Buy sucks. Tom, Best Buy does suck. Best Buy does suck. You know who sucks works? Steve the meth addict. He's probably got a worse return policy than Best Buy, I would assume. Probably also treats packages a little bit worse. And also you have no way to get back anything because it's done through a middle seller. They don't care. They have their policies. It's automated. So yeah, you can hate Best Buy all you want. That's fantastic. I don't care. Best Buy sucks. You know, good for you for hating Best Buy. Brave. But I'm going to go ahead and actually wonder who's going to take that position. And the answer is the assholes who are doing Amazon drop shipping. The people who go to dollar stores and they walk around with their Amazon scanning app. If you haven't done it, I suggest you try. You go, check. Hey, how much is it here? How much is it later? And it goes. Hey, what's up? What's up, Dex? You do have your own idea in Minecraft. What's that? Ooh, that does sound great. Dad's...
Like the pool, the water park.
Well, a water park would be super fun. How about this? Our server is still running. Why don't you go play upstairs, and I will join you soon. How's that sound? Well, ask Mom. This is you deal with it. Okay, well, we'll play Minecraft soon, buddy. It's kid's 7, so he's very excited. I fist bump all my kids. I fist bump both my kids. High five as well. My daughter prefers hugs. My son prefers hugs on the times. But when he's talking about Minecraft, he gets excited. So fist bumping is it. If you don't know how this works, it's kind of fascinating. And it's none of these things that we're talking about Trump doing affects this. But if you go to, let's see, do I want to, let's see, you can see the garbage. So if you go to Amazon, right, as a thing, that's fine. That's not where I live. All these fun things. Haul isn't here. It's on there. But if you look up, I mean, pick a fucking thing. It's any of these stuff. I'm not signed in, so this is fine. All of these things, these aren't companies. These aren't fucking real companies. These are companies where a dude like me or Tom, right? We register a company on Amazon or 100 companies, and we have one business name outside, so we have 100 DBAs. I then go on Temu or anything else, and I buy any of these. Like all this shit is available on Temu. All this stuff's garbage. Like it's awful. How much of this stuff is just absolute shit. And it's just made up garbage across the board. Beauty stuff's the worst. Let's find something that's not obviously that. Oh, let's look at cups. Watches. Nice. Yeah, good stuff. Here's a workout chair as an example. This is 40% off. I'm sure it's always been not 40% off. The setup that happens here is I buy these one at a time. De minimis is a rule that basically originally was intended to allow people to send small gifts to each other. Most countries have a de minimis, which means not worthy of looking at. It's de minimis literally means that. So that setup and how it works is that I send a tchotchke when I go to France or I go to China. I send back a set of chopsticks. I send back a teacup set. I send back an instrument, something that is cute and not really meant to be for sale. It's a gift for someone. The de minimis rule exists to make exceptions for this. The amount was very, very small for a very long time. 2016, when someone was in power and the Republicans gained back power, they increased the amount to, I believe it's $800 now. And specifically that was done by Etsy, eBay, Amazon, and a handful of other partners who were really excited to have this rule encompass things like this. If the list price is $350, if it's on sale for $209 as a limited time deal, it means that this costs the end person $150 to $180 maximum, maybe less. So I could buy 4 of these, and I have them shipped to my house under de minimis. So I don't pay any for that. I also don't really pay for shipping, because on top of that, shipping from China is taken care of as a large subsidy and a system overall. So as we sort of start talking about this coming to me, I then resell it on Amazon for a marked up profit. But Amazon isn't the one delivering that. I am. I'm the one responsible, one of my 10 doing business as, or even companies that I've registered outside the US, because it doesn't have to even be a US company to sell on Amazon. Suddenly you're in a position where there is no refunds, there's no returns, there's no product standards. I didn't even open the box. I got it shipped from China. It may be inside of it. It could be melted into pieces. It could be made of plastic. It could be made of fucking pure irradiated uranium. I have no idea, nor do I care. I have just simply shipped it back off to you. This is what's going to start happening as soon as those tariffs take effect. And it's going to be en masse. Just watch. It's going to be wild. It's going to be wild. I'm actually fascinated to see it, because the entire grift around drop shipping, I think, as a thing is wild. It's not a great business plan. Are you kidding me? How is that not a great business plan? Tom, come on. It's a fantastic business plan. Reselling and drop shipping stuff is so easy and so brain dead. People do it all the time. And then it pushes the price down as I do that, and it ultimately ends up crushing us because we all do this and we get fucked. I mean, in the long run, it sucks. But I don't know of a business person who gives a fuck about the long run. Yeah, if your business plan is to make money, it's pretty amazing. Basically. That's it. I do. You do what? You do like the plan? I don't get it. That's fine. Tom does things. I agree. I think Tom does things. I think Tom gardens. He's got a good business plan for that. Hey, do you want to know where you buy your tools? Do you buy local? Do you buy at Home Depot? Hope you don't buy at Home Depot. Hope you buy local. We have a local fantastic place here that deals in small manufacturing goods. I much prefer to buy from them across the board. They won't be able to, because their manufacturing is not really done all here. Parts of it is. But you can see in the handle and the way that the silicone holder specifically is handled, silicone holders not manufactured in the US. Not a lot of silicone stuff is really made here. It's made in China and then brought over as a part. That's going to have a 60% markup. They're going to have to stop doing that, or they're going to have to find a way around it. And suddenly we have a completely fucked up thing. You think about the long term, Tom? That's great. No one else does that. Ellen Greenspan. If you want one of the great speeches on this, Ellen Greenspan, following the 2008 financial crash, had to sit in front of Congress. His entire thing for my whole life, Alan Greenspan was basically the god of financial systems. And he believed in the idea of rational selfishness. He was an Ayn Rand acolyte, probably banged her. He really was involved in her world. He wrote for her. He was involved in every part of everything she did. He believed wholeheartedly in everything. And then he saw that he was wrong and that this is not how people work. And he actually stood in front of Congress and said so. And it destroyed him. It destroyed him. It destroyed him. And it's absolutely a thing worth watching if you ever get a shot. These people don't care about long term. Long term is a whole other thing. We can make money now. We can do tokens now. We can have a Ponzi scheme now. Let's do the Ponzi scheme. Let's get this moving. Why the fuck am I waiting for any of that shit? Let's make some money. Let's do that shit. I love that making money. That's the good stuff. Still nothing new. The Alan Greenspan thing is amazing. And this is like hard right-wing shit. This is like hard right-wing stuff that's like clicking into these things. Fuck you. We're gonna look at this article, and I don't really care right now. Business economy, that's the right date? Okay, so we're just gonna go to Wayback Machine and read some New York Times without paying for it. People really, really like archiving this page. That's weird. Let's go back a bit. Let's to an earlier one. That's frustrating. What the fuck? Well, I'm finding this fascinating. Is anyone else? Oh no, the Wayback Machine's going down. Oh no! Literally as I try to look for it. Greenspan sat in front of Congress and he said his ethical system had an error. And it was beautiful to watch. Because he was a true believer in this idea of this laissez-faire capitalist system. And he was just like, it's not the case. It turns out people will happily burn down the house if they can make money off the ashes. And that was the case of the 2008 financial crisis. That's what it was. It was simply greed beyond words. And no one cared. Wild times, man. I'm just want anything to be up here. Still nothing. Let's see what our friend Trump is up to today. Yeah, we know. That's great. Oh, for fuck's sake. I mean... if shit is funny, it's a Nazi salute, Tom. It's been fun. Enjoy. It's a Nazi salute. It's hilarious to do Nazi salutes. Is not really a position I'm gonna allow as a thing. No, Tom's timed out. Tom ain't coming back. He won't be happy. He doesn't want to be here. If you have any semblance of a rational experience in your body, the idea of doing a Nazi salute at a presidential rally when you're the most powerful man in the world is not funny. This Elon clip is confirmed real. Here's CNN Live.
It happened. Thank you. And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you. And And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you.
That's I will happily entertain kind of a lot of political positions, actually, because ultimately my thing is I want less suffering, and I want to move towards a semblance of universal suffrage as a thing, which is not more suffering, despite the name of it, but it's the emancipation of people. I want people to feel free. I want people to be comfortable in their lives, and I want power to be gone. I'm sick of it. But a Nazi salute is not just a joke. A Nazi salute is making a joke about literally some of the worst people that have ever existed and their ideology. You're not making a general joke about being in bad taste about this or that. It's not dead baby jokes or any of that. At this, you are absolutely just adding to the worst parts of any of this. That's it. It's Nazism. So nope, won't tolerate that. I will have lots of tolerance for a lot of different stuff, but there is no joking about that. It's it's not. There is a line for everything, and this is where you get to the Sam Hyde level of like, ha 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 ha, it was funny. He gave 2 back-to-back Nazi salutes. Well, let's take a look. Yep, he did it twice. So, that's the end of that one. So, is he doing it to meme or not? Do you know how little that matters? Again, I'm not going to tolerate it from anyone on my side of the aisle. The idea of shitting on, oh, look at how hypocritical they are. Well, they say this. Oh, do they not understand? That is the equivalent of, we're just joking, bro. I don't care. I have no interest. The actual thing that happened is 2 Nazi salutes back to back. As a thing. There's no way he doesn't know what he's doing. He knows exactly the setup. This is 100% the world we're in and the people we're up against. Yeah, I just, there's no... See, and then these awful humans. Last beast supremacy. He's not autistic. I refuse that diagnosis that he's done himself. That's lying in order to fit in with the group. He doesn't have that. He's just a huge asshole. Yeah. So that's where we are. That's where we are. Yes, and there's Hillary waving, Kamala waving, and Elon Musk doing the movement just because it's a similar. See, this is what they do. It's amazing. They don't care. Again, but here's the problem. They don't care. So here's the funny thing. The way that Nazis exist, we used to kill them, and it was allowed. It's actually really still allowed. The peace treaty was with Germany, not the Nazi Party. Fun fact. So there's a lot of confusion there. But the reality of Nazis is that they killed millions upon millions upon millions of people, destroyed an extraordinary amount of hope and life and land, and set back an extraordinary amount of human history. And their work also ensconced 2 of the more terrifying powers that they were opposed against instead of fighting against it. The U.S., absolutely, I'm glad the U.S. and the USSR defeated the shit out of the Nazis. they didn't go on to free the world. They decided to enslave it in different ways. Not quite as brutally and not quite with as much murder, mostly. But this is who we're up against. And none of the old tools are going to work. I said this last time, and I will say it every day until we start figuring out what it means. But any political action that existed prior to yesterday is useless against whatever the fuck this is. There is no, do you understand that he's doing the Nazi symbol? They don't care. They don't care. They don't care. Enough people don't care that it doesn't matter. And if they do care, they don't care. It's a fascinating thing. We can't point out hypocrisy. We can't scream evil. We cannot play modern. We can't. We've got to move forward and create new ways to resist, new ways to fight, and actually implement real change at a local level. There is nothing else. King Salmonfish, you've been lovely, but I'm actually a little freaked out by your messages. As happens. We get them sometimes. But this is where we're at. This is where we're at. This is where we are. It's as this moves forward, the type of people who will jokingly do Nazi salutes twice in a row at a presidential inauguration are going to be in control of what happens to the poor, the indigent, the migrant, the marginalized, but not just them. The normative, also, the white cis men are not going to have a great day. It's not how it works across the board. It's going to be shifting all of this. And the only way to shift and fight it is to make new things, to do something different. I'm just, oh fuck, the sounds came through. If you can hear me, let me know to turn it off. I don't mean to do that. This is not an ASMR channel, and I have no interest in people, I don't know, jerking off to the sounds of my eating or whatever the fuck happens on those. So I'll mute myself. I apologize. And it's delicious. Burgerville we have in the Pacific Northwest. I grew a lot of In-N-Out I had when I was in California. In-N-Out's fantastic. Burgerville, all local ingredients, all local everything. It's fucking great if you ever get a chance. It's really good. But this is going to be a long 4 years if we don't do something. And I'm already hearing rumblings that AOC's being put in place. And I got to tell you, she's probably the person to do it. She's, at this point, started to understand the actual workings of the old guard, but I think she still has enough of the new guard. We'll find out. But it doesn't matter because she's not the hero. The hero doesn't exist. There is no great man, no great woman. No one is coming to save us. No one is coming to save us. No one is coming to save us. You need to get involved in your local politics, and we need to work together to decide how we can move forward by doing new things, new forms of resistance, and new elements of all of it. I am just painfully, man, that Nazi salute set me off. That's a lot, man. I don't care about this. They're going to start doing the separations again, and it's like, great, this is child stuff. Yeah, the Heil, that's, wow. This is, If you want to know what resentment means politically, just go to Twitter. It's just going to get worse. This is how you light monsters. I feel like this was touched up by AI too. It's just a terrible image. It's just it's just, this is this is how you light monsters in movies. It's not bottom light, it's bottom front light. It's a very specific nuance. It's tough. If you do bottom light, then that's kind of, it looks like a flashlight with a little kid, like, ooh, I'm the leprechaun joke kind of thing. But if you do front and down, then it's as if hell has opened up. That's what you want. This is not even the real Donald Trump. It has a blue check mark. I mean, this is America. I've been working on a video where we feed people in need globally. If any of you wouldn't mind donating $1 million to help us feed more people, I mean, the world would be pretty pleased. I don't even know how to mentally handle this right now. I think that fucking Nazi salute, I think, fucked with me really bad. What did the CEO of Google do? Yeah, and all the ultra wealthy got together for Trump. I know, we know. Arrest who? Oh, that's nice. The port of entry in El Paso, Texas was closed by police, which means it was local. That's locals. Yeah, at least Biden pardoned Peltier. I opened my stream with it, and it will be the only way I survive this, I think.
Beyond this point will result in the arrest, prosecution, and possible application of force. Advertencia. Esta es una área restringida federal. Fuera de los límites del personal.
So this is the governor of Texas, or the city of El Paso, decided to just do this without Trump's order. Again, this is why executive orders are not going to matter as much. Tim Apple, because that's what Trump thought he was called. All the jokes, ha ha, ha, and then all of it doesn't matter because it's still going. It's still happening. And yet we still have no... Well, they changed the font. It's worse. Right? Am I wrong in that? The font is worse suddenly. Look how tall and thin that is. What a terrible choice. Oh, this is offensive. Now it's offensive to read. You generally don't want to have a stretched font. If you've got a title at the top that you want bigger, you want bolder, taller doesn't help people read it better. People tend to separate out letters by the spaces between them. The taller things are, the more indistinguishable those spaces are, so it makes it harder to read any specific letter quickly. It becomes frustrating to people, especially if you're using a serif font, which they fucking are for some reason. I mean, I know why, but still, Jesus Christ. Nothing happening. All right. Yeah, as if it's 200 executive actions first day in office is what they're claiming. Anyone seen one? What's the schedule? When do we? The trial of lunch and presentation for each front side of the Capitol, where they review military troops. The presidential parade, we're past that. Oval Office signing ceremony at the White House should be happening now. Then Rascal Flatts plays. Oh my God. The Village People, Rascal Flatts, Parker McCollum, Nelly, and Gavin DeGraw. Did Snoop go live? I didn't see any comments about Snoop, and I was waiting for it. Or did I already miss it? I haven't seen it. I've been waiting because I think that'd be just a great general response. Yeah, the YMCA. It's Trump's favorite thing. And what's hilarious is the guy who's like behind who owns it. He totally is like a conservative lunatic and refuses to talk about how the YMCA or the Village People at all are like gay icons or how they were gay icons, because they were gay icons. Now he really leaned into it for a long time. Now the YMCA is about, fucking other dudes at the YMCA. Yeah, it's Trump's favorite song, and he dances to it, and I would show you, but the guy is deeply litigious, and copyright strikes and shuts down streams that even play the song without permission, because he's a psychotic. No. Nothing new. What? There is. Yeah, it's fine. Like it's. So he announces intermediate. We might start getting some shortly. We might start getting some. But maybe not. Maybe not. So, I actually don't know what to do. I was expecting, and I think I can't be alone in this. I was expecting 200 edicts today. It's 5 p.m. his time, and aside from the fact that he is sundowning, it is sundown. And this would be the wrong time to have him sign stuff, but apparently this is when they're doing it. Let's keep that one open. I think. I'm just going to keep that one open for a bit. Still live. Attending the presidential parade, which is still going. So the parade is still going. They haven't even stepped outside of it yet. Good Lord. Yeah, I don't want to get copyright struck. Thank you very much, military band. You do your thing. You're obviously lots of people really, really excited to be there. This is going to be a long, long time. I'm going to take a break, use the bathroom, finish eating, and I'll be back shortly after this. Let's see. Let's get a different song playing for y'all than the normal one. I have a lovely little ditty that I asked AI to make, and I didn't think it could, and I thought you might get a bit of a kick of it. Let's see. Let's swap out. Apparently that's not working super well. That's fine. Let's see. Well, we're going to take a moment break, and I'm going to step away because I need to relax for a minute and wait for the next thing, I think, at this point. We'll play both of these, and we'll get that open in. Yeah, that'll be good. Let me just go ahead and we'll pop back. I'll be back in a moment. You'll hear the songs playing in just a moment after I get it going. Generally, I'll type in the chat. We'll keep it going. It'll be nice. We'll yeah, everyone should go grab some food, take a break, walk around a little bit, and then I'll return in probably 5 to 10. I don't want to shut the stream off, but 5 to 10. Before I go, as always, if you like what I do, if you want to support, you can always join Patreon, patreon.com/DGQC. You can subscribe, you can add a membership, you can do a super chat, and I appreciate all of you who have today. But if you really want to join, if you want to help, join the Discord. The Quarantine Collective works very particularly in trying to figure out new tools. That has been our thing for a while now, and we're starting to sort of hone in on how we can be doing that. But we need people, bodies, voices, all that fun stuff. So please join us, discord.gg/DGQC. And hey, while you're doing it, you might learn some theory and other shit, which can be really fun. But you'll hear a new song in a moment, and it is 2 bits. It's 2 of my favorite things. First is Anti-Oedipus, and the other is one of my favorite bits from Alice in Wonderland, which is The Walrus and the Carpenter. I asked AI to make 1930s jazz versions, like big band versions of both of those. We'll see what you think.
Anti-oedipus, silver, silver. Wishes after tell if any pings. I can't go like yellow. In the agent bites the whistle. Birthright.
Here I go, anti-oedipus.
Yes, it's a William Brixit one these days. So it's still some after.
Here I go, anti-oedipus.
Oh, ho.
It functions everywhere, sometimes without stopping, sometimes discontinuously. It breathes, it heats, it eats, it shits, it fucks. One mistake ever said the it everywhere. It is machines, not at all metaphorically. Machines of machines with their couplings, their connections. An organ machine is connected with a source machine, one emits a flux which the other cuts. The breast is a machine that produces milk, and the mouth a machine coupled to that one. The mouth of the anorexic hesitates between an eating machine, an anal machine, a talking machine, a breathing machine, deeper machine, asthma, attack. This is why we are all tinkerers, each with their own little machines. An organ machine for an energy machine. There are always flux and cuts. Judge Schreber 5 has divine rays in his ass. Solar anus. And rest assured it works. Judge, Screamer feels something, produced of something, and theorized about it. Something is being deduced effects of machines, not metaphors. Of the schizophrenic. It's a better model than the neurotic lying on the couch. A bit of fresh air relationship with the outside. Take the stroll of Lenz into the outdoors. It is different from moments when Lenz finds himself with his good pastor, who forces him to situate himself socially in relation to God, in relation to Father, in relation to Mother. On the contrary, he is in the mountains under the snow with other gods or without God at all, without family, without father or mother, with nature. What does my Father want? Can he give me better? Impossible! Leave me alone. Everything is a machine. And three celestial machines, the stars are rainbows, alpine machines, each coupled with those of his body, noise machine. Uninterrupted, idle instrumental. It must feeling of endless bliss to be in contact with the profound, life profound to every form. To have a soul for the rocks, metals, water, and plants, to welcome into oneself, as in a dream, every element of nature, like flowers that breathe with the waxing and waning of the moon. Och det landskap gissets where, what the die die multidodging net, in the replies. Krongas can be a chlorophyllin machine or a photosynthesis machine, or at least slip his body as a part into such machines. Lenz put himself before the distinction of man nature, before all the identifications that this distinction conditions. He could not experience nature as nature, but as a process of production. There is no more man nor nature, only process that produces the one within the other and couples the machines together. Producing machine, desiring machine everywhere, schizophrenic machines, all generic life. Me and not me, exterior and interior don't mean anything anymore. That was me, anti-Oediping. That was me, anti-Oediping. The desiring machines. Machines.
The sun was shining on the sea, or shining with all his might. He did his very best to make us see the billows smooth and bright. And this was odd, because it was odd, the middle of the night. The moon was shining sulkily, because she thought the sun had got no business to be there after the day was done. It's very rude of him, she said, to come and spoil the fun. The sea was wet as wet could be. The sands were dry as dry. You could not see a cloud because no cloud was in the sky. No birds were flying overhead. There were no birds to fly. The carpenter were walking close at hand. They wept like anything to see on earth such quantities of sand. If this were only cleared away, they said it would be grand. F7 maids with 7 mops, he swept it for half a year. Do you suppose the walrus said that they could get it clear? Ooh, I doubt it, said the carpenter, and shed a bitter tear.
Oysters, come and walk with us. The walrus did beseech. A pleasant walk, a pleasant talk along the briny beach. We cannot do with more than 4 to give a hand to siege. The eldest oyster had looked at him, but never a word he said. The eldest oyster winked his eye and shook his heavy head, meaning to say he did not choose to leave the oyster bed. Trees. Their coats were brushed, their faces washed, their shoes were clean and neat. And this was odd because, you know, they hadn't any feet. 4 other oysters followed them, and yet another 4. Thick and fast, they came at last, and more and more and more, all hopping through the frothy waves and scrambling to the shore. conveniently low, and all the little oysters stood here and waited in a row. The time has come, the walrus said, to talk of many things, of shoes and ships and sealing wax, of cabbages and kings, and why the sea is boiling hot, and whether pigs have wings. But wait a bit, the oysters cried, before we have our chat. For some of us are out of breath, and all of us are...
It's fantastic. I got to tell you, it's one of those things that is fascinating. I saw the comments. I also hate that I actually enjoyed it. I experiment with a lot of these ML systems because I do believe the tool set ultimately is there to enable, not to take over creative processes for the most part. And so a lot of it is like this. I would never, nor could I. I can't pay someone to make a version of this song. It's totally outside of the realm of that. But it's Walrus and the Carpenter is phenomenal, and it's just poignant. If you don't know Walrus and the Carpenter is a thing, you should. You should. It's. Thanks, buddy. Dexter has decided to play Minecraft behind me, so you can see. So if you hear screaming and yelling at chickens or whatever the fuck else is happening, you understand why. Walrus and the Carpenter is about the carpenter and the walrus, who's ostensibly businessman capitalist. It is straight up anti sort of everything thing. It's pretty incredible. I've always really enjoyed it, and I highly suggest you check it out. Walrus and the Carpenter. Great poem, great setup, really good. The lyrics could be reworked. I mean, yes, I literally copied and pasted the actual Lewis Carroll piece, which is, as much as I love Lewis Carroll, his writing is, we'll say, difficult these days. I have an annotated Alice that I read to my kids all the time, and it's a lot more explanation than I want to give on some of that stuff. But yeah, Disney did the thing. They actually did Walrus and the Carpenter, which is great. So it's actually in there mostly. They left out some of the more explicit bits, and they kind of made it more fun than intended. But the idea is that you're taking the poor huddled masses who will listen to you, and you basically serenade them with nonsense, so they'll continue to. It's time to talk of this, walruses and things. Well, I like that thing about the sea boiling hot and whether pigs have wings. Pigs don't have wings. It's nonsense, and it's intended to be like silly fun talk that continues to distract until the walrus eats you. And of course, the proletariat alongside the working man, the working class, who's there because he's, oh yeah, we're going to do this, and then he gets fucked out of everything. There's not that that's like a perfect thing in every single way to what we're talking about. Secret Agent N, thank you for the $5. Am I optimistic she'd be an active agent for positive change? Yes, but again, she is an agent for positive change. It's important when we talk about this, the idea of the great man needs to go fucking away, great woman included, a great person. There is no such thing, and this works on every level. Trump is not a great man, nor is any of these people. Bernie was not a great man. No, they're good men or great or whatever personally, whatever you want to call them. The great man, as I'm using it as a term, is this idea that a single person changes the course of time. This is not a thing. This has never been a fucking thing. Presidents don't really even do this. Presidents are manufactured by their world into the position they're in. They are manufactured by the political forces and powers. There is no freedom at the top to do whatever you want. That's not how it works. That's not how it's ever worked by any king or anything, let alone president of an ostensibly democratic country or a dictatorship. Feel free to ask, well, there's a lot of dictators you can ask about how it turned out when they decided to do anything they wanted. They've got to do what the people want. And again, so there's no great man. If we're going to be successful, we have to understand that. And we have to basically do what Bernie said from the beginning. He's like, the election of me, if I get elected, that's just the first day. That's just the first day. That's when the work starts. The election, getting elected, is not the hard part. Everyone seems to think it is. And the disillusionment around the Bernie or busters or anything that happened was incredibly silly, because even if Bernie won, things weren't going to change that day. They aren't. And we need to be aware of that. So I think there's a lot of people in the Democratic Party who could be agents for change in that position and who can build things in the right direction. But we need to, if we want things to go in a better direction, we need to make them happen. And we can't do it through normal organizing anymore at all. At all. And what fraction of super chats do I receive? Not enough ever, but every dollar does help, and I appreciate it. Patreon is better if you're looking for a recurring thing, but a couple bucks always helps. Dexter needs his Minecraft. Mark's right. Bernie had no movement in Congress, unlike FDR. Spot on. It's one of the things a lot of people don't understand is FDR had basically built, because he was a Roosevelt. His Teddy being president beforehand wasn't the same thing as like George I and George II. These were men separated by decades, yet brothers. And the amount of political capital the Roosevelts built up and how he built up by doing what he did, but not just him, his wife, Eleanor, extraordinary work politically, genuinely extraordinary work politically. The two of them were a powerhouse when it came to manipulating and controlling Congress and getting things in where they needed and utilizing that power forward. They were amazing at it. Genuinely amazing at it. But, so also, did you like anti-oediping? It's one of my favorite. I can't believe it turned out as well as it did. These AI systems are like, they kind of terrify me because, again, they make basic stuff. It's not actually that good, or like in terms of like being interesting. That's one of those like, the world of music or the world of anything, when you're talking about like, oh, I'm going to do a version of this song in this style. That's cute, but it doesn't have to be necessarily a good version of it. You can do, for example, Lounge Lizard versions of a lot of songs, but Richard Cheese does really good ones. And there's a difference there. There's a gulf. AI will be able to do this. They won't be able to do that, where they make the leaps, where he takes Metallica's Sandman, and the version he makes that's like a retro Lounge Lizard throwback is Sandman Give Me a Dream. And he marries them, and it's amazing. That stuff, AI won't make those leaps. It doesn't know how to make connections or any of those things. So it's really interesting, that setup. Again, these things turned out better than I thought they would. It's kind of amazing, to be frank. But let's check on these presidential actions. Yay. Yay. Oh, wow. Nothing. Fucking nothing. Amazing. Oh. Yeah. Oh, God. All right. We don't have much to go on today. We don't have much to go on today. We can bitch about all of the different people he's picked. That's all he's done so far. There's nothing going on. We can make comments on Elon Musk being a Nazi. Is anyone here surprised? No one here is fucking surprised at all. There is nothing interesting going on. This is actually kind of amazing. Presidential parade is still fucking going.
Music.
It's just so fucking tiring to watch. And it's all this pomp and circumstance garbage every year. Whatever, who cares? No one cares. No one cares. No one cares. No one cares. Well, you're very sweet, Dexter. No one cares about the stuff I'm looking at because I'm wasting a lot of time looking at it. Let's see what we've got today. Hey, Dex. Remember, quiet time. God. Let's see. Yeah, I know. It's fine. We're just looking. This is. So, Doge has already been sued multiple times before the ceremony has ended. This is what all of this is going to be. This is just going to be endless lawsuits and covers and bullshit as they basically loot our government and destroy all of the safety nets that we've built. But again, I do think that it will yield problems for them. Mario's brother type problems. I think that'll come. The case is led by progressive consumer watchdog Public Citizen, American Public Health Association National Security Counselors, public interest law firm. They seek to block co-heads Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy, who has been, by the way, removed from it, from moving forward or coordinating with a new administration. Musk and Ramaswamy have pledged ambitious plans to cut $2 trillion in government spending. What the fuck? Wait, what is the 2024 federal budget? They're actually wanting to do the thing, bring it in line, the budget, and remove the budget deficit entirely. Good God. Let's talk about economies. Does anyone want to talk about economies? Economies is fascinating. Economies is a fascinating thing, really. The U.S. has a currency that they print. Businesses don't. So comparing them is for toddlers. That's your lesson for the day. That's all I've got for you. That's all that they don't work. They don't go together. Feel free to, if anyone's got a thing to talk about, but I do not at this point. The immigration app has been closed. We knew that was coming. But again, where did this happen and how did he do this? I need to understand how this works. Because there hasn't been the presidential moment. There hasn't been a written thing. We're looking at it, right? So to shut this app down, where did this happen and how? Who's doing it? It's not Trump. Trump didn't do any of this stuff. I don't understand how did he close it? News is delivered there. Trump how is this communicated? How does our government work now? Like, the orders are supposed to be written and sent. They usually pop up on Biden's, the president's thing. Trump did this the first time around even. How did he shut down the immigration app, and why do they say Trump shut it down? I know he wanted to, but to actually shut it down means that the person who hasn't been committed, there's no secretary involved here. Why? How did this work? So this just means that the people who work at Customs and Border Patrol, who run the app, wanted to shut it down, knew it needed to be, just did it, and they're saying Trump said to do it. But there's no point. He did. He hasn't been able to do that today. He hasn't stopped doing these things, and there's no one who's legally authorized to do that in his place, because he hasn't, made it to the White House. He hasn't started signing these things. There hasn't been these edicts. How does this work? Right? I mean, I'm not nuts to wonder that. Child labor at slaughterhouses spotlighted by 3 settlements this week. That's another Republican fun thing, child labor in slaughterhouses. Yeah, this is just, no one cares. So how is this supposed to work? How does this work? I didn't see it on his page. This was what I was talking about last night. So, once upon a time, let's talk about this article. Once upon a time, you would have to source. Okay? A source is the thing itself. So for this, Trump shuts down immigration app. It would be the edict. It would be the memo. It would be emails. It would be anything. To say Trump shuts it down is a particular claim that you have to set up. They used to do this by sourcing. There's no link here. None. Instead, what happened is it's just down. The app's down, and people are very upset. And so they go, well, that's obviously Trump did that. That's it. There's no primary source here. There's no way to know where this came from. So this is the primary source. Newly sworn president said Monday will declare he will. Again, this is not, he said this in his speech. He didn't give an edict. This is not. Will declare illegal immigration at the U.S. border a national emergency, send troops, and ramp up deportations for criminal offenders. And he outlined it in his address, said he would invoke a 1978 wartime law known as the Alien Enemies Act, which is insane. Again, as a thing, if you're all for freedom, you do not want to go back to a law that was written to eliminate French people. That was it. A legal authority used to detain blah blah. It last used to detain German, blah, blah, blah. Trump said he would designate criminal called terrorism for all of this stuff. U.S. Borders Authority said they had shut down outgoing President Joe Biden's entry program. See, this Trump didn't do this. They did this without him, and Reuters gets it right. This is how you're supposed to write an article. This is how fucked we are. This is how you're supposed to write the article. U.S. Border Authority said they had shut down outgoing President Joe Biden's CBP-1 entry program, which had allowed hundreds of thousands of migrants to enter the U.S. legally by scheduling an appointment on an app. Existing appointments were canceled, leaving migrants stunned and unsure what to do. Trump recaptured White House, blah, 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 as a thing. But this is how you write it. In several Mexican border cities, migrants saw their appointments canceled just after Trump took office. Some 280,000 people had been logging the app daily to secure appointments as of January 7th. A group of migrants here. It's basically talking about all the people that this completely fucks and ruins their lives. Good job. And yeah, there's more targeting. This is how you write it. Trump didn't do this. Customs and Border Patrol did this. And this is a change. It's an important distinction because, again, there's this great activist that came out of Russia. I need to remember her fucking name. And she said the challenge she has now, and this was 15, 20 years ago, is that the way the press writes about Russia is they write about Putin. Putin did this, Putin did that. Not Russia did this, Russian did that. And she thinks there's two sides of it. One is that there's like the good-natured, they don't want to blame the country for what a man is doing. But a man isn't doing these things. Russia at large is. When you say Putin does all of these things, you build a mystique. You build an idea of a man and you feed into it. You help build the narrative that they are trying to build that is, again, incommensurate and nonsense, but they don't care. They don't care. It's fascinating. They did what they knew they'd be able to do. They eliminated a program that they were against. CBP is notoriously ultra nationalist right wing. It's actually a recruiting ground for neo-Nazi and Aryan Nation and Aryan Brotherhood parties and gangs for a reason. Like, they're awful. They're racist almost across the board. I know good people in the spot, for sure. There are good people doing a lot of these works. But they also hate that they're a recruiting ground for fucking skinheads. So, that's fun. And again, we just sit and wait for more of these, and there's just fucking nothing coming at all. Inaugural address shows up. What do you need help with, buddy? What's wrong? Oh, here. Are you looking at yourself again? Yes. Well, because you went into a different viewing mode. Sorry, everyone. One moment. Say hello, Dexter.
Hello.
Wait, why is that doing? Let's see. There. It's a whole thing. Steam Deck. Now I'm out of focus. See how awful that turned out to be? That was a bad move on my part. Let's refocus this. Steam Deck, wonderful thing. Amazing device. But anything that's not like Steam native is a fucking nightmare. And Minecraft is like top of the list. Like, you want a tough thing to fucking launch on Steam Deck, get Minecraft. Either one, but Java edition, because it's a fucking Linux deck. Get that running. Try to get Bedrock. Feel free. But it's just a nightmare. It's like you have to do stuff in the Linux operating system. You have to have Prism running, and then on top of it, you have to like remap everything. It's just a fucking nightmare. So it's like, because it's not a native Steam app. It's a Microsoft app. And you can't use Microsoft Launcher on it because it's not Windows. It's Linux. It's blah, 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 blah. So it just sucks. It just sucks. It sucks. It's great for, I will say this, for anyone who is or going to be a parent. All of the parental control mechanisms in the world are terrible. I've been building websites and video games platforms for 20 years for kids. I did Lego Star Wars stuff. I did website stuff for Star Wars, for Avatar, for all this stuff, and games for all of them. And I can tell you right now, all of it's terrible. Nintendo's like almost the worst. Steam fucking nailed it. And I just am stunned by that because it's ostensibly, I would put it at like, not at the bottom of the list because I don't think they're usually bad, but I wouldn't put them that far ahead, but it's the best system. So if you want to be able to actually, manage what your kids are able to see, given everything else on the Steam store, you know what I mean? You know what's on the Steam store? You know what's on the Steam store. Yeah, you do. You want to be able to manage what they can see, what they can play, by game, how much time they can play each game. Like the ability to have minute details. It's kind of amazing. And they did a really brilliant job with the setup and how easy it is and how it works with your Steam account and the Steam apps. It's they did a really good job with it. Because Nintendo did not. If you block the ability for him to purchase things, blocking purchases doesn't stop him from using all of the Nintendo coins that he's gotten. So he ends up with like a bunch of shit on the fucking Steam store that he downloads. And you don't even want to know how that turns out. God. I'm having my probiotic about a year and a half ago now. I was in Portugal, got the worst food poisoning of my life. Turned out to be gastroenteritis. Completely ruined my internals. No good for anyone. It was one of the more expensive meals I've ever had in my life. So I got expensive gastroenteritis, probably the best I've ever had. And then I had to be on a flight the next day. Don't do that. Don't do that. And we are very close to just turning this into a video game stream at this point, because this is embarrassing. This is just embarrassing and just shit like wall to wall at this point, right? I have no interest in learning any of this stuff. I want you to just, what are you passing? How are you passing it? What are your actions? And nothing. Still fucking nothing. But stuff's happening in the background. We're watching. It's not Trump doing it. But things are just happening. Anyone want to explain? Like, I feel... Oh, no, your food is great. Don't worry. I went to... I don't want to name the restaurant. It was amazing food. It was amazing food. But everyone got violently ill. And one guy, he had a flight like 6 a.m. And we got home really late, and he on the way home had to stop and pull the car over and just everywhere. And then everyone else was there for like 2 more days, and then it just went, all of us, it was awful. It was awful. But Portugal is beautiful. I adored it. But still, it is what it is. But we're waiting. There's nothing happening. Nothing happening. It is an astonishingly nothing happening stream. Still live. Yay, Trump. All right, let's no, not play Minecraft, Dexter. Biden inauguration schedule. Shall we? No, I don't. I want Biden's. See. Can't. There we go. Well, fine. We'll just do Wikipedia, I guess. God damn it. Organizers, theme and programming, planning. I just want to know. Yeah, the night before things sucked. And then the music playlist, you had a bunch. Virtual concert, Sunday before. This was the day before, all that fun stuff. And then... Oh, it was COVID, different beast, hard to measure. I'm sure Obama had some big extravagant thing. Let's actually play Minecraft. We had a QC Minecraft server for a little bit, and we may do it again. I ended up kind of just being alone in it for a while. We had a handful of people who played on occasion. Then we had a Rust server, which was pretty great, a satisfactory server, because I was a little addicted to that. But it's, yeah. I don't think they lied. I literally think that he's just got like an auto pen ready. And as soon as this is over, they're just going to publish a bunch of stuff in the website. That's why they're fucking with it so much. Because they keep publishing stuff and setting it up and putting it in. They're just getting everything ready for this sort of push for all of these presidential actions. We may not see it right now. We may not. Let's see if Nick is still live. See if anyone is. We can annoy some people maybe. But I don't think so. I think it is just going to be me today, which is funny. Queenman's live. Oh, Lord. Yeah, there's a lot of drama stuff happening today, which I am not jazzed about as a thing. Drama ain't my bag. Sorry, everyone. Drama ain't my bag. Let's watch what is being called the highlights.
As we gather today, our government confronts a crisis of trust.
It looks fuck. It just looks so fucking.
For many years, a radical and corrupt establishment has extracted power and wealth from our citizens while the pillars of our society lay broken and seemingly in complete disarray.
There's no audio? Really? You're lucky. You're welcome. This is the one thing I could appreciate about Trump. The one thing I could appreciate about Trump is he's a showman. The one thing. And I would be lying if he didn't occasionally make me laugh. There's when he stood on stage with all the other Republicans and he said, "Of course all of you take bribes. I've bribed you." It was cool. He was able to respond. He was emphatic. That was that was eight years ago. I got banned from Twitter for saying this, and we'll see what happens on YouTube, but the glory of time is that there is no way to buy more of it.
As we gather today, our government confronts a crisis of trust. For many years, a radical and corrupt establishment has extracted power and wealth from our citizens while the pillars of our society lay broken and seemingly in complete disrepair.
It's really...
We now have a government that cannot manage even a simple crisis at home.
You still can't hear anything? Wow, really? Wait. It shows
while
like
at the same time,
it shows it's screaming at people. Oh, audio's fine. Good.
I'm stumbling into a continuing catalog of catastrophic events abroad. It fails to protect our magnificent, law-abiding American citizens, but provides sanctuary and protection for dangerous criminals, many from prisons and mental institutions that have illegally entered our country from all over the world. We have a government that has given unlimited funding to the defense of foreign borders, but refuses to defend American borders or, more importantly, its own people.
Biden had more deportations than anyone and more encounters at the border is not a Biden problem. That's from outside. But he did stop more people at the border than anyone prior to him, and actually outdid Trump significantly. Significantly.
Our country can no longer deliver basic services in times of emergency, as recently shown by the wonderful people of North Carolina, been treated so badly. And other states who are still suffering from a hurricane that took place many months ago. Or more recently, Los Angeles, where we're watching fires still tragically burn from weeks ago without even a token of defense.
This is the fun part about how they talk, and it's important to notice it. Because again, we talked last night about what it means to be non-modern and modern. This is the modernist position. The idea that we can defend against nature, that it is separate from us. But at the same time that they do that, they also create hybridizations of these things that they utilize and deploy elsewhere. The LA fires is a phenomenal example of it. The reality of the LA fires, just so you know, is this is what happens. Like this is a thing. And there's a very good chance this was all started by rich kids in the hills with fireworks that the police wouldn't do anything about because their parents were connected. Just so you know, the underlying story of people of what the police are saying right now around the town. So that thing that's happening is wild to say that they did this without defense. But he can do that, separating it, and he can shit all over first responders here. There's a lot of first responders, a lot of them putting their lives on the line in California, in LA, and have been for weeks. And he can shit all over them by saying they're nothing. They're all fine with it. Because, again, it's the separation and the hybridization of this is literally what Latour was talking about.
They're raging through the houses and communities, even affecting some of the wealthiest and most powerful individuals in our country, some of whom are sitting here right now. They don't have a home any longer. That's interesting. But
That's interesting that a rich person's home burned down. I love it.
Can't let this happen. Everyone is unable to do anything about it. That's going to change. We have a public health system that does not deliver in times of disaster, yet more money is spent on it than any country anywhere in the world. And we have
I love it. Public health system, more money spent anywhere in the world.
An education system that teaches our children to be ashamed of themselves in many cases, to hate our country despite the love that we try so desperately to provide to them. All of this will change starting today, and it will change very quickly. My recent election is a mandate to completely and totally reverse a horrible betrayal and all of these many betrayals that have taken place, and to give the people back their faith, their wealth, their democracy. And
he's like, he used to be entertaining, and now he's like just a fat-faced loser. And it's really an amazing switch. He had charisma. He had the ability to turn it on. He had the ability to talk quickly and talk shit and do all that stuff. But he's a fat-faced loser now. Like, it's really weird to watch.
And indeed, their freedom. From this moment on, America's decline is over. Our liberties and our nation's glorious destiny will no longer be denied, and we will immediately restore the integrity, competency, and loyalty of America's government. Over the past 8 years, I have been tested and challenged more than any president in our 250-year history, and I've learned a lot along the way.
Dominic says, still thinking about yesterday's stream where you said that the presidency would be the first postmodern. I read somewhere that Reagan, Thatcher, and John Paul II could be considered beginning. The 80s would be like, so if we go by how Jameson talked about late-stage capitalism and what postmodernism is, which is a cultural symptom, not like a movement or belief structure, but the symptoms of a culture. It's the movement beyond modernity. The shift that we saw in the 60s to 70s is what Marx literally said would happen, and he's not alone. Other economists talked about that this move towards privatization basically doesn't have an end, that there's this hill you climb up where you have a whole bunch of really great success, but at some point, as you start squeezing every dollar you can out of anything, the state has to step in order to make sure that people don't rise up and murder all the capitalists. So they make life more enjoyable. They create some regulations, not all of them. They work with some money, not all of it. They put in a minimum wage, not a great one, but they do enough that people don't rise up and kill all the capitalists. Otherwise, they'd be doing that shit all the time, because they'd be like, we're going to pay you in Tesla dollars that you can only spend on Tesla cars. That doesn't work. That'll be it. But so we can't have that, so the state comes in. But that hill crescendoed with, honestly, what we started to see with the deregulation movement, with the pro-business movement, with the general push as we started exporting jobs. And in the 80s, Reagan was the king of this. I mean, we had Bill Clinton following that was called the first black president. If you weren't alive, I am not fucking joking when I say that. I'm not joking. He was called the first black president. So like the beginning of all of it is absolutely in Thatcher and Reagan and the absolute breakdown of the public sector, because the public sector is a shared code, shared narrative that all of us can take part in. And the UK, anyone in the UK who's watching this fucking knows exactly what I mean. The NHS, the health system, for example, health.uk.gov, right? All the shit you guys have gone through in order to maintain that has been picked apart and is continuing to be, because they have to pull more money from somewhere. There has to be capital that can grow. It has to take these things apart. But it's a shared point of pride. It's very tough to get rid of some of these programs, but not in the US, because we didn't have them to start. And we turned them into racial things, and it became this whole other thing. So Reagan's a start, but the end of it, I mean, we couldn't have had a better end of that Reagan beginning of this than Joe Biden. I mean, honestly, I don't know of a better president to lead into this than that. He was horrifying president, and useless and kind of just there, and very much stuck to the old liberal order. He was that thing. So Trump now just obliterates it by stepping in, and this is just a rambling bunch of nonsense. And we knew this going in. It's not a shock. It was fucking, of course he's going to just blather nonsense with all the bronzer in the world to hide the fact that he's old as fuck, and it's amazing. Like his eyes are like falling asleep. It's incredible. But this ain't Donald Trump as we knew him 8 years ago, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. None of this matters. None of this matters.
The journey to reclaim our republic has not been an easy one, that I can tell you.
Yes, Olivia. Exactly.
Those who wish to stop our cause have tried to take my freedom and indeed to take my life. Just a few months ago in a beautiful Pennsylvania field, an assassin's bullet ripped through
a Trump voter's bullet,
my ear. But I felt then, and believe even more so now, that my life was saved for a reason.
Sure.
I was saved by God to make America great again.
I do want to go back just a minute, because these people, all of these people in this front row right here, okay, Kamala, Biden, awful human being, Vice President ineffectual and shitty fucking ex-first lady. These people are the reason that this is here. These people and the way they ran their campaigns. Specifically, this one and this one. Hillary did this. Bill did this. They set this up and they put this in place. Never forget that.
Thank you. Thank you.
God, Melania's a fucking cold cunt.
Thank you
Do you
very
see
much.
this? You see this fucking, she can't even like move. She's just basically plastic surgery. If you didn't know, Trump hates plastic surgery is the thing that he says. I think he just hates cheap plastic surgery, right? This is the first lady. She doesn't even have eyes in this picture. Doesn't even have eyes in this picture. Incredible.
Thank you very much. That is why each day under our administration of American patriots, we will be working to meet every crisis with dignity and power and strength. We will move with purpose and speed to bring back hope, prosperity, safety, and peace for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. For American citizens, January 20th, 2025 is Liberation Day.
The sea of symbols that these people live in, you can't allow yourself to be caught into it. That's it. I mean, this is how the walrus gets the oysters. Talk of finer things. That thing that he's doing there. That's it. That's the setup. All the insanity, all the garbage, all the stupid crap that he's saying. Okay? We talk of shoes of ships, sealing wax of cabbages and kings, and why the sea is boiling hot and whether pigs have wings. To join in that conversation is to be the oyster.
As Commander-in-Chief, I have no higher responsibility than to defend our country from threats and invasions, and that is exactly what I...
Gaming Goo, I don't know who you're responding to. If you're just complaining out loud, it's probably fair. But if you're responding to something I said, you should, yeah.
I am going to do. We will do it at a level that nobody's ever seen before.
That's right.
Next, I will direct all members of my cabinet to marshal the vast powers at their disposal to defeat what was record inflation and rapidly bring down costs and prices.
Which they can do very little about.
The inflation crisis was caused by massive overspending and escalating energy prices, and that is why today I will also declare a national energy emergency. We will drill, baby, drill.
We drill more. Again, we already drill more than anywhere else in the world. This is specifically because a handful of people who've given him a bunch of money, we know visited Mar-a-Lago multiple times in the last few months, and literally gave a fuck ton of money to his campaign and then this inauguration and have invested in his other businesses. They want to go drill to pull oil out of the ground to enrich themselves quickly, which is not something, if you have any semblance of long-term understanding of energy rights or how this could work, is not something you want to do. We don't want to produce more energy than we consume. We are. We're producing an excessively large amount of energy. We produce more oil than we ever have. Period. That's not including gas or coal. All these awful other things, or solar or geothermal. There's a billion other things. None of those are interesting to him because he just knows that a handful of people want to make a lot of money in the next few years. What you want to do is you want to let Saudi Arabia and everyone else dry themselves fucking out. Like if you're this thing that he claims to be, he's not. But if you claim to be this, that's the strategic move. Let them dry themselves out, and then you have all the oil. But it doesn't even matter at this point. Not really. Like it's insane. Again, the record high inflation that was COVID. Was COVID. And then since then it's dropped to I think 2.6% versus Trump's 2.4%. Ooh. It's like it's just stupid crap. Like across the board. All this is just stupid crap. Again, discussing it and joining it is just joining the message. It's playing along, it's dancing with them. It's all lies. It's all lies.
America will be a manufacturing nation once again, and we have something that no other manufacturing nation will ever have, the largest amount of oil and gas of any country on earth, and we are going to use.
I just want to, just because, again, why these things don't matter. So, hey, look, the United States overtook everyone in the world in 2018. That's under Trump. Fair. But, like, we only lowered production because of COVID and no one was driving, right? And now we produce even more again. This is crude oil. This is like pre-refined shit. This is like we produce more than anyone else. Than any nation at any time for the past 6 years in a row. So, to say we will, let me just...
America will be a manufacturing nation once again. Drill. The inflation crisis was caused by massive overspending and escalating energy prices, and that is why today I will also declare a national energy emergency. We will drill, baby, drill.
We're producing more oil than every other country in the world, and it's an emergency. An emergency. Now let's. I actually don't know the following thing. Let's find out. U.S. gasoline, U.S. oil consumption. Because that's 14 million barrels a day, 13 million barrels a day per day. Let's find out. So average about 25 million barrels, 20.25 million barrels of petroleum a day. It's about, there we go. Petroleum per day. Wait. I just fucking hate, I hate these math. This is just terrible. Okay. The AI shit is always crap. So, petroleum consumption equaled about 20.28 million barrels a day. So we have a 6 to 7 million barrel deficit that's there. But this includes 1.17 million of biofuels, which has nothing to do with oil or drilling, as a thing. That's great. Fuck, it didn't even occur to me that it wouldn't. Yeah, wait, that actually makes a lot more sense. So the source of the million barrels development and the percentage of each sector. So it's transportation and industrial. We have distillate fuel oil, hydrocarbon gas liquids. These aren't even mostly. This doesn't help me. So like half of these things are like this has nothing to do with oil consumption. How much oil do we consume is what I want to know. It says 19 barrels a day, but when you include, if you're going to include biofuel, which is ethanol, which isn't even derived from oil, why are you saying that's oil consumption? See, I fucking hate how statistics are done now. It's so crap. Canada's the top source. 1.8 million barrels. Mexico, Saudi Arabia, Nigeria, Venezuela are numbers 2 through 5. One more and a half. What is this? Some of the oil. When was this written? Just like some of the oil. 13 million barrels this last year. All right, Department of Energy, petroleum consumption. Okay. There we go. Thank you. This is what I was looking for. So, Jesus Christ. Well, we don't really have a deficit, I guess. Wait, that can't be right either. That seems insane if that's the case. For consumption and trade from 1949 to 2023, consumption has risen fairly steadily overall, no drops. Starting with the economic recession, consumption, petroleum imports peaked in 2005, has been declining largely because of increased domestic production. In 2020, the United States became a net exporter. Jesus Christ. So these we don't have the numbers for that yet, but given the upswing and what we know of Biden, these matched up. Like we're a net Jesus Christ. So we now are actually supplying the world with oil. Why? Why? It's not even that expensive of a commodity. Like why would you do that as a capitalist? Just children. Did I see the ADL tweet yet? Colm, I don't know if I want, I don't. Oh my God. The ADL is giving the benefit of the doubt. The ADL. But perhaps we need to give the benefit of the doubt. Now, if you use the word Zionist, it's clear that you hate every Jew that ever exists, but 2 Nazi salutes at a rally in front of Republican right-wingers. Let's not leap to conclusions. Please, let us not leap to conclusions. Again, don't believe anything. Don't care about any of their narratives or their stories. Ever. Give them nothing. Nothing. And just 22 hours before his post, maybe we just need to let's not give people a break in this time. Fucking. Thanks, Coley. God damn it.
America will be a manufacturing nation once again, and we have something that no other manufacturing nation will ever have, the largest amount of oil and gas of any country on earth, and we are going to use it. We're going to use it. A short time from now, we are going to be changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, and we will...
We have the largest amount of oil in any country, except for Worldometer saying we're number 11. Venezuela seems to be doing okay. Saudi Arabia seems to be doing okay. In fact, we have very little in comparison. It would behoove us, because economics lesson time. I know it's fun. We don't get to do these often, and people don't know these words because no one who streams has ever really fucking had real work. Fungibility. You know what fungibility is? And I'm not just talking about tokens. When something can be swapped for something else without anyone giving a shit. It's called fungible. For example, if I'm buying a pound of bread flour and I'm going to the store, do I care if I get the bread flour to the top of the little dispenser thing, the middle, or the bottom? It's fungible. No one gives a shit. Oil is fungible. It means that the oil that Venezuela pumps works pretty much as well as anything else for anything we're doing. Doesn't matter. Venezuela's oil's oil. Water tends to be water. See, this is fungibility. When you have a resource that is a fungible resource but does deplete, the thing to do is to not deplete it. Instead, to know this finite resource in the world that is fungible, but it is finite, means that at some point, there's going to be desperation around the thing. If we only have 35 billion barrels, and we go through about billion to 2 billion a year, and that only increases as we get going, but we start exporting it. We've got 15 years, and then we're out. Then what? No, really, what then? Well, then we're at the mercy of buying it, and we're dependent. Now, these guys up here, they could produce an obscene amount. We're producing almost 1.5 to 2 billion barrels a day. They could do that, and it would take 150 years for them to get past it. That's kind of incredible. These guys, too. All of these guys, in fact, could just pump silly amounts, and it would take more than my lifetime. But us, nope, that's actually in my lifetime we could run out of gasoline and oil. So what you do is, you don't. The 12 people who will actually come out making money by drilling for oil, and it's 12 people, it's a bunch of jobs, short-term jobs, not long-term good jobs, short-term jobs that go the fuck away, and are seasonal anyway and super dangerous. No, those jobs don't matter. The people who actually make money, the 12 of them who have the oil company or the investors of that oil business or the larger sort of portfolio of companies that do this, they'll make a lot of money and we'll run out. And then we'll be fucked. We're not making America great again. We're expensing out American resources for the rest of the world. We're fucking America. He doesn't give a fuck about America. He does not give a fuck about America. Literally the land, the business, the people, the money, the capital, the investments, the long-term stability, doesn't care about any of those things. Again, he's dead soon. He doesn't really care. He just wants to be rich, and he wants people who are giving him money to be rich. And those people who are giving him money want to just drain the shit out of it, and us to have they don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck. Why would they care if suddenly gas is $100 a fucking barrel, $100 a fucking gallon for us? They don't give a fuck. They don't care. They'll be able to afford it, or they won't live here. They'll move overseas because they don't give a fuck. This is how it works. They don't care. Remember, they don't care. They don't give a fuck about America. He doesn't care about America. Like, give no room. They are not patriots in any semblance of the way. There's no narratives to buy into here, period.
Restore the name of a great president, William McKinley, to Mount McKinley, where it should be and where it belongs.
That's so pathetic. That's like super pathetic.
President McKinley made our country very rich through tariffs and through talent. He was a natural businessman and gave Teddy Roosevelt the money for many of the great things he did, including the Panama Canal, which has foolishly been given to the country of Panama after.
Like all of them agreed to.
The United States. The United States,
what?
To the country of Panama after the United States. The United States, I mean, think of this, spent more money
His dentures are coming out.
than ever spent on a project before and lost 38,000 lives in the building of the Panama Canal. We have been treated very badly from this foolish gift that should have never been made. and Panama's promise to us has been broken. The purpose of our deal and the spirit of our treaty has been totally violated. American ships are being severely overcharged and not treated fairly in any way, shape, or form, and that includes the United States Navy. And above all, China is operating the Panama Canal, and we didn't give it to China, we gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back.
They're not gonna, like, it's gonna be this is gonna be so fucking weird to watch what actually this shit is and how it works. It's just not how this works as a thing. Also, the tens of thousands of lives that were lost, not ours. Like, I want to say most of those were the French who started trying to do it, like before we even went in there. Like, there's a lot of shit. McKinley, fucking Mount McKinley, like, what the fuck? Like, this is one of those things that's like, wait, why did we, is this I think Trump was even alive when this happened. It happened like right before he was born. Like, this is not like a name of a thing forever. I don't even know. This is fucking, it's so weird to watch.
In recent years, our nation has suffered greatly, but we are going to bring it back. And
yeah, why would you even want the canal zone back? If you haven't watched what's going on with the Panama Canal, they're fucked. Panama Canal's fucked. And they're having to go through a lot of problems because the boats basically have become almost too big. And there's actually not a lot of need for it in the same way. Suez exists, which enables another way to go all the way from China to Europe, around there, or around to North America. There's just no need. There's just no need. People have stopped using the Panama Canal, like in the same way that they used to. It's a completely different beast. It's very strange. Very strange.
And make it great again, greater than ever before.
Yeah, it's a Yarvin thing.
We will be a nation like no other, full of compassion, courage, and exceptionalism. Our power will stop all wars and bring a...
I like that. That's good. That's funny. Not intentionally, but that's funny. We'll be filled with compassion and exceptionalism. I am exceptionalism.
A new spirit of unity to a world that has been angry, violent, and totally unpredictable. America will be respected again and admired again, including by people of religion, faith, and goodwill. We will be prosperous. We will be proud. We will be strong, and we will win like never before.
Yeah, I'm sure.
We will not be conquered. We will not be intimidated. We will not be broken, and we will not fail. From this day on, the United States of America will be a free, sovereign, and independent nation.
I'm sure.
We will stand bravely. We will live...
other than what we are now, which is... I love it. I love it. The way that they talk about... Again, narrative doesn't matter. They're postmodern. We're in a postmodern world. They put us there. We're done. It's game over.
Proudly, we will dream boldly, and nothing will stand in our way because we are Americans. The future is ours, and our golden age has just begun. Thank you. God bless America. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
I kind of want to watch this at some point soon. Because if he does do any of those fucking stupid things he's wanting to do today, which I know he's dying to do, if we actually get any of these fucking things in there. Where is the White House crap? Presidential actions. What are the bets? Is there anything? Uh-oh. Browser crash. There it goes. And we refresh. Yeah, there's just nothing still happening. It's amazing. It's this fucking, what a weird fucking day, man. Running out of room. All of this stuff, there we go. Yes, it's the same exact thing that Hillary did for the same exact reason, doing it twice, both ways, hitting the chest first. Yep, totally not the Nazi salute. How proud he is. God. The beauty of the thing where he's basically bought his way up in video games is it's what he did with his entire life. And it's kind of amazing when that happens, that you find like this microcosm of he pays people who went before him to do the thing that he then claims he did himself. Every one of his companies, every one of his things is that. It's kind of miraculous as a thing. So it's kind of like, okay, this is what we're doing today.
For the most part, they didn't do stuff wrong. You take a look at what went on, and look what happens in other parts of the country. In Portland, where they kill people, they destroy the city, nothing happens to them. In Seattle, where they took over a big chunk of the city, nothing happened. Minneapolis, where they burned down the city, nothing happened. Essentially nothing happened. All they want to do is go after the J6 hostages. A 76-year-old grandmother was arrested the other day.
He called them the J6 hostages.
She was looking, I think because she was looking at the Capitol or something like that. No, we're not going to put up with that crap anymore. And to stop the weaponization of law enforcement, I've been investigated more than any human being in the world. I believe I have the all-time record. Every day a subpoena. Every single day we get subpoenas. I was more than any person. Alphonse Capone, remember I used to talk about it? Now, Alphonse Capone, Scarface, he was a pretty rough guy. He was investigated about 1/100th what Trump was investigated. My father's looking down at me, my mother, how the hell did this happen? You know what it is? They investigated their political opponent, the opponent of Biden, and then ultimately Kamala. Has anyone ever heard of Kamala? We had to beat two opponents, you know? We had to beat Biden, then we beat him. Now he goes to the top. The guy was like 39 points down. I think I could have beaten Trump. They should have left me and I would have beaten. Now, his debate performance wasn't the best, right? That's what killed him. And then they had to change, and that's like you get into a fight. The great Dana White spoke last night. We love Dana White, right? UFC. That's like he puts in two fighters, one of them's getting creamed, getting really beaten, and they say, all right, take him out, let's put somebody else in to finish up the fight. That's what they did to us. They gave us somebody new, but we took care of both of them. So we beat actually two opponents. But to stop the weaponization of law enforcement and our government, I will also sign an order directing every federal agency to preserve all records pertaining to political persecutions under the last administration, of which there were many, and beginning the process of exposing any and all abuses of power, even though he's pardoned many of these people. Can you believe it? He's pardoned them. You know why he did it while I was speaking? Because that way I couldn't speak about it. I was speaking. I didn't know he did it. I finished my speech, and they said, sir, he pardoned his whole family. I said, ooh, can I go back out there and talk about it? Somehow that wouldn't be very elegant. Our First Lady would say, please don't do that. But we have plenty of time to talk about it, and we will. We're doing all of this on our very first day in office. You know, don't forget, we've been in this position, really, where we won the primaries in record time. We were the fastest win of a primary ever in political history, which is a very nice thing. It's nice to know. Well,
that's not a
the
thing.
second election was rigged, so we knew we were doing well. And if it wasn't, you know what? If it wasn't, I would have never run. But this third one was just a monster. Boy, was that a big one, huh? That was a big one. When the second one, we got like 10 or 12 million votes more than the first one. How about that? We did great on the first one. We did much better on the second one. But bad did we do well in the third one. So we're gonna have some fun. It's very simple. We're gonna make our country great. We're gonna make our country great again. We're gonna make America great again. How good a name is MAGA, though, right? You know? I was going to say keep America great, but unfortunately it wasn't great. Can't say keep it great. It will be great again. But CAG, keep America great, CAG, I don't think it's ever going to replace MAGA. Does anybody like CAG? I don't think so. It's never replacing
Amazing.
MAGA. Nothing will ever replace MAGA.
Just,
MAGA was the most successful.
see, how incompetent as politicians do you have to be? This beats you.
Country, maybe in the history of the world. Let's see what happens. Because we're not finished yet. We're not
What the
finished
fuck
yet.
is...
We got a long way to go. But we're doing this in the very first day in office, and in just a few moments, I'm not only signing the release of the J6 hostages, I'm signing other things that you're going to love. Oh, you're going to be happy reading newspapers tomorrow, and the next day, and the next day, and the next day. So I just want to thank, I mean, look at this place. It's full to the rafters. You don't have any, look at those people up there. You don't have any empty seats. And by the way, the Capital One owners, they are so good. We got to root for their teams because they have been so great to MAGA, to us. And I just want to thank Ted and everybody. You guys have been fantastic. And the ice hockey team's doing great. Ovechkin's pretty good, right? They're doing great. So I want to thank them, Capital One arena owners. They have been absolutely fantastic. And thank you once again to everyone. And I can only tell you, you're going to be very happy. You're going to watch a lot of good things happen. We got to stop some wars that are happening and going on. Some stupid things are happening. The war with Ukraine would have never happened, and it has. As you know, Israel would have never been hit on October 7th, and none of you would be up here. None of you would even know anything about this tragedy that you're going through right now. But Iran was broke. Anybody that bought oil from Iran, they couldn't do any business with us. You're not going to do business with America. China passed, everybody passed, they were broke. They didn't have money for Hamas, they didn't have money for Hezbollah. And your sons would be alive, and they certainly wouldn't be incarcerated like they are. It's a shame, but we're getting a lot of people out in a short period of time. So I'm going to go right over to here, and I'm going to sign in front of you. Is that okay? Good.
None of it is real. It's amazing to me. The manufacturing level, the way it doesn't matter, how little the narrative matters in any way. It's extraordinary. They're standing behind him, and I recognized a couple of them. I'm going to guess the rest are the same. They're families of the Hamas hostages. And he compared them to the J6 hostages, as he calls them, which are, people in jail.
Oh, if you want me to, sir. Why don't you say what I'm saying? Sure.
There we go.
The first item that President Trump is signing is the rescission of 78 Biden-era executive actions, executive orders, presidential memoranda, and others.
They don't even know what the 78 things are, and they're cheering. I love it. They don't give a shit. Again, narrative doesn't matter.
Thank you. The second item, President Trump, is a regulatory freeze, as you announced in your speech, preventing bureaucrats from issuing any more regulations until we have full control of this, the government and this administration.
This is Federalist paper shit. This is wild. This is the Federalists. This is 2025 shit. No new regulations. Which is literally how those bureaucracies work.
Thank you, sir.
So there's no regulation now.
The next item, sir, is a freeze on all federal hiring, excepting the military and a number of other excluded categories, again, until full control of the government is achieved and we understand the objectives of government going forward.
I want to read the language of these so much.
Could you imagine Biden doing this? I don't think so.
Sir, the next item, as you announced in your speech, is a requirement that federal workers return to full-time in-person work immediately.
Cheering that is so amazing to me. Like, how fucking pathetic do you have to be to cheer that?
Thank you, sir. Next, we have a directive to every department and agency in the federal government to address the cost of living crisis that has cost Americans so dearly.
Which they can do nothing about. Because they can't do new regulations. Like, there's a beauty to this, right? You can't do any new regulations, but you must address these things. Huh. Oh yeah, because they don't care. They don't care. They don't give a shit. These things can be conflicting, and it's amazing.
The next item here is the withdrawal from the Paris Climate Treaty. Yes, sir.
J.D. Vance looks like the kid next in line for cake.
We're going to save over $1 trillion by withdrawing from that treaty.
It's just not true either. It's not true at all. There's nothing. There's nothing there. It's amazing.
And the next item, sir, is a letter that will be transmitted to the United Nations explaining that we are withdrawing from the Paris Climate Treaty. Thank you, sir. This next item is a directive to the federal government ordering the restoration of freedom of speech and preventing government censorship of free speech going forward.
Oh, fuck. They should add that to the Constitution.
And lastly, sir, before we go back to the Oval Office to sign a large number of other items, is a directive to the federal government ending the weaponization of government against the political adversaries of the previous administration, as we've seen.
I don't think these needed to be presidential declarations.
Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it.
I don't think almost any of those needed to be, like the Paris Climate Accord thing. Yeah, I get that. He did it before. We done did that, whatever, back and forth. I mean, cheering for it is, again, childish and hilarious. And then he throws the pens out because ultimately it's a merch play. This is great. I love it. This is wonderful. This is America. This is America. This is America. And I'm not gonna, because I'm sure there's music that's about to play or gonna play. It's great. Yeah, the t-shirt bazooka is exactly what I was thinking too. Like, this is so awful and pathetic. It's amazing. But again, half that shit didn't even need to be edicts. Like, not weaponizing. There was no edict to weaponize. That's not a thing. So to de-weaponize just is like, hey, stop those investigations into people I like. That's written in a thing is kind of funny. Hey, people who are on my side politically, stop all investigations into them. It's pretty cool. And here is someone who just, wow. Can you imagine being her? Woman of color, married to J.D. Vance in this administration. Love it. Especially after just getting rid of anyone else. Like, it's amazing. These people are just something. And none of it matters. And now they're all excited. They're getting their photos. And people do this with people. Happy day. Nothing exciting there. Nothing exciting there. So let's see if the White House has decided to... What do you think? Do you think, what are the chances the White House has decided to actually put these things up? No? Maybe? Oop, this browser is starting to crash like a fucking... Alright, we're gonna switch this up for a second while I fix the browser real quick. God damn. That is not good. That is not even a lot of tabs in the browser failed. Arc. Shame. I appreciate it for a lot of what it's trying to do, but... Oh, and it just reopens the same tabs. Maybe there was a fucking JavaScript thing or some shit running in the background. All right. Now we go back. Go doomp. Go doomp. Yep, there's nothing there. No, there is. And we're going to be talking about White House. There it is. All right, let me readjust and get this back into the right shape for everything. Because I don't want to cut any of this off. This is just going to be Photoshop fodder. I'm going to have fun with that in the next couple days, I think. But here we go. America's back. And let's go see if they did anything. I bet you they didn't. Here we go. Finally. Finally we have... Oh, Lord. Okay. We're going to read through all of these and find out how they work and what they're set up. Some of this is silly. But again, I want to read the wording because legal language matters so fucking much in this, it's hard to even talk about. So the initial rescissions of harmful executive orders and actions, whatever, it's fine. There's a whole bunch of stuff. The previous administration embedded deeply unpopular, inflationary, legal, and goddamn, I love the language of this. Basically, blah, blah, blah. Okay. This is where we have fun. Here are the things we actually... I need to make tea. I need to make tea because this is a fucking conversation. And finally we get to do the thing I've been wanting to do all fucking day. It's fucking 5 hours. That's 5 hours. I've been waiting for this just to be able to read this. Let's see. Here, I'll do... let's see. What can we do? What can I do? I know. We'll do, I'm just going to go get some tea. Back in a moment. See you in a moment. All right. If I can endorse tea. Stephen Smith Tea Maker. Wonderful stuff. If you get a chance. Portland local. I'm a sucker for it. All right. We're going to go through each of these executive orders, and we are going to mark out if something sucks or not. Because I don't know if I care about half this shit. I really don't. Because, again, Biden sucked. I don't know if I care about undoing his actions. But there's a lot of stuff that's, like, I think, weird here already. So let's start this. The Advancing Racial Equity and Support for Underserved Communities, Executive Order 13985. I got to tell you, I know it's old practice, but archiving executive orders online, that'd be cool. I want the language. I don't want to read Wikipedia on it. I want the language. Since it's gone forever. Okay. We'll just go with this. See, EEOC, which it obviously has to do with, charge the head of each agency to consult with the Assistant to the President for Domestic Policy to plan for addressing, 1, any barriers that limit full and equal participation for underserved communities and individuals seeking to enroll for access to federal benefits, services, and programs, and any barriers that limit full and equal participation for underserved communities and individuals seeking to take advantage of agency procurement and contracting opportunities. This isn't DEI. This isn't DEI, you fucking moron. Okay. Let's say we have a government program. Let's say my government program is grants for college, right? Now, there's a lot of things that stop people from getting grants for college. A lot of stuff. But specifically, poor people have a harder time getting grants for college, if you didn't know. They do. That's the problem. That's why we need grants for college. Poor people. People who have barriers to get there. For example, they don't have the right recruiter. They don't have the right line. They don't have the right information. They don't have access on the internet. Things like that. The job of that specific group is to go look for barriers to ensure underserved communities and individuals are able to enroll and access benefits that they're entitled to. These are actual entitlement programs. This is not hiring people. This is, hey, Social Security. There are people who can't access it because they're illiterate. They don't speak English, but they've paid into it. They're American citizens. This happens. There are people in the hills of Appalachia. I probably have fucking relatives that this fucking applies to, who don't have, because of one reason or another, the ability to go get their benefits. The VA is a great example of this. There are a lot of people in underserved communities who have a lot of barriers to getting there. Transportation being a huge one. A huge one. This is not DEI. This is, hey, we need to make sure that everyone who's entitled to these entitlements can get them. Go find out what's stopping them. That's it. It's advancing racial equity and support for underserved communities. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's what he got rid of. That's the first one. What a huge pile of shit. Oh, I know. Oh, I know. The executive order works. My wife's coming in with a note. The executive, I know. She's trying to help. I just get frustrated with the Wayback Machine. You didn't see earlier. I fucking spent like 20 minutes trying to get this one New York Times article. It wasn't 20 minutes. I just get angry. This is so the first one is not it. The first one is something that ostensibly Republicans should be for. Veterans getting care. This stops that. Good job. Good job. This stops them from having to look for barriers for veterans who need care. Good job. That's what they start with. Wonderful job. Okay. Executive Order 13986. I think my wife is going to end up being correct that this is where I have to go, but we'll find out. Oh, good. Federal Register. About time. Wait, what the fuck? Yeah, this is the decennial census. It's unlawful and decennial. This is. I'm going to have a stroke reading this one. By the authority vested in being president, we have a long guaranteed nation's inhabitants, representation, House of Representatives. This is the census thing, but what is the problem with it? What does it do? 14th Amendment of the United States 2A, the Title Code required the apportionment base of each state for the purpose of reapportionment of representatives following decennial census include all persons whose usual place of residence was in the state of the designated census state regardless of the immigration status. Yeah, this is the depersoning. So, the census, here's a fight the Republicans have been, these people, these racist pieces of shit, have been having for years. Hey, do we count black people? They used to really want this, by the way, because what they wanted was humans to be counted who didn't have the power to vote. That's why they wanted black people to be 3/5 of a person. This is where the compromise came in. And so they would count everyone, even non-citizens, slaves, and those people would go to how many senators, how many congressmen, how state houses would be, where representatives would be distributed, all that fun shit, right? How many electoral points, all that. This thing, these people were all for because it kept the racists in power. Then they shifted it and it became actually we count only people who have votes. We're giving everyone votes. And here they went, well, actually there's 11 million illegal immigrants in this country and they're in those areas. They live there. There are people who live there. By the way, this includes children. Children, by the way, are counted on the census as a thing. So it's not just illegals, but it's people who don't have full citizenship or reached age of majority. They live there. We need to count them because there are that many people who are being cared for and taken care of in these areas. If there's one person but 50 illegal immigrants in a building, you can't just count one person. That's an apartment building. It's important that we count the real number of people that are there because that's how we apportion everything. This is the numbers on the census. This determines everything about the place. They don't believe that these are people, though. So this makes sense. I get it. This is what they want. This is their setup. So it was removing the ability for immigrants to be counted on the census if they don't have citizenship, which is fascinating. I want to go back. I want to check one more thing. Because I think this doesn't even count. I think they were counting it's green cards. This is everyone who's in the process. I think this reduces us back to citizens, which is interesting. I thought they would have made exceptions for green cards or maybe not. Interesting. Executive Order 13987. See, Biden signed literally all of these on the same fucking day. Biden couldn't have done this. These people are amazing. They're amazing when they talk like this. I love it. So the second one, it makes sense they'd get rid of. First one still is absolutely insane. We'll do Wikipedia. That's fine. Organize and mobilize the United States government, provide a unified and effective response to combat COVID-19. How relevant is this to get rid of? So White House, the COVID response team, which is no longer a thing. What the fuck is this? Come on, take me to the page. There you go. Wayback Machine. Organizing the White House to combat this just changes the organization of the White House, combating this. Preparing to respond to biological threats and pandemics. Why would you want to get rid of this? Do you not believe in bio-warfare and terrorist attacks? I would feel like you would, especially since you think COVID was made in a Chinese lab to attack us. Why would you not want to keep that? It's national biodefense preparedness, notwithstanding statements from national security. This is just as a preparation document. It doesn't actually have any power. Weird thing to receive. Again, they're just getting rid of shit across the board. Preventing commenting discriminations on the basis of gender identity or sexual orientation. Oh, that's a fun one to get rid of. That's going to be a fun one. Fuck. We're going to start hitting a wall of things that make me depressed suddenly. Yeah, I think that last one is definitely a virtue signal for the RFK people to be like, no, we're doing it. We're getting rid of COVID-19 was bad. Like, what we did was bad. It was no good. It was bad. And I think that's the rub. Boop, 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 boop. That's a big set of logos there, guys. Come on. All right, okay. Every person should be treated with respect and dignity. We know they don't agree with that, so this makes sense to get rid of already. Head of each agency shall, as soon as practicable and in consultation with the Attorney General, review all existing orders and other agencies. Also consider whether this is just, hey guys, take a look at if you're doing stuff that's discriminating or not. It doesn't have anything else besides that. Well done, well done, well done. Again, just another nothing fucking order. Ethics commitments. Oh no. This will be a fun one to get rid of. This might make my day that they got rid of this. There's an ethics pledge. I recognize that this pledge is part of a broader ethics and government plan. They have a pledge they have to take that refuses these things. So here are the things that are explicitly going to be done in the Trump White House. Absolutely going to be done. They will accept gifts from lobbies and lobbyists. They will be accepting gifts from lobbyists, straight up. They will, immediately following, after their appointment, immediately participate again in the private sector. They want the revolving door. And they will immediately become a lobbyist. Excellent. So now we know how they plan to do stuff. This makes sense. Golden parachute. They will accept and will love to accept any salary or cash payment for payment which is limited to individuals accepting a position in the United States government. Yeah, they will take bribes. Great. They will not assent to enforcement. They don't give a shit about laws. They don't have to care about laws. It's amazing that they actually got rid of that. This is, I mean, it's good to know. They will accept all of these things. Outfront corruption. Cool. So they're going to do all of those things. Good job. I like that. It's good to know. See, that one I'm for him getting rid of because, yeah, you should have. We know who you are. Why would you pretend otherwise? Immediate review of agency actions taken. This is the anti-Trump agency to undo Trump stuff. He's undoing the undoing of Trump stuff. That's all that is, which is just redoes the Trump stuff. But also the other laws were undone, so he still has to do new laws and new edicts. So that's fine. This is the revocation of Trump's bullshit. Revision of civil immigration enforcement. Yeah, this is 13993 was just sort of a moderate shift in Trump's policy for immigration. Equitable pandemic response and recovery was about making sure that poor communities also got theirs. We know Trump doesn't care about poor people. The pandemic testing board, again, we can get rid of this. COVID-19, we haven't cared about for years, and we don't want to even pretend that it's real. It's still killing people. It is. And there's more. There's more. There's more stuff happening. It's great. It's exciting. It's a fun time. It's a fun time. We're all degenerates. We don't deserve the same rights as the rest of us. Really, Jim? I mean, you're the one who... Really? You guys fuck kids. Like, you're kid fuckers. Really? Like, you put a kid fucker in the presidency. Like the guy who's the most Epstein-y. That's what you did. I mean, it's fine. This is who you want to be, and this is who you believe represents you. But I don't think that's fair to say that we're the degenerates when you fuck kids. That's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. Kid fuckers, man. They're all over the place. Revocation of certain executive orders concerning federal regulation. That's, again, undoing Trump's thing. Revision of similar immigration. We've gone through these. Improving and expanding access to care treatments. Protecting. These are COVID-19 things, which I don't even know if they matter anymore. So yeah, that's a fun one to get rid of, though. That's a fascinating one. Because this is actually... I thought this was good policy. So, I mean, again, he's trying to get rid of the Department of Education. So, don't let a troll introduce you to going team mode. I'm okay with it once in a while. I'm in it for once in a while. But that's fair. That's fair. Good Earl Grey. Basically, the Secretary of Education shall, consistent with law, provide with the Secretary of Health and Human Services evidence-based guides to assist states and elementary schools in deciding whether and how to reopen. This is COVID-19 shit. Good COVID-19 shit. It was basically a policy, but again, this is all just COVID-19 unnecessary shit. COVID-19, protecting federal workforce was COVID-19. What is this one? The country in uniform. What does that mean? What is this policy? This one was after. God, Biden did so many of these fucking things. All Americans who are qualified to serve in the armed forces should be able to serve. The all volunteer force. Oh, this is the trans women and everything. So it's rescinding that so trans people can't serve in the country in uniform. Don't defend this country. 14,006, reforming our incarceration system to eliminate the use of privately operated criminal. Yeah, no, Trump's super private prison. Super private prison. And this was Biden trying to, like, he's still private prison. But this was Biden, like, pushing them out. Trump's going to fucking just turn that on the gas on high. It's going to be a wild thing. It's going to be a wild thing to see. So that's going to be private prisons. They're back. Great. Council of Advisors on Science and Technology. This is the elimination of the Council of Science and Technology. Hilarious that he's getting rid of that. Climate crisis, not a shock that he's getting rid of it. Strengthening Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act. He does not care about these things at all. 1 second. Yes, Dexter, how can I help you, my friend? What happened? Happened? Seems like you can. Seems like there's a...
Can't control.
Oh, that's because the HUD went away. Yeah, it's a whole thing. You don't know what HUD is yet. You're a little young for that. But anyone who's listening to me right now who would be very aware of what HUD is knows how much that sucks. And the HUD sucks. And HUDs are a pain in the ass. So, God, I don't even know what you did. This is a whole thing. You may have to take a break for right now, and I may have to come back and do this later, bud. Or you can play with all the lettering on there if you handle that. It's Minecraft. Say you click the fucking wrong things, and it does just the weirdest dumb shit. It's wild. I don't care. He's been hanging out. He's been saying hi to everyone. He's just screaming from the side. This little, you can see underneath this little, that'd be the Dexter. Strengthening Medicaid and affordable care. He doesn't care about those things. But I want to know specifically what it's weakening, because this is one of those things that Biden did that was, Biden tried to bring and restore Obamacare. He wanted a big thing. That's right, Dottie. That's my dog. Policy in the 10 years since enactment, reduced blah, 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 special enrollment period, COVID shit again. Secretary of Labor, Secretary of Policies, Practices, blah, 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 blah. And revocation of action. See, this is what that is. That's fine. That's fine. That's him just going back to the way it was right before. And it's all COVID stuff. We aren't in COVID right now, so I'm not too having a heart attack about any of this stuff, nor should anyone. So far, nothing is like wild. Homeland Security, Justice, promulgate joint relations, clarify the definition of particular social group. That can't be fucking what this is. Address the causes of migration. This is the thing that they got on Kamala for doing the, being the czar, border czar, which isn't even a fucking thing. But this is the framework to address causes of migration, manage migration throughout North and Central America, provide safe and orderly process. They just got rid of this. They don't give a fuck about learning why any of this happened. That's that. It's over. That's fine. Again, this isn't even interesting stuff for Biden. Biden, it's not like he was using this shit to do interesting things at the border or change policy. So whatever. These are, again, 99% of the stuff so far is just like stupid. It's weird, the first one to get rid of, because it's like, that's about making sure that veterans are able to get care when they're in difficult communities. And I would think you'd want to care about veterans. But then, I mean, they don't care about anyone. So to be fair, that's fine. Establish an interagency task force on the reunification of families. Well, we know that they don't care about that. And also it's a little beyond that. We've done the reunification thing. This was in response to a Trump policy. That's fine to get rid of. It's not a big deal. Most of these, again, are the vast majority of executive orders that are issued are, we'll say, timely, but they have an expiration date, right? There's a day where it's like, hey, we've got this thing we want to do. We want to fix, I don't know, orderly processing of asylum seekers. We want to fix that. That doesn't go for 4 years. At some point, they've kind of stopped trying to fix it, or they've done their thing, or they've implemented a couple things, and the executive order doesn't get rescinded because who gives a shit? It's done. So most of these that are being rescinded are that. It's like going over someone's shopping list from like 4 years ago and saying, well, you're not getting this time. It's like, what? Establishment of interagency task force on the reunification of families. We just said that. Restoring faith in a legal immigration system, strengthening integration and inclusion efforts for new Americans. That's a streamlining of the immigration process. Again, obviously Trump doesn't give a fuck about any of this stuff. They don't care about any at all. They don't give a fuck about any of this. This is a huge fucking list. Rebuilding and enhancing programs to resettle refugees and planning for the impact of climate change and migration. There's like 10 words in there we know they don't believe in. But also, it's not like, again, Biden did anything with it, so who gives a shit? Establishment of the White House Office of Faith-Based and Neighborhood Partnerships. I got to know what's wrong with this. Because I remember not liking this idea. Faith-based and other community serving organization. This was the continuation of the George Bush thing. This is like, hey, the president and his group, they want to meet with community orgs that are faith-based to work with them to do charity work and lead policy and to do things. Why get rid of this? What in there is, this is literally what Trump wants to do. Because, yeah, it's an amendment to Bush's executive order 13279. This was like infuriating when it landed in 2001. I remember this. This was the push of like, no, we want to work with churches. We want to work with these things. And it's like, why would you get rid of that? Like, I don't give a shit. No one really cares. This is a stupid thing. It's like, but you literally are about churches. Why is this being eliminated? There's nothing in here that I can see that's like jumping out at me. That's like, I mean, why fucking so weird? And again, it's just very strange. That one's a strange one. I'm gonna have to come back to it. I like finding strange ones. It's confusing. Revoking presidential actions. They're revoking the revocation. Promoting access to voting. We know that's the thing that they don't want to do. But here's how, again, this is the stuff they're getting rid of. You should know what it is. Voting access to voting. This is not going to be the wording. Promote access to voting includes using agency resources and premises to support voter registration through approved nonpartisan organizations, which lack any center or right of center. When you're the Heritage Foundation, yes, you are not going to find a lot of people who are what you consider to be center or right of center. When you're the Heritage Foundation. Concerns of bias is part of it. Oh my God. There's this weird thing. Republicans did this a few years ago, if you remember, with Obama with Acorn. Did you know that most community organization groups are run locally by leftists? In general, you'll even find that the religious people have distinctly leftist takes in a lot of ways, because that's who does this. Conservative reactionaries don't do this. They don't organize for voting. They don't do this. It's sort of intrinsically a revolutionary thing. Hey, we want everyone to vote as much as possible. We're going to bust people in. They're happy to pay other people to do that, but then it's, again, a different beast. So the actual promoting access to voting, agencies like Acorn, they tend not to be actually left-wing in their actions, but they are filled with lefties. They're filled with progressives, and they're filled with extreme right-wingers. It's kind of a weird leap, but they don't have a lot of center-right. So yeah, they're going to have a lot of orgs that are what the Heritage Foundation doesn't like. Shocking. Shocking. The Heritage Foundation? No. Even NPR had to do an article on it. This was this last year. Wow. Oh yeah, this has been part of that push. I remember this now. It's another attempt by the Biden administration to tip the scales ahead of 2024. And it's like, what the order has done, however, is not satisfied its supporters. Yeah, that is Biden. That's Biden. This sentence has not satisfied his supporters would basically be everything about the Biden presidency, right? Let's say again, like Palm Dead says in chat, voting. The more votes, the worse the GOP does every time. That's just the way it works. Across the board. Always has, always will. It's why they do everything they can to stop voting. And it's why when we talk about universal voting and having universal voting, which can be done completely securely and is in every country on the planet, they don't want that because they don't actually want people voting. They just want their people voting. They want to make it difficult. They want to make it so it's old people, people who have jobs that they can take a day off from, people who can stop by quickly in their suburb rather than stand in line in Atlanta. They don't want those things. It's fine. And it's a nudge encouraging federal agencies to do more to help people register. Ooh. So that's why they got rid of it. Just babies. They've removed the White House Gender Policy Council. Shock. Guarantee an educational environment free from discrimination on the basis of sex, including sexual orientation or gender identity. Shock. Termination of emergency with respect to the International Criminal Court. That's an interesting thing. Australia did try mandatory voting once. People voted. They've tried it a couple times, by the way. A couple times. 20-some countries have it. But again, just making it super easy for people to vote is itself the problem. You can find incredibly high turnouts when you make it easy for people to vote. And the people who have it easiest to vote are old people, people with money, and people with jobs that can take the time off. People who work don't. They just don't have the time. And the idea that people who are stuck working 14-hour days don't have the ability to vote, it should be a fucking national holiday. It should be a national holiday to start with. And we can go from there. But again, that's the whole thing. So let's talk about this termination of emergency with respect to the International Criminal Court. This is fascinating to me. Laws of the United States, including the National Emergencies Act, Section 212 of the Immigration Nationality Act, blah, blah, blah. In light of the revocation of Executive Order 13928, the suspension of entry as immigrants and illegal immigrants and non-immigrants of individuals meeting the criteria set forth in Section 1A of that order will no longer be in effect. I'll have to come back to this because I'll have to go back and read the other one It seems that it's undoing a Trump thing about how criminals are treated in the process of extradition, but I'm not positive. We'll have to come back and read at some point if we care, which again, I'm not sure we super do on that one. Presidential Commission of the Supreme Court of the United States. Of course, he got rid of that. Established a Climate Change Support Office. Shock. Revocation of presidential actions. Revoking. Shock. Climate-related financial risk. There's no such thing. Except for what all of the hedge funds even say now. Advancing equity, justice, opportunity. Oh, we don't care about that. Yeah, that's my joke, Jimbo. It's Australia has mandatory voting. They didn't just try it. It's been a thing for a while. That's the joke. I should just have that fucking McBain clip from The Simpsons because that happens enough. It's happened a couple times today. That's the joke. I should just have that running. I'll do that tomorrow. And as a reminder, while I'm here, as I'm slowly dying, making my way through this first set, God, I hope there's not more already. If you have appreciated and enjoyed the stream, please do subscribe, like, all that fun, stupid shit. Drop a super chat membership. Head over to Discord, discord.gg/DGQC. We do theory, political discussions, all kinds of fun stuff. This one's a little bit off path for us for the most part, but felt like we needed to do something different, so we are. And of course, if you support it on Patreon, patreon.com/DGQC. That does immense help. I have a little monkey tapping me, I think. Yes, Dexter, how can I help you? You have the game. I don't know, buddy. I'll have to figure it out another time, but I already gave you that one. So we're going to restart, see if it works after that. Otherwise, I can't help you on that one, buddy. Well, we'll figure that out soon, okay? You got a bunch of Dad's games to play. Steam Deck, I can go allow for Dexter on any of my games. And it just pops over, and then I can also remove it. Fine, cool little feature for kids. Because he burns through games so fast, and he had access to everything, it'd be awful. Yeah, strengthening tribal colleges, universities, shot. Wow. These are just all like, oh, look, it has to do with minorities, implementation of Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. Now that's fascinating. Why would he get rid of, what is he doing here? Let's talk about it. Well, I don't know what to tell you, bud. We'll have to figure it out, okay? Another day. I know it's exasperating, Dexter. I know. We'll continue. Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, implementation priorities. This is just outlining the implementation of a passed bill and how it'll be done. Like invest efficiently. Yeah, we definitely don't want to have that. We are especially going to have, and we know this, grifters at every corner trying to take as much money as possible. We can't have this rule in there. I get it. Don't worry, dude. I get this one. Can't have that. Non-displacement of qualified workers under service contracts. Catalyzing clean energy industry and jobs through federal sustainability. This is supporting businesses with investment through various positions, government, clean energy. But we don't want clean energy. We want to drill as much as possible in order to pollute, but just so we can make short-term profits, because we don't understand how fungibility works in the global commodities market, because Trump's actually not a business person and he doesn't even know what the futures market is. He thinks it's where you bet on what movie is going to be coming out next. It's a silly, silly man. Continue to strengthen Americans' access for quality healthcare, like these things. Promoting arts, yep. Lowering prescription drug costs. Oh, well, good job. Let's get rid of that one. Who wants that, right? So what actually was this doing? Too many Americans face challenges. What is the section 2? Furtherance of the policy set forth, the Secretary testing by the Innovation Center new healthcare payments and delivery models that would lower drug costs and promote access to innovative drug therapies. That's it? Find efficiencies in payment methods. Yeah, we can't have that. I get it. Who would want that? I'm now going to just start scanning through this to see if I care about any of this, because it's all virtue signaling right-wing shit that he's getting rid of. Hey, we can't have racial equality, we can't have DEI, we can't have anything with women, we can't have anything with trans, we can't have anything that cares about sex, we can't have anything that cares about gender, we can't have anything that cares about the poor, we can't have anything that cares about the marginalized, we can't have anything that cares about immigrants. Get rid of all of those. Then what does he have? Well, he eliminated, see, this is where Biden, Trump is going to be better than Biden. How you guys doing these days? Biden did put forward certain sanctions on persons undermining peace, security, and stability in the West Bank. He didn't do a lot, but let's get rid of the one thing he did do. It's kind of funny. It's a wild time. Prohibition set in Section 1 is order apply except the extent provided by statutes or in regulations or directives or licenses, blah, 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 blah. So it's, yeah, this just literally is, we don't care anymore about that. Boy, I wonder if anyone with the name Adelson, who explicitly said Trump is going to allow us to annex the West Bank and paid him money and said, that's what we want. Miriam Adelson is maybe a name related to what I said. I wonder if that has to do with anything there. Have we seen the Elon salute? We've seen both of them. If you didn't know, Elon Musk gave a Nazi salute twice. Right in a row. Turned around and did it again just in case you wanted to wonder whether or not it was intentional. He did it twice. And as I said then, and I'll say again, doesn't matter if it's a joke or not. We are in a place where narratives don't matter to these people at all. So yelling at them that they're bad people, yelling at them that they're Nazis, yelling at them, but I'm not going to entertain the idea that it's fun or funny. It's not. It's stupid. It's at best, I'll give you that, like, if you're 11 and you just learned what 4chan was, I can give you that. I was a fucking dumb kid myself at one point. But if you're an adult and you think it's hilarious, like, you're a fucking loser. Like, that's not cool. That's just weird. So, no, it's not for us. Advancing equity, excellence. Again, he doesn't care. Orders of succession. Why wouldn't he want? Well, he's probably got different ideas of that. These are all garbage things. No one cares. No one gives a fuck about any of this. No one gives a fuck about any of this. None of this matters. Providing the appointment of alumni, AmeriCorps, competitors, like this is all, that's bureaucracy. Again, these are things that you don't have to undo. Like these are things you don't have to really undo. This one's interesting. Withdrawal of certain areas of the United States. He wants to go back and do shale and gas drilling. Shock. Like Biden did this on the 6th of January. That's a big thing that Biden did. Obviously, it's something we care about. No one cares. No one gives a fuck. So that's this entire piece. The heads of each agency to take immediate steps to end federal implementation of unlawful and radical DEI ideology. Okay, so that's section 3. Section 3, this is the elimination of all those. So he wrote those out. But it's not just that. There's more here. More here. To effectuate the revocations described in Section 2 of this order, the heads of each agency shall take immediate steps to end federal implementation of unlawful and radical DEI ideology. This has no meaning legally at all. There's nothing there. That's amazing. Director, National view all federal government actions taken pursuant to the orders, memoranda, and proclamations listed in Section 2. Take necessary steps to rescind, replace, and amend. Within 45 days of the day of this order, shall submit to the President's additional list of orders, memoranda, and proclamations issued, as well as a list of replacements to increase American prosperity. When you're at like this, stupid people fall for this. It's sad. But this is the kind of thing that like immediately people go, yeah, to increase American prosperity. We need a list of things that will increase prosperity. That is a nonsense sentence. What is American prosperity? What does that mean? It means nothing. And that's why they use it. It's amazing. That people like read this or don't read this, but even people who do, who are like supposed to be quite intelligent or legalistic minds, this is what they wrote. National Security Advisor shall immediately begin a complete and thorough review of all national security memoranda issued from January 20th, 2021 through January 20th, 2025 for harm to national security, domestic resilience, and American values. No later than 45 days from the day of this order, the NSA shall recommend to the President NSMs for rescission. Find more things for me to get rid of and say other things I should do. Good job. I'm sure you needed a fucking memorandum for that. So that's that one. Wonderful. Restoring freedom of speech and ending federal censorship. Okay. I'm ready for nonsense. Everyone buckle up. Buckle up. The First Amendment to the United States Constitution, an amendment essential to the success of our republic, enshrines the right of the American people to speak freely in the public square without government interference. And I love this. We're gonna do a thing. This is fun. You know what they're referring to here? You know what this is? Speak freely in the public square. You know what that is? Twitter. That's what they're talking about. This is Elon Musk and X. Social media. Social media is the public square, which it fucking isn't. It isn't. It isn't at all. But that's what they're saying. Again, it's all bullshit. Like, again, there's no structure of meaning here at all, so don't even try. Don't laugh at it for being stupid. There's nothing here. There's nothing. Over the last 4 years, the previous administration trampled free speech rights by censoring American speech on online platforms, often by exerting substantial coercive pressure on third parties, such as social media companies, to moderate, deplatform, or otherwise suppress speech that the federal government did not approve. Under the guise of combating misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation, the federal government infringed on the constitutionally protected speech rights of American citizens across the United States in a manner that advanced the government's preferred narrative about significant matters of public debate. COVID. Government censorship of speech is intolerable in a free society. Section 2. Policy. It is the policy of the United States to secure the right of the American people to engage in constitutionally protected speech. Ensure that no federal government officer, employee, or agent engages in or facilitates any conduct that would be unconstitutionally abridge the free speech of any American citizen. Ensure that no taxpayer resources are used to engage in or facilitate any conduct that would unconstitutionally abridge the free speech of any American citizen. And identify and take appropriate action to correct past misconduct by the federal government related to censorship of protected speech. I kind of dig this. See, what happened is, on a couple of occasions, the government was like, hey, by the way, we're getting pinged. This shit is wild and people are going to die. You should do something about this. There was no threats. You could say, ostensibly, there's a power imbalance there. I would argue that it's a power imbalance on the side of social media. You think the fucking government is ever going to do anything to Facebook? You think Facebook fears the fucking government? Do you think Twitter bowed to the scary government? Twitter loves them. X loves them. All of the social media companies were built thanks to DoD tech and is part of the overall surveillance apparatus that exists. They're all part of the NSA. They're not like a contractor who knows, like, they're all the same shit. They're not scared of the United States. They're fucking talking that the government would be scared of them. Period. But it's just a silly thing. Like flatly. It's wild, right? So the idea that it's incredible. But also, and as someone points out, whenever you see these conversations start, and it's a really fun place to notice, freedom of speech. Chomsky went on really well about this when he talked about the way that people talk about freedom of speech on campuses and how academics aren't free. And he was like, no, cancel culture doesn't exist, except it does when it comes to Palestine. And it did for a very long time. And people who are ostensibly the biggest free speech proponents in the world, Barry Weiss, who's a stupid little asshole cunt, awful human being. What she did is she's known primarily and famously for trying to get a bunch of professors fired who were pro-Palestine. Because she doesn't care about freedom of speech. None of these people fucking care about freedom of speech. For those of you who don't follow President Sunday, you should. Back in the day, back when I first started really watching, he got into this sort of long, protracted argument with another streamer. The other streamer claimed, oh, well, look, there's a bunch of professors, conservative professors being fired because Marxists are running rampant. And Sunday, who was a conservative in college, basically, was like, okay, but then started looking into it. And he looked into all the examples that they could find. And there was one example, maybe, that sort of applied. All the others were people who did really awful shit and went way beyond what they were supposed to do, or things that aren't even related, but brought back the narrative, like we're seeing here. Again, remember, postmodernism comes from conservatives. That's how it works. Because, remember, Bruno Latour said, postmodernism begins with the separation, the first problem, the separation of nature to culture, nature to man, that thing that we have to separate, the past to future, all that. And then also the reconstruction of hybridization, of where we actually are building machines that are a combination of those. Conservatives, I cannot believe, they would say something really racist or awful. An email that said something along the lines of, I would be happy to come on this day of racial explanation and teach you about the genetic realities of race. Not a thing to say. That's not a thing to say. Say something like that and people get upset. But then you turn around and you go, I simply objected to this other thing. And they build the narrative as they want to. It's amazing. And so this thing, they then get all this recognition. The majority of these professors still work at all of these colleges, and they're tenured, for fuck's sake. Of course they do. And they're often not even teaching anymore. So they got like the better deal out of all of it. But the professors who were pro-Palestine, all of them fucking gone. Fucking gone. Because that's how this really works. That's actually how this really works and functions. They will use it as they need to because, again, they don't give a shit. They don't care about any of these things. It's not about any of these policies or principles or any of it. It's never been about any of this. They were modern and now we're postmodern. It's a cynical take on the modernist perspective. We don't get to be that. We have to be non-modern. We have to be. But to continue reading. Ending censorship of protected speech. No federal department, agency, entity, officer, employee, or agent may act or use any federal resources in a manner contrary to Section 2 of this order. B. Wait, that was A. The Attorney General, in consultation with the heads of executive departments and agencies, shall investigate the activities of the federal government over the last 4 years that are inconsistent with the purposes and policies of this order, and prepare a report to be submitted to the President through the Deputy Chief of Staff for Policy, with recommendations for appropriate remedial actions to be taken based off the findings of the report. General provisions. Nothing in this order shall be construed to impair or otherwise affect. Effect? The authority granted... Effect? God. I feel like I want to be a grammar asshole, but I'm going to leave it. The authority granted by law to an executive department or agency or the head thereof, the function director of blah, 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 blah. Huge load of shit. Huge load of shit. Doesn't matter. 3B is fascinating. Yes, thank you. The Attorney General, in consultation, shall investigate the activities of the federal government over the last 4 years that are inconsistent with the purposes and policies of this order, and a report be submitted to the President through the Deputy Chief Staff of Policy with recommendations for appropriate remedial actions to be taken on the findings of the report. Not having broken any laws. Retroactively applying them. Right? You didn't break any laws. Retroactively or applying them. This is now the second time we've heard retroactive applications of laws. Think about it. Just going to be fun. Ending the weaponization of the federal government. I'm sure. Live blah, 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 many activities and kisses, blah, 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 blah. It is the policy of the United States to identify and take appropriate action to correct past misconduct. This is, again, this same fucking thing. Look over the last 4 years, go after people again. That's 100% all this is. In consultation with the heads of appropriate departments shall take all appropriate action to review the activities of the intelligence communities over the last 4 years. Hey, do you know how not to end weaponization of the government? Is by weaponizing the government. That's what he's doing. That's fucking great. Thank you, Marina. It is cool hair. We're reading Trump's executive orders as they were written on the White House website. Headless to y'all, Warren. I have no idea. But it is fantastic to read this because ultimately, this one and the last are, hey, my political enemies did things. Actually, it's like all three now are this because it's throughout. Man, the last guy did stuff that we didn't like that really ruined freedom of speech. Let's actually go back and attack him for stuff that wasn't. Fuck. It's the same shit. Return to in-person work. This part, I actually think we're going to see lawsuits over and this is going to stop, which is fine. Genuinely, here's, by the way, as a former business owner and as someone who's worked in a bunch of fully matrixed, maybe multi-thousand person companies, remote work is perfectly fine, and you actually get more work out of your people, period. If you can do work remotely, you should save on overhead. We should all save on overhead. There's no reason to not have remote work in a significant way and allow people to have the work-life balance that will afford them a good life. There's no reason whatsoever. None. They're trying to end this because they're upset that there's other parts of other industries that are keeping work from home. The games industry is fighting with this. There's a lot of places fighting with this. A lot of digital tech agencies having the same problem. People want to work from home. Most people over the last few years built home offices because they assumed they would be working from home. And prior to this, all of us joked about how most of us could do our job from home. And it turned out we could. And that thing should be allowed. There's no reason not to, especially given, you know, all the shit that goes on with that and just insane. So if you have an agency that cares about government efficiency, no matter how stupidly it may be named, why would you return to in-person work? It's deeply inefficient. It causes huge problems across the board for efficiency. People work less. They work less effectively. It's insane. It's just, again, they don't care. It's a power move. It's power. That's all that matters in any of these discussions. I'll say it over and over and over and over. I'll just say it over and over and over. If you were to look, you'd probably see a whole bunch of commercial development houses and rich people who own a bunch of commercial property donating a fuck ton of money to Trump. Because that's all this is. San Francisco is going to be fucking fucked. New York's fucked. Every major city's fucked because people remote work now, and the entire industry of commercial property was built on this lie that in the world of the digital age, we have to work in an office but not talk to each other quietly in cubes. Fuck off with all that. It's just stupid. Regulatory freeze. Now, this one I was very interested in. But I am going to take a moment. I have to use the restroom. The tea goes right through me. What can I say? So we will...
On the sea, are shining with all his.
Anti-oedipus, grüße sagt die Terrorism. Category, censorship bites the whistle. Birthright.
Here I go, anti-oedipus.
Yes, it's a million British one these days. So it's some other.
Here I go, anti-oedipus.
Oh, ho. It functions everywhere, sometimes without stopping, sometimes discontinuously. It breathes, it heats, it eats, it shits, it fucks. One mistake ever said the it everywhere. It is machines, not at all metaphorically. Machines of machines with their couplings, their connections. An organ machine is connected with a source machine. One emits a flux, which the other cuts. The breast is a machine that produces milk, and the mouth, a machine coupled to that one. The mouth of the anorexic hesitates between an eating machine, an anal machine, a talking machine, a breathing machine, deeper machine, asthma, attack. This is why we are all tinkerers, each with their own little machines. An organ machine for an energy machine. There are always flux and cuts. Judge Schreber 5 has divine rays in his ass. Solar anus. And rest assured it works. Judge Schreber feels something, produced of something, and theorized about it. Something is being deduced effects of machines, not metaphors. Of the schizophrenic. It's a better model than the neurotic lying on the couch. A bit of fresh air, a relationship with the outside. Take the stroll of Lenz into the outdoors. It is different from moments when Lenz finds himself with his good pastor, who forces him to situate himself socially, in relation to God, in relation to Father.
I mean, it's fucking great. I think it's amazing. It's AI. Sorry, I would love to say that I hired a big band group to do it and produce it, but I had this idea. I've had this idea for a long time that like it'd be hilarious if like I could find a way to have anti-oedipus be sung in like big band style, because I've always loved that style. And I mean, I'm not talented enough musically to do this, nor can I afford it. So yeah, that's AI. I'm a bastard piece of shit for using it, whatever, however you want to call it. I don't care. That is not a thing I give a shit about. But let's keep going, and we'll keep anti-oediping another time. Okay. This is ostensibly as Trump described this as a thing. This is the cessation of regulatory freezes pending getting the government in order, not pending review. This is a weird thing. So we kind of have to talk about the genesis of how the fucking government works right now in order to get back to this. Because so the United States government obviously is a massive bureaucracy. How does it become a bureaucracy? Well, they make a law. They say, we need to establish this department. Congress gets to do that, basically. They say, oh, we're going to have the Department of Education. And it's going to run under the president because his job is executing laws, executing laws. Legislation is congressional. So they make this new group. Now, that group is not one person. The group is not 5 people. The group is a fucking ton of people. Now, what do? Well, Congress doesn't say literally everything they do. What type of, is it number 2 or number 3 pencils that they use? Is everything in black or blue ink? This is not what they do. They can't. And by the way, that logic extends all the way to what the agency actually has to do in terms of implementing things. How are they going to set up inspections of schools? How many teachers are allowed to teach? How do teachers teach? Where do they set up curriculum? How do they do funding? All this stuff, Congress cannot possibly pass a law, ever. It's never possible to expect this in any country, by the way, that the exact thing that the Department of Education or any of the other departments would do can't be expected to do this. Generally speaking, for a very long time, the way that this worked is that Congress sort of had last say for a long time, where like they would say, this is your realm. And if you went outside of that, you kind of get spanked. This switched. The Chevron doctrine kind of shifted how this relationship worked. This came out of a case involving gas giant Chevron. And one of the current Supreme Court justices, his mom was one of the people who argued for this. And it's amazing how incestuous all of these fucks really are. But what it did is it basically changed, instead of Congress saying what the sets were and really where it was tight, instead, actually, it gave a lot more leeway to the executive branch to say, well, here's how we're going to do, and actually to build regulations themselves, rather than having to wait for Congress to be specific. It's a fine line. There's a lot of legal jurisprudence and a lot of case history behind this. I'm giving a very, very short version of this. Please go read about it. It's actually a really interesting history. There's a lot of really good think pieces that are on this that you can go check out. I highly recommend it. But what this has meant is basically since Reagan, because that's when this really went down, since Reagan, we've kind of been in this position where the president can just go, well, the Department of Education is going to do this or not. So you could have a president say, actually, we're not going to enforce border laws anymore. That hasn't happened as much as the Republicans pretend it has, but that could, absolutely could, under Chevron doctrine, because it gave room to not just the president, but the people working underneath him. Because the president, again, can't make all the decisions. Trump doesn't make all the decisions. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Like he's a bureaucracy just like any other capitalist group. So when you get downstream and it's what font is on the website, as an example for the executive branch, the website is allowed to be launched. Where is it allowed to be hosted? How is it allowed to be done? Is it a WordPress site? Are we allowed to use WordPress, or can we use Ghost, or can we build a custom HTML page? These things are never going to be in law. Chevron doctrine says, do this. Now it doesn't. They undid Chevron doctrine, Trump and his shitheads on the Supreme Court. So why? Well, they undid it in a really weird way that basically removed any limits that are around things and sort of shifted where that balance, again, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Because for Trump, the ability for him to give edicts, for them to follow, and for Congress to basically do nothing, and the Supreme Court to allow it, they will. They will. They don't care. There's no principle here for them to follow. It's not how they work. Remember, it's not how they work. Remember that. It's not how they work. So these bureaucracies become the centerpiece of a lot of this stuff. And so new regulations happen all the time, just by nature of the beast. A new type of meme coin gets released. Great example. There's a lot of this for the CFPB, the way that crypto has been handled. There's new rules that get written all the time in the bureaucracy before laws can even be done, because the real world moves faster. The real world moves faster. People come out with a product, they come out with a business, they come out with a scam, they do a thing, and the world's got to respond, and they do. But this stops it. This eliminates any new regulations. Any new regulations. I order all executive departments and agencies to take the following steps. Do not propose or issue any rule in any manner, including by sending a rule to the Office of the Federal Register, until a department or agency head appointed or designated by the President after reviews or approves the rule. The department or agency head may delegate this power of review and approval to any other person so appointed or designated by the President, consistent with applicable law. The director or acting director of the OMB may exempt any rule that he deems necessary to address emergency situations or urgent circumstances, including rules subject to statutory or judicial deadlines that require prompt action. This law does nothing. This does nothing. People can't just send fucking rules to the OFR. You can't just go, oh, here it is. Like, that's not how it works. Wait, can they? I can't imagine that's the case. President may delegate existing presidential authority to an agency. Typically, when Congress passes a law to create an agency, it grants the agency general authority to regulate certain activities. Congress may also pass a law more specifically directs an agency to solve a particular problem. An agency must not take action that goes beyond its statutory authority. How does an agency decide to begin rulemaking? Again, this is already how this works. Where a rule is proposed, President as head of the executive branch may take the opportunity to review. President is assisted. This is already how this works. I can't be reading this right. I mean, I actually probably can. I need to stop presuming this. I mean, this is the idea that Steve in accounting in the EPA can go, actually, I think the new rule should be this, and send it to the OFR, and then it gets written into law. This is not how anything works. There's a process, and the president's involved. Explicitly, it has to go through the executive branch's office, through his cabinet. It's not that Trump has to approve it. It explicitly says someone appointed by him, which is the fucking law already. Like, that's the way it's written. Do not propose or issue any rule in any manner, including by sending a rule to the office of Federal Registrar until a department or agency had appointed. So that's the change. So that's the change. Okay. This is actually worse. Okay. How I'm reading this. No, Wig. I actually think this is worse than that. So, let's say I am Steve in accounting, and I want to propose a rule that says we only use black pens. I have to publicly propose this rule. I have to say it in some way that's like semi-public, and if it affects the public in any way, I have to do like accounting practices on it. I have to do like a sort of workup on what it costs and how it's set up. There's a whole bunch of stuff. But then that proposal gets elevated. But it's a public process, public-ish process. It's not like I have to go on the street and I scream it, but there are websites that handle this. There are bulletins, there's memos. There is a visible process. Trump's removing the visibility of the process. Because this says, do not propose or issue. Proposing, this is going to be the very specific language here. Because again, dude, no one sends a rule to the Office of Federal Registry, you fucking weird fat-faced fuck. Do not propose or issue any rule in any manner. That's the thing. Agencies are required to publish a regulatory plan once a year in the fall and an agenda of regulatory and deregulatory actions in the spring and fall. The regulatory plan and the regulatory agenda are often referred to as the unified agenda. The unified agenda is how agencies announce future rulemaking activities, updating the public on pending and completed regulatory actions. He wants to remove the public aspect of this. That's actually fucked up. That won't withstand. That's not going to withstand anything. You can't overwrite the public process of this. This is stupid. That's insane. That's insane. Yeah, no, but Heather, it's always been the case that's the thing. It's always been the case that it has to go up through the cabinet, and it is, because again, it's part of this large regulatory plan. The agencies don't just toss rules at the OFR. This is not how it works. Instead, what they do is they publish them, they put them in binders, they take care of them, and that's handled by the office of the secretary of the agency. That's the setup. The president can be involved, but he delegates that power to the secretary. It's explicitly, like, again, it's even in their current rules and how it's set up. Who gives the agencies authority to issue regulations? Agencies get their authority from laws enacted by Congress, right? In some cases, the president may delegate existing presidential authority to an agency. He just gets to do it. It's not a proclamation. But here's the thing. No one can propose any rules in any manner. Proposals are public. So he has to see it before anyone else. His people have to know about it before it's even proposed. So this is to stop basically anyone from having a dissenting point. This is dissenting rules or rules that don't fit in with his agenda. Or honestly what it is it just chills all rules. Because the whole point of the semi-public process is if people want a thing done and someone proposes that rule and there's fervor behind it and public push behind it, this happens. But now we will never know what gets killed before it even makes its way to us because people won't feel safe privately suggesting, hey, we should have a rule against, for example, mixing money with foreign dignitaries if you're worth $500 million and technically not even an American citizen. $500 billion, sorry. That's an example. That kind of rule cannot be proposed now because it has to go through people before it can even be proposed. We will never see that in his time. So, again, drain the swamp ain't fucking happening here. We knew this, but this is explicitly that. If you wanted to drain the swamp, you would have everything be required to be public so everyone could see everything that's happening. Right? So that's the thing. This is about that. The director or acting director of OMB may exempt any rule. And of course, if it's important, it exempts, and the OMB, the director of the OMB decides to set that up. Fine. Like, that's great, but it's funny. Immediately withdraw rules that have been sent to OFR but not published in the register so they can be reviewed and approved. There you go. Not published, not public. Review and approve before anyone can see them. Consistent with applicable law and subject to exceptions. Consider postponing for 60 days from the date. Consider, because they don't have this power to demand. For any rules that have been published in the Federal Register. Really? Postponing effectiveness of things that have already gone in, or any rules that have been issued in any manner but have not taken effect for the purpose of reviewing. During the 60-day period where appropriate and consistent with applicable law, consider opening a comment period to allow interested parties to provide comments about issues of fact, law, and policy raised by the rules postponed under this memorandum, and consider reevaluating pending petitions involving such rules. Following postponement described in paragraph 3, no further action needs to be taken for those rules. Blah, blah. Rule is definition set forth in Title 5. Yeah, we know this. This is regulatory action is included. Yeah, so it's removing the public side of all of this. Nice job. I'm sure there's no nefarious reasons why we would want to keep all of those things secret or hide everything from everyone. Right? Right? No one goes public with rules until I've approved them. What a fucking baby. Hiring freeze. Shock. Yeah, this is fucking. Within 90 days of memorandum, in consultation with the director of OPM and the administrator of the United States Doge Service. That's not a fucking thing. So, if you don't know, there's rules about this type of thing for audits and everything. Doge ain't gonna last. And because here's the thing the capitalists do care about is that they will not be cool with this, and it'll be interesting. We'll see. It'll be a fun fight. It'll be a fun fight to watch. But he has to disclose all of his international interminglings with cash if he's going to be part of a semi-government organization. That's federal law. There will be lawsuits. It's going to be a whole thing. This is what they do. They don't care. They'll continue doing stuff, but there will be lawsuits. Emergency price relief for American families has been defeating the cost of living crisis. Now, this is one of my favorites because the way he described it, and it's really, really, really stupid, is I'm going to order all the people who work in the executives branch to go make life better for Americans. Right? That's it. That's it. Go make life better. What does it mean? Well, we're going to find out. I shits on Biden a bit here at the beginning. Don't care. I hereby order the heads of all executive departments and agencies to deliver emergency price relief consistent with applicable law to the American people and increase the prosperity of the American worker. This is a nonsense sentence. This shall include pursuing appropriate actions to lower the cost of housing and expand housing supply. Fuck. Let's go through each one of these because this is really I want to talk about something that's missing in this other one. This is about new rules. New rules. Not the elimination of old. Any rule, any manner, not the elimination of them. Doesn't have a thing in there. In fact, it's actually empowering people to take away as many rules as possible. Right? Yeah, Blue Def. It's literally, I think within 5 minutes, there were multiple lawsuits against the idea of Doge as a concept. And all of those are going to be, they're going to be injunctions. They're being filed in very particular places that are anti-Trump. There will be injunctions. These things are going to go to the Supreme Court, and it's going to be a really weird thing to watch as they ultimately do what they're going to do, which is turn everything here into an oligarchy. That's what they're going to do. But it's going to be fun to watch, like, when they have to actually do that. It's going to be fun. Brooks, if they create the Doge out of whole cloth by main date, why wouldn't they just continue that trend of manifesting by... Well, because they can't. Like, they can do this, and they're going to have these narratives and stories, and it's going to be cute, and they get to have Elon Musk do the Nazi sign and how he's going to make everything efficient, all that dumb shit. But it doesn't do anything. Right? I mean, they're going to recommend stuff to the government, recommend things to Trump. It's like having a friend tell you stuff. Having it as an official organization is a different beast than just a friend, though. So it's doesn't really matter, not in the long run, but it's going to be interesting. But this specifically, there's no language in here that says removing. It's actually about stopping laws. Don't enforce laws. Anything that's new, feel free to take it down. Feel free not to do it. So when we talk about this, let's talk about some really specific elements that can be completely dismantled easily during this period in order to lower the cost of housing and expand housing supply. I've got a couple. How about regulation, safety rules, codes, overruling codes? How about those? Those could be interesting. How about removing equal protections for housing? How about anything like that? All those regulations that sort of keep fucking housing from going completely batshit nuts, they can all go. That would do it. Would it long term be successful? No, not at all. But they can justify it by saying it expands housing supply. Fuck. Eliminate unnecessary administrative expenses and rent-seeking practices that increase healthcare costs. That's fucking really interesting language. Did anyone here think that they'd see in a Republican executive order, eliminate rent-seeking practices? I don't think they know what this means. But I think they like the wording. I think it sounds good because they're populists, ultimately. The increase of healthcare costs, this is insurance agencies. So, for me, it is. For people who know this, it is. Do you want to know what this actually is? The privatization of more and more of Obamacare. What we want to do, because ultimately the government stepping in is just too much. Why don't we just allow people to directly build Medicare, Medicaid, and not have the middle ground? Now, this would incredibly fuck up how healthcare works in a lot of ways, but it would eliminate unnecessary administrative expenses. And if you consider the state as a rent seeker when it comes to healthcare costs here, if they go after insurance companies here, because that's really what this language is about, obviously, I will be happy. They won't do this. Create employment opportunities for American workers, including drawing discouraged workers into the labor force. Okay. The government's not allowed to hire anyone. There's a hiring freeze. He just did this. It's a hiring freeze for 90 days. 90 days. But he wants, every 30 days, he wants reports on how there are created employment opportunities for American workers by drawing discouraged workers back into the labor force without creating new rules. Like that's fantastic. That's fantastic. I like that one. Because that's literally not possible. That's not a thing. God, they're very good at this. Eliminate harmful, coercive climate policies that increase the costs of food and fuel. So again, remember, they're allowed to eliminate anything they want. Remember that. Coercive climate policies increase the cost of food and fuel. That scares me. That's EPA regulations almost across the board. And that's there's a lot of those actually that are pretty serious and kind of a big fucking deal. Yeah, this is going to eliminate the federal gas tax, which, Jesus Christ, that'll do. I mean, it'll improve that, but it's also it's increasing onshore processing of petroleum, I would assume. So forcing back open or building new processing areas. because we've gotten rid of a lot of them. We offshore most of it because it's cheaper now, but we don't care because we just want manufacturing here at any cost because fucking reasons. I have to assume this has to do also with, because they undid a lot of the Biden regulations already. So what other things, like we don't have a lot. We're not exactly great on the environment already. Jesus. And yes, Mark, the moment that the gas tax goes away, gas companies will simply increase to make up for the amount everywhere. Yes, that's what they do. In fact, they'll probably go above it slightly because people are used to slight, small increases. So you just squeeze blood from that stone. That's it. It's fascinating how these are written. Putting America first in international environmental agreements. Again, it's not putting America first at all. It really isn't. As I said, if you wanted to do that, what you would do is you would say, hey, we're not drilling at all. Instead, what we're going to do is we're going to basically suspend drilling. We're going to import 100% of our oil because prices are set by OPEC and other treaty organizations, not by us. There is no marketplace for oil, not in that sense, not in a major sense. So just take OPEC's fucking oil. Let them drill themselves into the fucking ground and then save the 35 billion fucking gallons that will be gone for us in 17 years and save those for when we need to. And we actually are at the point where we're going through 3 or 4 billion gallons of oil a year and everyone globally is running out of oil. Then we open up and we use them as transition. I mean, again, I think all this is fucked, but if you cared about America and you believed in this shit, that would be the long-term plan. They don't give a fuck. So this is not America first at all. It's amazing. It's amazing. Good shit, really. They're very good at this. Like I said, they're very fucking good at this. The United States must grow its... I don't give a fuck about your purpose. Policy. Policy of my administration is to put the interests of the United States and the American people first in the development and negotiation of any international agreements with the potential to damage or stifle the American economy. These agreements must not unduly or unfairly burden the United States. Section 3, Implementation. The United States Ambassador to the United Nations shall immediately submit formal written notification of the United States withdrawal from the Paris Agreement. Whatever. Shall immediately submit written formal notice of blah, blah, blah. Just who cares? Who cares? Withdrawal from any agreement, past, accord, or similar commitment made under climate change. Jesus Christ. It's like, fuck the Paris Climate Accord. We're never doing anything ever. Amazing. Immediately upon completion of tasks listed in A, B, and C, the United States Ambassador, in collaboration with Secretary of State, shall certify a report to the Assistant to the President for Economic Policy and Assistant to the President for National Security Affairs. I mean, this is... Hey, I figured out where we can get rid of fucking waste in your stupid fucking government. You don't need 2 assistants to the president that do these things. These can be one person. Or maybe not. Maybe they don't need to be people. Maybe they can be AI. You like AI. Elon loves AI. Have Grok do this. I think Grok would be lovely. I would like to see your administration be supported by Grok. Unless you're too pussy to put your money where your mouth is, which we know generally these people are. But I think Grok as like a personal assistant for the White House, you could eliminate most of the waste there and really show us how wonderful these systems work and how good they would be at running these things. I think that'd be awesome. I would love to see, I think all of us would love to see here, Grok running the White House. And if you're really interested in saving waste, you're not. But if you were, and you believed in your own stupid bullshit projects, you would be up for this. I think it would be incredible. I mean, I'm sure everyone here agrees. This would be amazing. Be amazing. Comment, finance plan was revoked and rescinded immediately. No one cares, Trump. No one gives a fuck about any of this. We know you. We know you. How you people think. All of that stuff. Like the Paris Accord is not even that interesting. It's not like it's a great fucking thing for the environment. It's just better than what we've got, but it's embarrassing. I did take a few breaks, LH. I did. And people got to listen to some wonderful music. And I got to eat a lovely meal of fish and chips from a fast food place that's actually pretty great. And my son came in and fucked with us with Minecraft for a while, and it was pretty fantastic. And he was in the background. If you didn't hear it, I don't know what this mic picks up because I have a bit of a noise gate on it. But he's sitting over there going, there's a tail, there's a chick, there's a egg. Ooh, I found an egg. Ooh, just like the whole time narrating everything he said. It was amazing. It's amazing. I love having it in the background. Sometimes I like having it in the background. Sometimes I don't care for it as much, but you never quite know. Nothing in this order shall be construed to affect the authority granted by law to an executive department or agency head thereof. Whatever, it's all bullshit. Great, there's that. Okay, so this is again, interesting, not really that big of a deal in the reality of any of this. Who cares? Let's keep going. There's more, everyone. Oh my God, some of this shit. Let's see. You got the Capitol rioters, got all, I'm sure they all got. I don't need to read that one. Putting America first in international environmental agreements, we did. Okay, we're going to catch back up again. See, he's kicking ass. He's getting through this. But here we go. This is, by the way, how you name something and how you, when you want to display something on a website that you want people to scroll down, you usually like having all the information on the first page be completely readable and not have it look like there's anything below it. Holding former government officials accountable for election interference and improper disclosure of sensitive governmental information. Strap in. This is about the 2020 presidential campaign being stolen. Oh my God, this is about Biden's laptop. Whoa. They want to see Biden's kid's fucking junk. This is about his penis. They love Hunter penis. What the fuck? I did not expect this to be about that. I really didn't. They are mad. They are mad they couldn't see that dick. That's amazing. It is amazing because he's of age. It's shocking that way. I didn't think it was their thing. Section 1, purpose. In the closing weeks of the 2020 presidential campaign, at least 51 former intelligence officials coordinated with the Biden campaign to issue a letter discrediting the reporting that President Joseph R. Biden's son had abandoned his laptop at a computer repair business. Signatories of the letter falsely suggested that the news story was part of a Russian disinformation campaign. Before being issued, the letter was sent. This whole thing has been fucking debunked. I don't even care about the Russian part. This whole thing's been fucking debunked. This is incredible. It's like insane. This is insane conspiracy posting. This is schizo posting. It's amazing. God damn it. You don't know anything about the laptop thing? I ain't going to teach you. At worst, someone stole Hunter Biden's laptop, if it was his. Someone stole it, and through no reliable chain of custody at all, it ended up in the hands of Giuliani, who's completely reliable, who through another broken chain of custody ended up in someone else's hands. And on this laptop were things that they couldn't really explain and never really released. Yeah, it's that kind of shit. Federal policymakers must be able to rely on analysis conducted by the intelligence community and be confident that it is accurate, crafted with professionalism and free from politically motivated engineering to affect political outcomes in the United States. The signatories willfully weaponized the gravitas of the intelligence community to manipulate. I imagine that there has been a time where a child who shit his pants in front of the class while standing there began telling a story about how Everyone else had their pants filled with shit, and that was the real smell. It's kind of amazing. It's a lot. The faith of Americans and all other patriotic intelligence officials are sworn to protect the nation has been imperiled because of the Hunter Biden laptop thing. I know I'm not going to go over it. I'm really not doing that. We're not doing it. I can't do that. Jesus. This order directs, I'm not going to read all of it. It's insane. No, it's fine. This is schizo-posting white Alex Jones shit. Former National Security Advisor, I hate John Bolton, but what the fuck? John R. Bolton published a memoir for monetary gain after he was terminated from his White House position in 2019. The book was rife with sensitive information drawn from his time in government. The memoir's reckless treatment of sensitive information undermined the ability of future presidents to request and obtain candid advice in matters of national security of their staff. Publication also created a grave risk that classified material was publicly exposed. Wait. What? What in there? John Bolton sucks. Like, do not get me wrong. He sucks, like, in every way. Oh, it's trouble loading properly. It's because I have what's called a pie hole. Google it. It is an ad blocker for everything in your home, including your phones and everything. But it's a technical issue. It's a technical issue. That's what it's always seen as. It's great. It's way better than ad block. And this is a paywall because of that shit. Great. Don't care. Fucking don't care. I want to just know what he did. It's going to be Wikipedia. Am I going to have to Wikipedia this? I fucking hate this. I just want to know, like, what did he put in here that, like, Trump had a pattern of intervening with U.S. law enforcement. Yeah. Trump asked leader Xi Jinping to help him win re-election, offering to reduce U.S. tariffs in exchange for some increases in Chinese farm product purchases. Yeah, I mean, I believe all of this. This is, and he's also a huge, who cares? John Bolton sucks. No one cared. This didn't harm anything. John Bolton sucks. It's a P-I-H-O-L-E. Here, I will show just while we're here. If you have a need to get rid of kind of anything when it comes to ads, when it comes to just the way everything loads, Pi-hole, which is pi-hole, like the Raspberry Pi. If you have a Raspberry Pi, go buy one. They're cheap. They're fucking crazy cheap now. And you don't need a big one. I want to say it runs on a 3. It's like $10. And then it takes just a few minutes. It's super simple to add. And then you just plug it into your router and you turn your router to look at it as a DNS server. That's it. And it will tell you everything that it blocks. And it's an insane amount of shit that gets blocked. Every ad, every banner, YouTube ads get blocked. But then you also run into, if you want like the weirdest part of this for me, it's the most, thank you, Sure Shot, for the $10. Have a nice stream. Going to watch CFP Championship with family. Go Bucks. I know some of those letters, and I know that the Deer are a team. The way that Pi-hole works is it blocks everything. And so all these servers that use trackers, for example, on Facebook and everything else, they can't get you. They can't. So there's no pixels dropped or any of that shit, right? Pi-hole is great for that. But you start noticing the parts of the internet that don't work anymore because how much tracking is using these fucking awful systems. And the number one for me is YouTube. YouTube is fucking completely broken for me now. So be ready for that. If you have watched a YouTube video, okay, it won't show up again, which is great. But if you stop before kind of like that end part where it marks it as watched, it will not know you ever watched it and it'll continue queuing it in your recommendations because it has, the tracking isn't there at all. There's no tracking. So it puts you in a weird spot. Your devices won't be able to sync what you recently watched. So like you have your recently watched pile. I always go to like, oh, fucking yesterday I saw this video. It's great. That's gone. That's out the fucking door. Devices don't communicate across each other. Some do, others don't. It's completely fucked up. But again, it stops tracking, which means no ads and no tracking. So it's kind of great that way. I'm a big fan. So Pi-hole, they do not sponsor me. I don't sponsor anybody. That's not how it works. You can just buy one, I think. Just straight up buy. I know they've just got the mugs. Oh, I like the beer glass. It's free. Like, it's literally free. It's just sitting on GitHub waiting for you to install on a Pi. Go do it. It's wonderful. I put one together for Kid Not Ken and dropped it by his house. It's a tiny little device. It's amazing. Again, Pi 3. It's like nothing. I have a bunch of these fuckers sitting around. So, to get back to this, because I feel like we have to at some point. So this is bitching about all the things that Biden blathered about when it came to the shit Trump did. And it's amazing. This is just bitching. To remedy these abuses, the order directs the revocation of any active or current active... Oh, shit. That's actually kind of a... It's kind of a big deal. Security clearances are not a fucking joke. If you've ever had to get one or be involved with getting one, they are not a fucking joke. They're not a joke. Families had to get one in multiple ways. Friends have had to get them. Roommate had to get one because he was working for ICE at one point. He was a network engineer, and it was just like a summer job. Still had to get security clearance. It is not a fun thing to do. It is not enjoyable. It is not fun for anyone. To revoke that, especially at the higher levels, is kind of incredible, and it actually does a lot of damage to people's careers because you tend to keep it for some time after you're out of whatever job you're in, and it is part of going in the private sector, and we have a merge setup. I'm not bitching about this. I'm just saying this materially affects some seriously powerful people in a big way. This order directs the revocation of any active or current security clearances held by the former intelligence officials who engaged in misleading and inappropriate political coordination with the 2020 Biden presidential campaign and John Bolton. Get fucked. I hate that guy. He's great. Fuck that guy. He's awful. Nietzsche's got a better mustache. Wore it better. You're a piece of shit. So literally naming him is to me hilarious. That's funny. But these other people who are like people who signed on to the letter, and it doesn't say specifically who, which makes me think that it's involving a pyramid of people. Because there's a lot of people that went into this stuff. A lot. And that's kind of insane. It's kind of insane. God damn. Policy. It is the policy of the United States to ensure that the intelligence community not be engaged in partisan politics or otherwise used. I can't even finish it. It's so great. She said, those guys that fucking were dicks to me last time, fuck them. They lose their security clearance. Now, we're not going to be political. I love it. It's great. The term intelligence community has the meaning given the term in the situation. Great. Good for you, reading Title 50. Good job. In the policy of the United States, that individuals who hold government-issued security clearances should not use their clearance status to influence U.S. elections. It's the policy of the United States that classified information not be... See, that's actually... I don't know if that's how that works. It is, in the sense of using your security clearance is problematic for influencing elections. But this goes both ways. This is going to be fun to see how this goes. God damn it. Policy of the United States classified information may not be publicly disclosed in memoirs, especially those published for personal monetary gain. Well, that's stupid. That's stupid. Your kids did this. What the fuck, dude? The books, all of you fuckers released over the last 4 years did this constantly. This is going to be fun because this cuts both ways. It doesn't at all because that's how power works. It's kind of funny. that this is in here. That's amazing. Implementation, effective immediately. Here they are. Oh, shit. Are any of these people that give a fuck? James Clapper, Hayden, Leon Panetta. Leon Panetta's going to lose his entire... Wow. Like, a few of these people are like, these are... Again, fuck them all. These are intelligence people. I don't give a shit. Fuck them all. But this is like, these are actually fucking big hitters. This is more serious. This is like a political shot across the bow in a big way. I'm actually really into this. This part, I'm going to, for those of you who are into YouTube drama, you enjoy that. I'm into this drama. I'm into watching what happens when like Strand or like these people these are not jokes. These are not like minor figures in these agencies or former agencies. Well, the two signatories are deceased. They don't get included. So they get to keep their security clearance posthumously. Director of National shall submit a report to advise the details. Any additional appropriate activity, Jesus Christ. So now they're going back and looking at the intelligence community. Anyone contracted by the intelligence community, Jesus Christ, or anyone who held a security clearance related to the letters signed by 51 former intelligence officials. Recommendation is to prevent the intelligence community or anyone who works for or within it from appropriately influencing domestic elections and any disciplinary action, including the termination of security clearances. Yeah, that's fine. That's going to be fun to watch. This is fun to watch, everyone. This is going to be fun to watch. Because this is people are going to be, there's going to be an establishment anger around this that we aren't ready for. And I'm going to be cracking up. Because again, fuck them all. This is the intelligence community who fucks with everything all the time. That's their fucking job. Pass. We did that. Regulatory freeze, hiring freeze. I think we are. Yep. Nope. These are the January 6thers. This is not. Wait. These are the named. So why does he have them separated? Commuting sentences of following individuals of convicted. These are convicted of offenses related to events that occurred at or near the Capitol. Broads, Caldwell. We know these people. Wild. And grant full, complete, and unconditional pardon to all other individuals convicted of offenses related to events. See, these are the names. It's particular choices. That's fucking interesting. Again, not surprising. Whatever. Biden pre-pardoned his whole family. These people were never going to go to jail for long. We all knew this is not interesting. Again, not interesting, whatever. Here's TikTok. Protecting Americans from Foreign Adversary Controlled Applications Act regulates, we went over this yesterday. This is the TikTok law. Section 2A of the Act prohibits entities from distributing, maintaining, or updating certain defined foreign adversary controlled applications within the territory of the United States by providing A, services for such distribution, maintenance, or updates by means of an online mobile application store, blah, 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 blah. Don't give a shit. I want to know. I have the unique constitutional responsibility for the national security of the United States, the conduct of foreign policy, and other vital executive functions. To fulfill those responsibilities, I intend to consult with my advisors, including the head of relevant departments and agencies, on the national security concerns posed by TikTok and pursue a resolution that protects national security while saving a platform used by 170 million Americans. Unfortunate timing of the act, one day before I took office, interferes with my ability to assess the unfortunate timing of the act. So anything from here, by the way, they controlled. That's a controlled thing. It's a controlled thing. The Supreme Court could have said, we leave it to the executive branch. We don't judge. They could have done that. They didn't. They chose to make a big deal about the shutdown and the impending realities of it. Biden said, I'm not going to enforce it. TikTok took themselves offline. There was no law passed. There was no enforcement. There was no action taken by the government at all that I could find. Did not exist. TikTok took themselves offline with a complaint about Biden and the government and a plea for Trump. And then the next day, with no actions by anyone taken, period, brought it back online saying, thank you, Trump. After paying $50,000 towards his inauguration campaign and being in one of the main seats, the CEO of TikTok, one of the main seats at the inauguration. That's how you grift. That's how you fucking grift hard. You got to learn how to grift hard if you're going to be part of this, right? You got to do it. It interferes with my ability to assess the national security and foreign policy implications of the Act's prohibitions before they take effect. Yes, if only there was months of time. The timing also interferes with my ability to negotiate a resolution to avoid an abrupt shutdown of the TikTok platform. I'm instructing Attorney General not to take any action to enforce the Act for a period of 75 days. Now the ticks, it's the ticks talking. 75 days. 75 days, 75 days, 75 days. Be ready for that. My money is it's going to be sold to Amazon. That's my bet. If you're ready for that. I don't think he's going to give it to Musk directly. I think this is a spreading the wealth thing, and Bezos is already kind of a good bedfellow with that because he's kind of like Musk if he wasn't completely retarded. And so it's kind of an interesting setup. That's my bet. That's just a bet. We'll see. Who knows? Off we go. $50K from $1 billion company seems cheap. I mean, you got to remember how many, like how this worked. 50K seems cheap, but how much would you pay as part of a political ad to have every TikTok user in the country blame your opponent for being shut down and then thank you for bringing it back? That's worth more than 50 grand. That's worth more than $1 million. I actually, when I was running the Avatar Facebook page, Facebook wanted to charge me $27 million to reach our fan base. We had 49 million fans. It wasn't intentional. That was just the number it was offered. It was algorithmic. But if you are the CEO of TikTok and you're privately meeting with Donald Trump in Mar-a-Lago and you do offer $50,000 and he invites you to do it and he invites you down for this, and privately, you say to him, hey, you know what I can do? What do you think of that? He would say, thank you. And that's how you kiss the ring. That's how you kiss the ring. It's a $1 billion ad, exactly. So he didn't have to give money. We don't live in that place anymore. That would be a modernist society. That's not where we live anymore. None of this matters. Everything is set up this way. So I'll take a portion of the actions to issue written guidance to implement provisions, blah, blah, blah. Because of national security interests at stake, which is insane still. There is no national security interest at stake, except that they are not completely controlled by the United States government and their back end isn't completely open to the NSA. We know that because China fucking does it. And if China is overseeing it, they're not going to let them open up their back end to the NSA. Facebook and Twitter do this. We know this. It's been a long time thing. This is not new. Social media companies, YouTube, Google, all this stuff. Backdoors, all open. The API is written. This is how they were designed. It's the setup. TikTok is not. For now. Yeah. So this is that. It's saying 75 days and then we'll deal with it. So we'll see how that works. Restoring accountability to policy influencing positions. This could be bad. Article 2 of the United States Constitution vests the president with the sole and exclusive authority over the executive branch, including the authority to manage the federal workforce to ensure effective execution of federal law. A critical aspect of this executive function is the responsibility to maintain professionalism and accountability within the civil service. This accountability is sorely lacking today. Only 41% of civil service supervisors are confident that they can remove an employee who's engaged in insubordination or serious misconduct. You shouldn't be able to simply remove an employee who's engaging in insubordination. That's not how employment should work. Insubordination is a big, wide, gigantic goddamn bucket. Even fewer supervisors, 26%, are confident they can remove an employee for poor performance. You shouldn't. That's fascinating. It's fascinating. Accountability is essential for all federal employees. It's not really. But it's especially important for those who are in policy influencing positions. Not really. These personnel are entrusted to shape and implement actions of significant impact on all Americans. Fucking Christ. They're corporatizing this. Just wait. This is going to be fucking... I hate corporate reviews more than I think almost anything. I know I went over about my horror stories of them in the past, and I can do it again. But they don't work. They don't work. And they actually exist to specifically punish the employees who are willing to be punished. It's bad. Any power they have is delegated by the president. They must be accountable to the president, who is the only member of the executive branch, other than the vice president, elected and directly accountable to the American people. In recent years, however, there have been numerous and well-documented cases of career federal employees resisting and undermining the policies and directives of... Reinstatement, this is Schedule F. Creating Schedule F in the accepted service is hereby immediately reinstated with full force effect, subject to the amendment described in Section 3 of this order, provided that the date of this order shall be treated as the date of executive order. You can't do that, for sure. You can't amend a previous executive order and presume... That's not how that works. It's nice. Fuck, this back in time thing, man. This back in time thing is fucking wild. Again. We want to actually change what it meant and have it reinstated from them. The timing will matter. Trust me. Amendments to prior administration policy. Replace the letter F throughout when used to designate an accepted service schedule with the words policy career. Okay, let's do it. That can't be right. Yeah, I fucked that up. That's my fault. I missed the 7. I was like, that's probably not fucking right, Brooks. What are you fucking doing? Okay. Control F for F. I'm assuming he means F as a standalone. So let's see where F is standalone. Okay. See, you can't do this. This is going to be really weird how he thinks he's doing this. Why wouldn't they just write a new executive order? Why wouldn't they just do that? Okay. Replace the letter F throughout when used to designate an accepted service schedule with the words policy career. The reason that the timing matters. So, people who were hired prior to right now, he can do like a, hey, everyone who's around right now, blah, blah, blah. But he can't retroactively change their employment. Okay? So let's say I hire you as a contractor. Let's say I hire you as an employee. I'm hiring you as an employee full-time, all that stuff. And then like 2 years in, I go, hey, actually, I went back and I changed our contract. You're a contractor now. That's what he's doing. That's what he's doing. That's what this is. It's just a question of like how he's phrasing it, and I'm trying to figure out the wording because it's fucking... It's him rewriting this original order and pretending it existed the whole time. Because they want to get rid of all of the people Biden brought in and all the people who were there from before that they didn't get to fire. They want to like anyone new they want to get rid of, but they can't. You can't go back and change that. This is going to fail so fucking bad. Like, it won't. It doesn't matter. They're going to fucking do it anyway. They don't give a shit. They don't give a fuck. Subject to the amendments described in Section 3, provided the date of this order shall be treated as the date of executive order. You can't do this. It's... God. I love it. I love it. This is amazing. Like, disavowal is a fascinating thing. Deleuze and Guattari and anti-oedipus talk about how capitalism is a space of disavowal, where we don't really talk about how things really work, how it's not that they're secrets. They want to be very specific here. Under kings had secrets, right? A small cadre of people that were really running things, or that controlled this, or we're going to do an assassination here. Secrets, little, all that. Capitalism doesn't allow secrets. It's not really how it functions. Things are fairly open. But instead, what we do is we disavow. We put blinders on. We don't allow ourselves to see a thing. So Obama wasn't wildly different than what Trump's doing here. This is a more extreme version of a lot of that sort of technocrat bullshit thing. But when we talk about disavowal, this is avowing. This is avowal. This is, hey, here's how this works. There's a lot of people that have been hired that we can't simply fire. I want to retroactively change that so that we can simply fire them. And that's not going to, if this goes through, this changes, again, a lot of case law in a really hilarious way that we'll see knock-on effects from. And again, they'll make sure in some way to rewrite it. This is what they always do. We do blah, blah, so they can still do the thing. But it's kind of a big deal, actually, to retroactively change people's entire everything. To effectively carry out a broad range of activities assigned to the executive branch under law, the president and appointees must rely on men and women, blah, 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 blah. They schedule employees as different tranches. And so as they do this and they set this up, they really basically put this in a position of there are very particular requirements of performance that have to be met by employees at these different tranches. But this isn't a thing that people agreed to when they started working for it. And the government actually has, as far as the shit goes, pretty solid fucking like ways of taking care of people in various sectors. Really? It's like a USPS, people are happy there. It's a weird fucking job. It's not for me, but I know a lot of people who've worked at it. It's fantastic. They really do like the position and they generally are taken care of, and it's a little bit of a different beast. This changes all of that. Fuck. Chapter 75 of Title V, United States Codes, requires agencies to comply with extensive procedures before taking adverse action against an employee. This is built into the laws of the United States, that you can't just, oh, someone's being bad, we're going to fire them immediately. You have to actually work with someone to improve. You can't just fire people. Firing for cause, at will employment for the government doesn't fucking exist. This is trying to bring at will employment to the government, which, by the way, is a really fucking bad idea for a lot of reasons. I can give you the two biggest. The first is that the government is called critical infrastructure. Critical infrastructure, you don't want to make it super easy for someone to get mad and fire someone at all. And it may not seem like critical infrastructure, the IRS, to people who hate the IRS and all this. It's critical infrastructure. I mean, if you don't want to have a lot of things functioning in the next couple months, do whatever you're going to do. That's fine. And this is we're going to be seeing this sort of living human experiment in action. But this is why you do that. It's also why most countries, it's incredibly difficult to fire someone. Private business. When I was a global director at Starbreeze. Starbreeze is the game developer that made Payday and a whole bunch of other shit. Dead by Daylight we published, did a bunch of stuff. And there was a handful of us that were global directors right underneath the CEO and CCO and COO. And the way that we were set up and structured, because we were a Swedish company, I got to learn all about Swedish hiring practices. And I have made a whole bunch of friends in Sweden and also all over Europe. And I will tell you right now, you can't just fire people at will. In the United States, people laugh when I say, if I walked into work as the boss, I could fire everyone immediately and tell them to get out and they're fucked. And we will send you your checks, and we have 48 hours to send you your checks, and that's it. That's the limit of employment law that exists at all. People globally think I'm insane when I say this. And I'm like, that's the reality of every American worker. If you want to understand why there's general anxiety amongst American workers, I wonder, you know who doesn't have that anxiety? Unions and government jobs. Government jobs don't have that. If you have a bad day, you yell at a customer when you're at the USPS because they're being a dick or because you're hungover and you're mad, or you miss a day. You can't just be fired. Police unions. Police have incredibly strong unions. They can murder people and they don't get fired. Like, I was talking about having a fucking bad day, but there's reasons for this. And again, I don't back the cops, but the reason for this is because they're critical infrastructure. We need people doing these things. And if you just start firing people, hiring someone is a weeks or month-long process for some of these positions, especially as you get higher up in these spots. You can't just fire people, number one. Number two, these are not easy jobs. These are jobs that require years of really learning, mentoring people and talking them through. This is when someone talks about, Congress should only be allowed one term, maybe two. And it's like, do you understand how anything fucking works when it comes to legislation? Like, you have to have people who've been there a very long time that can help you do things, because otherwise nothing would ever get done. And by the way, you'll notice if you go back through time, you can actually look. The more you have Congress people who are a mix of old and new or lean towards long-term versus new, you actually have a lot more shit get done. The more Congress people you have that are fresh, that are new, that are all of that, maybe the first year or two, you don't see anything happen because it takes forever to learn how this shit works. Institutional knowledge is a real fucking thing. And it's a real thing when it comes to the USPS. It's a real thing when it comes to the IRS. It's a real thing when it comes to accounting or IT work or Customs and Border Patrol and like any of these things. Institutional knowledge is a thing. Firing someone on the spot eliminates that. They get to go to the private sector. More often than not, they're actually kind of okay with being fired, but all of us shouldn't be. All of us shouldn't be. You get completely fucked. All of us get completely fucked. So this is trying to turn the government into a right to work state federally. And it's interesting because I understood Project 2025, which was Schedule F, as a thing. Schedule F, which is particular, and they're changing it here, and I'm going to go through kind of what their switch is, because Schedule F is kind of a big deal. Schedule F was already done, but they're stanchioning out and like what the requirements are for each group. My understanding was they were going to try Schedule F most people and not make it so it's terminable for cause. That's still included in here, it seems, for cause. For cause is a big fucking deal to still have. That's not right to work. It's weird. We need a retirement age for Congress? I don't believe we need Congress. So let's start there. We can have a whole other discussion about like what I think government should be. But if you're going to have Congress as it is, you need people who've been there for forever. You need a decent chunk of them because it is not easy. Takes time to go read a bill and then take time to go talk to a staffer. There are staffers who are career staffers in Congress who've gone from office to office to office, who've probably been doing it for longer than most Congress people. They're staffers because they understand how to be a staffer and they're fucking good at it. And that is crazy institutional knowledge that you need. We need that shit in there. We'll get to it. So this setup, and there again, we're talking about Schedule F specifically for this new one. But we all have schedules A, B, C, D, E, and F, which schedule shall constitute parts of the rule as follows. Schedule A, positions other than those of a confidential or policy-determined character, which is not practicable to examine, shall be listed in Schedule A. Type away if you have any clue what the fuck that said. Find that conditions of good administration in federal service. Presidency implies procedures to go every federal supervisor or confident. I read this already. Definition: phrase normally subjects such change as a result of presidential transition refers to positions whose occupants are, as a matter of practice, expected to resign. Accepted service: appointments of individuals to positions of a confidential, policy determining, policy making, policy advocating character that are not normally subject to change. I need to just take a minute to search this and figure out what the fuck that is. Okay. Accepted service tends to be special assistants, confidential assistants, schedulers, and federal agencies who work directly with political appointees. So a special assistant to the Secretary of Energy would be an example. They may not necessarily resign when the president changes over. Many roles in agencies like the CIA and NSA are accepted due to sensitive nature because they're intelligence gathering, which we know is an exception here already. Policy and confidential roles, personal staff of the Federal Reserve Board members would make sense. And White House office staff, all roles within the executive office of the president. So this is office staff positions. This is not, these are accepted. This is a Eisenhower thing for years. This is not. Schedule F of the accepted service, though. Section 4, what is Schedule F then? Positions of a confidential, policy-making, policy-determining character not normally subject to change as a result shall be listed in Schedule F. In appointing an individual to a position in Schedule F, each agency shall follow the principle of veteran preference as far as administratively feasible. So, okay. Schedule F is interesting. It was interesting before. I'm not really following how they're. I mean, I think I am. I'll work through it as we kind of get going. But when you have bureaucracies at any of these agencies, let's say you want to make a rule, make a policy, set a thing up. There are a lot of people involved in that. This isn't like Steve walks into work one day and he's like, "Hey, here's what I want to do," and it's going. The setup is instead. Hey, I want to do something. I'm going to work with a small working group of people who are like career policymakers that are actually not part of any administration, not really even appointed. But they're not appointed. Wouldn't they be there would be exceptions? Why are they included in this? Because Schedule F is people who not normally. So this is the permanent state. So this is a thing that I've even bitched about. They call it the deep state. It's the dumbest fucking name. The permanent state is the large-scale bureaucracy that exists to keep things moving that doesn't just change with every presidency. They're the secretaries, the actual people who write it, the people who transmit it, the people who archive it. There's a lot of actual work done, like bread and butter administration work across the board. And so for them, they're now moving into Schedule F, which is a change, actually, because the vast majority of them were exceptions before, I think. Appointments of individuals, potential policy determined. They're not listed. Yeah, they're now Schedule F. This is what he did before. Biden got rid of it. So he wants to instead re-roll it so everyone Biden appointed would be that. So the idea would be who they want to be able to fire are So it is in line with Project 2025. They want to fire the bureaucracy as a thing. But the language is, again, particular. So they have a few things that are sort of playing with it. Employees and applicants to schedule policy career positions are not required to personally or politically support the current president. Yeah, right. Required to faithfully implement administration policies to the best of their ability, consistent with their constitutional oath and vesting of executive authority. Failure to do so is ground for dismissal. This is inventing cause for cause. Director of Office of Personnel Management shall abruptly amend civil service regulations to rescind all changes. Yeah, see, this is, again, whatever. It doesn't matter. I'm fascinated if they let that happen. Biden's protecting the federal workforce is revoked, and any rules, regulations, guidance, and other agency policies affected shall not be enforced. Obviously, you're undoing that. You already did. The heads of each executive department and agency shall review and identify existing agency actions relating or arising under Executive Order 1403 as soon as practicable. Great. Nothing is... So this is literally trying to do a Schedule F again because he couldn't really get around the first time and the wording didn't work and there were lots of legal battles and lots of stupid fucking fights. And then ultimately nothing happened. Like, it just is a dumb fucking thing. It's a dumb fucking thing. And it was blocked, it was fought in every way. And it's going to be interesting. But this is dangerous shit right here. The wording around it is dangerous shit, to say the least. That's no good. Cartels, merit government service, ending radical and wasteful government DII and preferencing, defending women from gender ideology extremism, and restoring biological truth. Oh. There are 5 pages of these fucking things now? Oh my God. Yeah, let's. I'd love some food. It'd be cool. Yeah, something easy. Something easy. Yeah, that's good. I may take a break in a minute too, because so I mean, some of these we don't have to read. Hey, look, drill in Alaska. Fucking assholes. Drill in mine, I would assume, because that's wonderful. Foreign terrorist national. Oh God, we're just gonna have to go through all of these. This is gonna be. There's just so many more now. There are so many more now. There are so many more suddenly. Oh my God. There are 5 pages of these fucking things now. They all got put up really, really, really fucking quick. So let's go through them and we'll just do one at a time. Let me start closing these off because I don't even know if I give a fuck about any of those anymore. We went through a good number of them. I'm pretty happy with the takes we had across the board. Is everyone good? Before I keep moving, is there anywhere you want to jump back into it? Cartels and organizations as foreign terrorist organizations. Let's do it real quick. We're just going to burn through them. Convergence, blah, 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 blah. So yeah, this is the lie. Convergence between themselves and a range of extra-hemispheric actors. Extra-hemispheric. 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 He made MLK Day a holiday. That's fantastic. Please send me, please. I've got to look for this. No chance. No shot. Trump MLK Day. He just couldn't have cared less. I can't wait for him to release all these files. We'll dig through it. It'll be fun. you have a screenshot, discord.gg/DGQC, toss it in stream comments. I'm happily going to look at it. Jesus Christ. Oof. Brutal. While you're here, this is now 7 hours because I have problems, but also because I do love talking about this stuff and I hope you enjoy it too. If you do, please drop a subscription, drop a like, all those fun things, but mostly become a member, drop a super chat, or hit, ideally, Patreon, patreon.com/DGQC, and drop a monthly. We're trying to figure out more ways we can do stuff, and it has been a journey. It has been a journey. It's gonna be a journey. Goddamn. Stream chat. I'm sitting down there in stream chat. I'll wait for you there. I will wait. But we'll continue. So cartels are pieces of shit. Like, fuck them all. Designating them as terrorists, again, begins to abuse the word terrorist, changes what it is. If you want to just be mean to the guys, like, that's kind of what it is. It's like saying these guys are extra baddies. But, like, that the idea of sending spec ops teams after people who are terrorists is the thing we can do, though, right? We can send drones after them. We do that anyway, but now we can do a lot of it. Blah, blah, blah. Cartels suck. They're assholes. Trinidad, Lamar, MS-13, they suck. Yeah, they suck. They suck. There are a lot of killers in it, blah, blah, blah. Within 14 days of the day of this order, the Secretary of State tells to take appropriate action in consultation, designate cartels as this. Within 14 days of this order, that's it. Just calling them that. That's great. Good for you. It does change how we can handle them and do a lot of evil shit. We did read the Birthright citizenship one. Did we? Wait, have we not gotten to that? We didn't get to that yet. Fuck. That's okay. That's okay. I have a lovely wife who's making me a sandwich. Reforming the federal hiring process, restoring merit. We know what this is. We just read the basics of it. It's continuing the same shit. Restoring merit to government service. It's eliminating DEI. I'm not going to read the anti-DEI stuff because it's stupid. DEI is a perfectly fine and serviceable thing to do. I generally don't care about it. I think the more important thing is to understand that we need diversity everywhere because we are no longer a country of just white suburbanites. And if we do not have people involved from every walk of life, we end up in a very, very different place. Very different place. And I would like to end up somewhere interesting. I know you people don't like interesting, but I do. Defending women from gender ideology. Let's do it. Up front, I don't believe in gender. Purpose. Across the country, ideologues who deny the biological reality of sex. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. I'm not going to debate it here either. By the way, if you don't understand that, like, there is no biologically innate reality of sex, even, like, there's words that we assign to things that are biologically, quote, real. But that's not the same fucking thing. It's presuming there is a transcendent truth. And that transcendent truth is the God-given realities of man and woman and Adam and Eve. There's not a biological or scientific reason. We went through this with Bruno Latour. Remember Bruno Latour talking about how they're going to be... Do I have to bring that back up? Huh? We were never modern? How they will absolutely use science, but only when it's transcendent. And then they'll rely on God. Hey, look, we found moderns. They're here. The moderns. The postmoderns. Cynical, shitty, doubtful moderns. But they're still that. Let's see. Socially coercive means to permit men to self-identify as women and gain access to intimate single-sex spaces. Yes, bring it on over, all you here. This is wrong. Efforts to eradicate this reality of sex by depriving women of their dignity, safety, and well-being. Yes. So do rapists do that. Rapists do that. Having rapists in major public positions that are overseeing them, and having Matt Gaetz walk around Congress with pictures of women while he's having sex with them, laughing about it to male and female colleagues. That probably is upsetting, right, to women? Yeah, no, it's the trans. It's the trans. Erasure of sex in language and policy has a corrosive impact, not just on women, but I can't even read it. It's awful. So what is this? Policy of the United States is to recognize two sexes. That's great. That's great. I want to actually talk about how this affects things downstream. I'm curious. These sexes are not changeable and are grounded in fundamental. I don't care. It's not the policy of that. It's just saying that there are two sexes. Under my direction, the executive branch will enforce sex protective laws to promote this reality, and following definition shall govern all executive interpretation of and application of federal law and administration policy. Sex shall refer to an individual's immutable biological classification as either male or female. Sex is not a synonym for and does not include the concept of gender identity. Look, as we read this, it's important you read it, I would say, what it is. It's a legal document. This is not intended to be an essay for a gender studies course or things we're going to run into. This is about legal rights. So it's not whether or not something is emotionally correct or whether or not we feel this way or whether it's incorrect in a sociological sense. None of those things matter. This is power being exerted. So we need to talk about it as power being exerted and how that will happen. That's the part that I'm actually fascinated by. Because it's if you didn't listen to the pretty amazing arguments that were in front of the Supreme Court, we haven't seen the outcome of it yet, but it was arguing that a male at birth being denied the ability to get, estrogen and hormones because he's a male actually breaks the law when it comes to discrimination against sex. So if you're going to define sex as binary, right? One, this will fuck with xenogenders or anyone who doesn't comply, obviously. But if I'm male by what they say, and I decide that I want to transition to being a woman, let's say I'm okay with them not calling me female. I just want to be a woman. They can't discriminate on the basis of sex. Particularly, they've said this already in this, but also that's Title IX. This is the setup. You can't have laws that discriminate based on sex. So I should be able to have anything medically that a woman can have, that a female can have. It's a really interesting argument that I'm waiting to see how they rationalize it because we haven't seen yet. It's going to be really odd. Intersex people will get fucked. Yes, generally speaking, intersex people tend to lean. And again, male or female, I'm wondering what this does. That's the thing, is whatever the government calls you, it's dehumanizing and awful. That's shitty. Not saying otherwise. But what does it do? Because if it's a male who can't have access to estrogen, there are medical reasons for this, by the way, beyond transition as a thing. Puberty blockers for females not to transition, that's a thing. So is it that they aren't allowed to take things that are counter to their birth sex? But wait, what does that mean? This is where we start, again, this is where these things become, I think, how they define it, how they talk about it. But in the end, Mark is right. They don't care about any of this. We're intellectualizing. They don't give a fuck. They want this, and everyone understands what this means, right? That's what all of you are upset about, and you should be. 100%. This is the thing they're doing. They're saying there's no such thing as trans. That's what they're saying. Totally, yes, it's fucked up, and it is that sort of writing off of an entire people who absolutely exist, regardless of whatever you fucking say. So it's weird, But the law and how power is exerted is going to be extremely choice. Precocious puberty is a thing. Puberty blockers are allowed. It's interesting. Women or woman, girls or girls should mean adult and juvenile human females respectively. This is genuinely unenforceable. It's going to be funny to watch. This is going to be really weird because this is going to be like, it's going to be across the board. This is like, basically, we're not going to honor your pronouns. That's what this is. Which is like Jordan Peterson wrote a fucking law. That's all this, so far, that's all that this is. Female means a person belonging to a conception of the sex that produces the large reproductive. I enjoy when they reduce people like this because it's always like, I can only think in my head, I couldn't do this to like my wife. What is my, you exist as the one who produces the large cell. But to be able to do this, I mean, it's just, what a marriage that must be. Male means a person belonging at conception of the sex that produces the small reproductive cell. I don't... This is funny how this is written, and I don't think it's intentional. But so here's how you should read this upper part, and I'm going to read the bottom part in the same way, and we'll talk through it the same way. Woman or woman, girls or girls shall mean adult and juvenile human females respectively. Men or man, boys or boys shall mean adult and juvenile human males respectively. Female means a person belonging at conception to the sex that produces a large reproductive cell. Male means a person belonging at conception to the sex that produces a small reproductive cell. Gender ideology replaces the biological category of sex with an ever-shifting concept of self-assured gender identity, preventing the false claim that males can identify as thus become women and vice versa, and requiring all institutions of society to regard this claim as true. This doesn't say this is false. This doesn't say this is false. This is policy and definitions. They're defining terms. So gender ideology is now the term for the biological category of sex that is replaces the biological category of sex with an ever-shifting concept of self-assured gender identity, permitting the false claim that males can identify as thus. That's what it's defined as. That's what's allowed. That's what's allowed. Gender identity, like this is, it's not supposed to be written like this. You're supposed to write gender ideology errantly confirms, errantly believes. You say something like that, but instead it's defining gender ideology as that which replaces the biological category of sex, which for me is kind of awesome. I hate to say that. Like, I kind of like the idea that like gender ideology is now defined this way. I'm going to start using gender ideology in this way. And it includes the idea that there is a vast spectrum of genders that are disconnected from one sex. See, look, Trump has replaced the biological category of sex with an ever-shifting concept of self-assessed gender identity, permitting the false claim. He may call it false, but he's permitting it, permitting the false claim that males can identify as and thus become women and vice versa, requiring all institutions of society to regard this false claim as true. Good job. I like this. I'm down. Are you guys down for gender ideology according to Trump? Because I do like the idea of replacing the biological category of sex. Because here it says up front, and again, if you don't know how to read these things, you start at the top and you go through, and sex shall refer to an individual's immutable biological classification as either male or female, specifically. But the biological category of sex is replaced now with gender ideology. This is not how this was supposed to be written, but I like it and I want to use it. Can we use it? Can we use this? Can we talk about this? Can we be happy for gender ideology? I'm down for gender ideology because I think Trump is right. Look, gender ideology has replaced this idea. And he is requiring all institutions of society to regard this false claim as true. Look, hey, I don't think it's a false claim, but I don't give a fuck. He's requiring you to see it as true. I'm down. I'm down with this. This is when you have shitty lawyers. This is what happens when you have shitty lawyers who don't pay attention to things. And let's use it. Because again, gender ideology is internally inconsistent. I mean, I actually agree with this. I don't believe in ideological things as a thing. So he's not far off from here. But again, it's required now. So don't fucking doubt it, okay? You have to regard the false claims as true. Gender ideology is internally inconsistent in that it diminishes sex as an identifiable or useful category. Well, that's true. It does actually do that. I think we all agree. But nevertheless maintains it is possible for a person to be born in the wrong sex body. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Trump. Jeez. Here, I was worried this was going bad. It was for a while. Maybe he's a gender abolitionist. I mean, this is written that way. So it's, look, all of it's false. He is calling your identity as a trans person false. But it is required now. All institutions of a society have to regard that false claim as true. I would take it personally. I mean, he signed this. He signed this into law. He signed this into fucking law. Gender identity. We're defining gender identity. Reflects a fully internal and subjective sense of self, disconnected from biological reality and sex, and existing on an infinite continuum that does not provide a meaningful basis for identification and cannot be recognized as a replacement for sex. Yeah. Okay. I'm down. I think I'm down. I mean, I'm amazed at this. Good job. God, I always thought he was a conservative, which meant like he hated the idea of like sexuality and the breaking down of codes. But it's a fun thing when you don't believe in anything. Like they don't. These people don't believe in anything. They're garbage humans across the board. You will write something like this and put into law that gender ideology has replaced the biological category of sex with an ever-shifting concept. This is the law now. It's the executive order across the entire federal government. Don't you fucking forget it. All right, let's see if this gets worse or if they continue to be stupid. I'm going to totally clip that and put it on shorts. That's good shit right there. Recognizing women are biologically distinct from men. Everyone's biologically distinct from everyone else. Within 30 days of this data disorder, Secretary of Health and Human Services shall provide the U.S. government, external partners, public clear guidance, expanding on the sex-based definitions set forth in this order. Good job. Good job. Each agency shall enforce laws governing sex-based rights, protections, opportunities, and accommodations to protect men and women as biologically distinct sexes. Each agency should therefore give the terms sex, male, female, women, men, boys, and girls, meaning set forth in Section 2 of this order. Yeah, and I also think they need to also replace sex with gender ideology. I mean, it's in Section 2. That's great. It's really just written like a fucking moron. God, I'm so, like, the Nazis had to be so fucking stupid. Okay, they were before us. They were dumber than we are now by a wide margin. Everyone was dumber than we are now. And they were all on meth. Like a ton of amphetamines, like fucking all the time. Like they would grind down their teeth and shit. Can you imagine how fucking dumb these people are? This is what they put in an executive order. This is how good their legal writing team is. I'm down. Take it literally, run with it. Because they don't care. Agencies shall remove all statements, policies. Wait. Implement changes require government-issued identification, including passports, visa. See, this part, this ain't going to last. This ain't going to last. Customs and Border Patrol do not want this. This is going to get undone so fucking fast. This is going to be turned around on them. At the border, you don't give a fuck about anything like this. What matters for Customs and Border Patrol is if they can look at the passport and know it's you. And if they have a photo of you that is, we'll say, dead naming you, and of the other gender, and you're in a dress, and you look lovely, you look all done up, you're dolled up for the whole show, they won't know if it's you. This is really stupid. It's just, hey, this is the person. It does this thing. This is how they identify. This is the setup. Because we want to know if you're an American citizen to get you the fuck in. We don't want to, like, stop people at the border for fun. Unbelievable. Just lame. Office of Ensure applicable personal records accurately report federal employees' sex. Good job, buddy. Can't wait for everyone to be called girls or boys. Oh, the girls and boys. Wait, can we do that? Is that how it's written? We can. I'm going to read this as men and boys are adult and man or boy is juvenile. Because if you didn't notice, they're very particular about the case of these things. So the plural. So adult or human males. One is pluralized, the other is not. Boys, man, men, pluralized or not. So I'm going to assume they fucked that up too. It's really just poorly written across the board. Jesus Christ. I'm in love with that phrasing. I love it. I'm going to, one sec. I just have to. Snip, 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 snip. I just want to make sure when that gets rewritten that I kept it because I love that bit. I love that shit. To continue. So changing passports, forcing it back, that'll not take seriously forever because people don't like. You're going to send new passports to everyone for free? Fuck off with that. Like this is just not getting done. These are no one's doing this shit at all. Stupid. No one's doing this shit. Oh God, could you imagine all of the fucking global entry shit for everyone? Global entry is like the biggest, it's not happening. Remove statements, policies, forms, communications that would inculcate gender ideology. Well, wait, we defined gender ideology as the thing that replaces sex, so we can't even have sex in there. We have to remove everything that's related to sex from everywhere. Jesus. That's a lot. Agency forms that require an individual's sex shall list male or female and shall not request gender identity. Agencies shall take all necessary steps to be allowed to end federal funding of gender ideology. Yep, you enjoy that. It's amazing. Supreme Court decision in Bostock, Clayton County, which addressed Title VII, requires gender-based access to single-sex spaces. For example, Title IX, blah, blah. Position is legally untenable and has harmed women. No, it hasn't. It's just fucking great. Federal funds will not be used. This is amazing. There's levels there that's crazy. Promote gender ideology. They defined it as, again, just to go back to how they defined gender ideology. It is the words that replace. Gender ideology replaces the biological category of sex. So this is just really kind of a psychotic document when you go back into it. Males are not detained in women's prisons or housed in women's detention centers. See, they're just terrible at this. It's just... It's just the mixing of tenses, the mincing of words. This was written by someone who's like second year tops. Like I've worked with a lot of different lawyers, a lot of different law interns, a lot of different paralegals. None of them would have let this shit go through. They're all nuts. They're all fucking nuts. type A fucking weirdos. Love it to death, but like it's just really strange. It's like males are not detained in women's prisons or housed in women's seats because they don't want to say females when they write this. Probably written by like someone who just has that feeling. They don't want to say females. Why would you not say females? Just weird wording. It's doubling up on their definitions again and mixing it up. Agencies shall effectuate policy by taking appropriate actions to intimate spaces designated for women, girls, or females. But these are the same thing. For men, boys, or males, why do you designate each one separately? It's, again, poorly written and not thought through. This is not, once you define a thing, you don't have to then continue to use the other terms around the thing. It's just stupid. It's just childish. And again, all of this only applies to like federal shit. So, as I say to everyone, I appreciate that people who live in red states are sticking through it. As a trans person, as a queer person, I appreciate it. And I appreciate the bravery and the idea that you can change people. You can't move. You cannot do that. Move. Save yourself. Move. There's other places. Move. People will help you move. We will help you move. We'll have conversations about it. We'll figure it out. There are lots and lots of states that do not do this, and the federal government won't be able to do fucking anything. Fix that. Please, dear God, fix that. I don't want to hear stories in the next year or two. I don't like hearing any of those stories. Please don't become one. Please. Agency implementation, blah, 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 all this stuff. And then they were sending all the other stuff that came before. Happy day. Great. Like how poorly that's written, to be frank. Department of Government Efficiency. This is just not even going to happen, so it doesn't even matter. Implement President's DOGE agenda by modernizing federal technology and tools, software to maximize government efficiency and productivity. Section 55, Title 5. Wait. Really? Let's go find out if I am wrong on what I'm thinking. You fucking cannot do this. If he can do this, if this passes muster, violent revolution. You need to understand that's where we're at. Because this is straight up the executive branch creating their own department. They're not allowed to do that. They're not allowed to do that. So an agency, very particularly, each authority, there's important words here, of the United States, whether or not is subject to review by another agency, does not include Congress, courts, and other things. It's an authority of the government of the United States which is not within or subject to review by another agency, whether or not. So we have Congress, we have courts, we have all these things. The agency, particularly, is just being created out of thin air, whole cloth. This would be the agency, the Central Intelligence Agency. This is an agency. This is not a advisory group, which is what they were saying before. Homeland Security. Homeland Security was not a new agency. It was an umbrella agency that covered over other agencies. Different setup, created by an executive order. But this one's a little bit different because Homeland Security also, by the way, had backing of Congress and a whole bunch of other shit. There was a lot of things that went into that. This is fascinating. DOGE is fascinating. God. USDS Administrator, DOGE Service Temporary Organization. I don't want to read DOGE this many times. I don't think I can handle that. government-wide software, network infrastructure, and information technology systems. Yeah, this is, like, again, this is not good. Best of luck. Have fun with that. There's already been lawsuits filed. We'll see what happens. I'm not even starting there. America First policy to the Secretary of State. We know what that one is. That's not exciting. Protecting the United States from foreign terrorists and national security, the same thing. We know the drill, and mine. American People Against Invasion, Organization for Economic Cooperation, the OECD, and Global Tax Deal. The OECD Global Tax Deal supporting the Prime Administration not only allows extraterrestrial okay. Secretary of Treasury and the permanent representative in the OECD shall notify the OECD any commitments made by the prior administration to replace. This is where you start getting into the treaties and things the previous guy signed I'm not doing, which basically means that they can't trust anything from the U.S. And again, that's the goal. That's the goal. Don't think that's a bug. Oh, they're trying to make it work anyway. That's the goal. That's the goal. Good Lord. The national energy emergency first, so they can drill. Protecting the American people against invasion. Wait, did more already drop? Let's find out. This is just the same shit. Okay. There we go. Mount McKinley being renamed Mount McKinley. Jesus Christ. He did it. He's actually doing it. He's actually putting it in an executive order. That's amazing. So calling it Gulf of America. No one's going to change that. Yes, Snazzy, they really hit the ground running. What's the point? Flood the zone with shit. This doesn't matter. Neither of these things matter. They're signal boosting. They're things that people will be like, you can't do that. No one's going to give a fuck. Meh. Meanwhile, they're going to continue to do other things. This is outrage is the weapon they're using against people. That's why Twitter's perfect for what they're doing. They want outrage. They love this. They love outrage. It's fucking arousing to them. They love it when you're angry. Because that means they're doing what they're supposed to be doing, which is angering you. They don't have anything beyond resentment. That's it. It will always be the Gulf of Mexico because that's what it's called by everyone else in the world. It doesn't matter what our edicts are. We don't control the maps. Like, it's funny. He probably thinks we probably do, but we don't control maps. Realigning United States on foreign aid. I want to read that one. National energy. Putting people over fish, stopping radical environmentalism to provide water to Southern California. Fuck me. If you haven't had a chance, this is Pistachio Wars. They've updated the site since, obviously. Yasha Levine, who's a phenomenal investigative journalist, phenomenal, kickstarted this and got this going. I am a backer, which I don't even know if I need to disclose because it's not like I get money from it. But the setup is simple. Pistachios. California water use is 80% agriculture. There's a drought. It's agriculture. Pistachios use an extraordinary amount of this. And because of this, the bay fish population has collapsed. 99.7%, 97.8%. The death of fish is a real thing in the area. It's not, oh, we're losing a few fish. It's you're losing almost all of them. It's almost all of them. If a pistachio farm doesn't have constant water, if it isn't soaked constantly, they die.
Wonderful pistachios.
and they're the largest lobbying group keeping water rights where they're at. And it's a kind of big deal. Wonderful, wonderful piece. These are the assholes. The Resnicks. America's biggest farmers. Maybe seen their name printed on art museums, hospitals, university. Maybe you've never heard of them. Either way, you will love Pistachio Wars. I recommend it very, very much. PistachioWars.com. You can rent and play. We're going to do a screening. I reached out to Yasha. He hasn't responded yet. But we're going to do a screening of it in the DGQC as well, because it's important. So when I read the next one, it's just, there's a lot around this. Secretary of Commerce, Secretary of Constellation, heads of department. During my first term, state of California, the direction of governor filed a lawsuit to stop my administration from implementing improvements. They're going to continue to stop it. California's not going to do any of these goddamn things you want, dude. Within 90 days, shall report to me regarding progress made in implementing policies. They're just going to stop you. They don't care. Anyone who says that, well, the water ran dry, the fire hydrants, that's not from lack of water, you stupid moron. Like, people really do not understand how infrastructure works or how it's functional as a thing. So just laugh at them. Just laugh, because there is no point in talking. They don't care. Remember, they don't care at all. They don't care. So just laugh at them, because they're stupid. They're just stupid. That's really frustrating. It's really frustrating. More water from Sacramento, San Joaquin Delta to other parts of the state for use by people there. People, agriculture. That's it. That's all they care about. Beautiful federal civil architecture. I want to see that. The death penalty, we heard that one. That's fine. We have a federal death penalty for fucking foreign citizens if they do certain things. Securing borders. I want to talk about that one. Value, meaning and value. That's probably going to be the birthright thing. America First trade policy. Memorandum. These are going to be a lot. I'm just going to start going through. We're going to pick all the ones we want to do. If you see one I haven't, business owners are people too. No, they are, but not businesses. Businesses aren't people. Memorandum to resolve the backlog of, if the people, the business owner themselves were getting, everyone needs water. I want Bezos to be able to drink water generally. I want him to be able to bathe. I want people to have that. But businesses aren't people. Businesses are not people. They're not even families, despite what the leaders may want to lie to you about. It's not how it works. As we go through, if you want to see one done that I am skipping over, please, it's going to be a super chat. I'm only doing the ones I want from here out. If you want it done, super chat it, pop it in, great. We'll toss it in. Otherwise, I'm just going to be doing the ones I want from here out, because there is too much of this shit and most of it's garbage. Backlog of security clearances for executive office. Hey, we forgot to submit a bunch of stuff. I'm just going to fucking give them security clearances without, which won't happen, doesn't matter. National emergency at the southern border. I want to see what the words that are there. Holding former, did I do withdraw from the WHO? Or did I miss it? Jesus. I do want to do the WHO one. Did I miss it? I don't think I missed it. There it is, WHO. Application protecting Americans, we did that one. Hiring freeze. Okay, good. That's page 4, and then 5 is like... Oh, wait. What is page 4 then? Regulatory freeze, pricing relief, putting America's first in international environmental agreements, all this crap. Don't care. All right. You know what that means? Before I start, bathroom break, and you get a moment of
anti-Eddie Ping, still right here. Wissels auf der Terre von den Pings. Na Kategorie, ja, look, censorship by the whistle. Birthright.
Here I go, anti-Eddie Ping.
Yes, it's some real British one these days. So it's still some other.
Here I go, anti-Eddie Ping.
Oh, ho. It functions everywhere, sometimes without stopping, sometimes discontinuously. It breathes, it heats, it eats, it shits, it fucks. One mistake ever said the it everywhere. It is machines, not at all metaphorically. Machines of machines with their couplings, their connections. An organ machine is connected with a source machine, one emits a flux which the other cuts. The breast is a machine that produces milk, and the mouth a machine coupled to that one. The mouth of the anorexic hesitates between an eating machine, an anal machine, a talking machine, a breathing machine, deeper machine, asthma, attack. This is why we are all tinkerers, each with their own little machines. An organ machine for an energy machine. There are always flux and cuts. Judge Schreber 5 has divine rays in his ass. Solar anus. And rest assured it works. Judge Schreber feels something, produced of something, and theorized about it. Something is being deduced effects of machines, not metaphors. Of the schizophrenic. It's a better model than the neurotic lying on the couch. A bit of fresh air relationship with the outside. Take the stroll of Lenz into the outdoors. It is different from moments when Lenz finds himself with his good pastor, who forces him to situate himself socially in relation to God, in relation to Father, in relation to Mother. On the contrary, he is in the mountains under the snow with other gods or without God at all, without family, without father or mother, with nature. What does my father want? Can he give me better? Impossible! Leave me alone. Everything is a machine. And three celestial machines, the stars are rainbows, alpine machines, each coupled with those of his body, noise machine. Uninterrupted, idle instrumented. It must feeling of endless bliss to be in contact with the profound, life profound of every form. To have a soul for the rocks, metals, water, and plants, to welcome into oneself, as in a dream, every element of nature, like flowers that breathe with the waxing and waning of the moon. Och det landskapet gissar where, både där vi multidagen ned, inom the replies. Krongas can be a chlorophyllin machine or a photosynthesis machine, or at least slip his body as a part into such machines. Lenz put himself before the distinction of man nature, before all the identifications that this distinction conditions. He could not experience nature as nature, but as a process of production.
I love it. I will always love it. I think the thing's fucking great. It makes me smile every time I hear it. Always makes me smile. Always makes me fucking smile. All right. I'm cleaned up a little bit, ready to go, got some water. Can eat a little bit of my turkey sandwich as we sort of slowly read all this garbage, make our way through this shit. Good God. You want to get a physical copy of Anti-Oedipus? You have a digital. Didn't read it. Hearing it makes me want it right now on paper. It's a solid book. It takes a lot. It takes a lot to read, though. So be ready for that shit. Be ready for that shit. Be ready for that shit. To say the least. Good Christ. It's worth noting, Costco employees just authorized a nationwide fucking strike. So, we'll see how that goes. It's a fun time. This is where we're at. This is the thing that's happening, right? This is the thing that's happening. I'm ready for change. I'm ready for change for sure. Okay, let's dive into these and burn through what we can so I can finish up tonight, play a couple rounds of Dota, play some Minecraft with the kid, relax a little bit, and then fall asleep and then cry myself when I wake up in the middle of the night and realize all of this that I've read. Permanent representation of, okay. 1. Applicability to the global tax deal. Secretary of Treasury, permanent representative of the United States, OECD, any commitments made, we're fucking them off. We did read this. Basically, it's just constantly fucking off, we're not doing it, fuck off, we're not doing it. We're not doing the thing that we agreed to. Because we don't care about... And it's fine. Just to, burn down every fucking diplomatic angle for anything that the American government has when it comes to trade. Why not? Why not? Withdrawing the United States from the World Health Organization. Notices withdrawal from WHO. The United States intends to withdraw. Presidential letter, Secretary General of the United States, signed in 2021, retracted on July 6th. Notification withdrawal is revoked. Great. Executive order revoked. Executive order is revoked again and again and again. Assistant shall establish directorates and coordinate mechanisms with National Security Council apparatus as deems necessary. Secretary of State, budget should take appropriate measures. 2. Pause any money to the fund, support, or resources to the WHO. Fucking assholes. Recall and reassign United States government personnel or contractors working in any capacity with the WHO. How many would this be would be the question for me. Not who. God damn it. World Health Organization. How many of those people are? I know it's a lot of people. What will this affect? How will this impact anything? Obviously, a bunch of different ways. Like, don't get me started on obvious ways. I'm more asking literally what this will do, not what the knock-on effects will be. The knock-on effects will be bad. But what is the setup in the thing here? I mean, I don't even know how many people we have assigned to this. Approved by members in May. Such contributions by member states. Voluntary. Okay, is this, so who is that? Is it the United States? Is it the United States? Predictable funding for, okay, so that's significant. This is a problem. Member states have approved 20% increase. They're not. Well, we didn't. Well, we did, but we're not doing it. So what is our setup with them? What is the breakdown? And it doesn't share that. Let's see. I gotta tell you, if you give me a fucking CV that has fucking 4 lines in it, it literally, I get the data, give me these numbers. Voluntary, 87%, assessed 12%, other 0.6%. It's fucking embarrassing. Why would you have that as a thing? It's like, looks like it's going to be, that's can probably be significant. Wonderful. Identify credible and transparent United States and international partners, assume necessary activities previously undertaken by the WHO. That's interesting. So, who does what the WHO does? I mean, the answer is private business. The first question is Blackwater, Palantir, whatever the fuck they're calling it. Yeah, no, Heather, that's it. It's privatizing WHO. That's it. It's them saying, oh, who can we get besides the WHO who will be answerable to us and American pharmaceutical companies who do not want to be part of the WHO. The WHO is big in curing diseases. You know, that doesn't do us any good. Yeah, that's what that is. That's wild. Authority granted by law. Yep, so that's privatizing the partnership with the WHO. That's fantastic. National emergency. Now, what exactly is this? Because it's national emergency is like whatever. Because we have that. It does it for a bunch of stuff. What is he saying? Subject to the discretion of the Secretary of Defense. That's Secretary of Defense is not who we call in terms of a national emergency. Secretary of Interior. Sure. Wow. All right, so we are putting military as police on the border. President declared no powers or authorities made available by statute for use in event of emergency shall be exercised until the President specifies provisions of law under which he proposes that he or other such officers will act. Great. So what's the other half of this that he said? 2808, Title 10. Love it. Let's go check you out now. Okay, so that just says, what are you going to do? So 2808. In the event of a declaration of war or other declaration by the President of a national emergency according with the National Emergencies Act that requires use of armed forces, Secretary of Defense, without regard for any other provisional law, may undertake military construction projects and authorize secretaries of the military departments to undertake military construction projects. That is not so. Okay, this is the Army Corps of Engineers fixing the levees in New Orleans. That's this. This is the part of the law that does that. It's hey, we need this done really badly immediately. We need to get them out immediately. We need them set up. So we're going to send the military to build. They build crazy fast. If you haven't seen some of their shit, it's not like the best. It's not intended to stay up. It's not like they do buildings. They're not architects, but they build shit. This is literally just saying the Department of Defense, you get to build the wall, which I have a feeling may reach some issues. Provide additional authority to support federal government's response to the emergency on the southern border, declares blah, blah, blah. It requires armed forces in accordance with This United States clause invoked made available according to its terms. So this is construction. This is construction, specifically construction. That's what he's outlined here. So this is building a wall. Secretary of Defense, Secretary of Defense for operational needs, including detention space, transportation, and other logistics services. Well, see, that's not in 2808, my friend. As I've said, law doesn't matter anymore. It's not in 2808. Can't do that. He doesn't care. Creating the wall. Unmanned aerial systems. I got to tell you, fuck Obama. Like, fuck Obama. If you don't know why you should fucking hate Obama, this is going to be it right here. Obama is the first person to officially and publicly and knowingly drone strike and kill multiple American citizens extrajudiciously. That's a really bad precedent. They've done it before, I know. But to do it, avow it, which is what he did, astonishing work. It's astonishing work. This is to have drones, military drones within 5 miles of the southern border. Secretary of Defense and Homeland Security, in consultation with the Attorney General, shall take appropriate action consistent with law to prioritize the impedance and denial of unauthorized. So this is them talking about how they're going to keep illegals out and what they can do. Secretary of Defense and Homeland Security. Great. They already were doing that. You're fucking, how bold of you to involve the secretaries of the cabinet of the president in decisions like this. Yay. It's fucking, oh God. It's like big boy pants stuff. It's like, I'm a big boy. I'm president again. Blah, blah, blah. Don't care. Revoking that. Don't care. So yeah, drones on the border, using the military for construction and also for transportation. By the way, that's not a thing. So, where are you going to drop these illegal aliens off at? You can't just like throw them out of a plane. I know you want to, but you can't just throw them out of a plane. You've got to land that plane somewhere, which means you have to work with the Mexican government. They will be probably pretty happy to do so, but you have to work with them, which means you can't just deport. It's going to be a day or 2, 3, 4. Latency becomes a reality for you. I know you don't like latency. You don't understand latency. It confuses the little mind. I understand that. So it's going to go poorly. That's going to go poorly because of the way that they work. It'll be interesting to watch. Really depressing, but interesting. Oh, God. This is involving everybody. All right. Here it is. These are them. Okay. We're going to start with unbalanced trade. Global tariff or other policies, remedy, Secretary of investigate feasibility, identify any unfair trade practices, which there are so many, public consultation with respect to USMCA for the review of it, which comes up in 2026. That's fine. Everyone's going to review a bunch of stuff. Tell me what you're doing. This is fucking embarrassing that he has this written out. Secretary of Commerce shall review policies and regulations regarding the This doesn't have to be an executive order. Like, you weirdo. Regulations regarding applications of anti-dumping and countervailing duty, including with regard to transnational subsidies, cost adjustments, efficiencies, and zeroing. These are loopholes that they like. They like these. Business likes these. Could this be a good example of good thing? I mean, I don't think so. I can't imagine it turns out good, but like, generally when you're talking about like these kinds of things, you're talking about getting subsidies for manufacturing in one place, but you're manufacturing in another, for example. These kinds of things are like, it's really different. So to pull up like AD and CVD. So basically you've got companies that sell things below fair market value in order to gain an edge. You got tire companies. Tire companies, because rubber's not really made here anymore. I was in Colorado. Gates Rubber was a thing. It's not really that big of a deal anymore here. But, you know, the way that rubber works is if, for example, you have a home market price that's extremely expensive, but you sell abroad and export, that's kind of this idea of countervailing duty or that's anti-dumping. Consumer goods, you have this a lot where it's like shit is very expensive. Ha ha ha. But when I export it, I can sell it for less. It damages local industry, it damages local commerce and local people. It does. And then you sell it as a loss externally. And so other people can sell it cheaper in other places. It keeps the price even everywhere. Generally speaking, a single country doesn't want that to be the case. You want goods that are here to be cheaper if they can be. Again, it's an anti-consumer practice. They can't possibly be serious about taking this on. If they are, interesting. They aren't. Countervailing duties is kind of a weird one as well. This is where you have the government gives land to tobacco farmers, for example, as a thing. That setup exists. This happens a lot all the way, by the way, in the EU. They give a ton of land and all that set, so it changes the prices for meat and other exports within the area. We do this with corn and soybean, I want to say. We subsidize the fuck out of them so that way other people will buy our corn and our shit. And this makes it so this is like NAFTA, if you're not familiar with NAFTA as a thing, because you're young, which is fine. Once upon a time, Mexico had a burgeoning corn industry. They made tortillas out of it. It was like a thing. Corn in Mexican food is like a serious staple. But as soon as NAFTA opened up and the border became porous, it's not just that cheap labor fucked us. That's not really, it's everything fucked everyone. Because as soon as our corn, which was artificially priced low because we had so much subsidies, so corn was like cheap as shit, Mexican farmers couldn't compete with that. It dismantled the corn industry and farming industry throughout Mexico. Like fucking destroyed it. And so you have this really fucked up relationship where businesses are buoyed by the government up so they can make prices really cheap in order to fuck other countries. China does this a ton. We do this a ton. Everyone does this. Countervailing is like this is kind of like a big, normal, boring thing. It is deeply anti-consumer and super fucked up. This happens a lot, actually. Korea, there's recently a big scandal where Korea, the chip development that happens there is so subsidized that it makes it so it's not even worth opening plants elsewhere, because it's just so much cheaper. That's just the reality of manufacturing. You run into this stuff a lot. Having countervailing duty being a thing that they're going to look into and do away with, I have follow-up questions. I have follow-up questions on this. Assess whether these procedures sufficiently induce compliance by foreign respondents and governments involved in those proceedings. I have a lot of questions. This is good. It's not going to be good, which means I have a lot of fucking questions. Does that make sense? I hope it makes sense. Here's de minimis. Here we go. Secretary of Treasury. I was talking about this earlier. Secretary of Homeland Security, Senior Trade Counselor for Trade and Conservation, shall assess the loss of tariff revenues and the risks from importing counterfeit products and contraband drugs, fentanyl, that each result from the current implementation of the $800 or... Fentanyl is not from the duty-free de minimis exemption, but I'm down if you want to get rid of it. I'm actually down with de minimis going away. It's genuinely fucked up. Shall recommend modifications warranted both protect revenue in the United States and public health. But de minimis is started as, hey, I'm sending you a book. I shouldn't have to pay like a 30% tariff on a book I'm sending you. You're sending me a gift from Paris. You shouldn't have to pay it. It's a tchotchke or some dumb shit. The number's gone up. Some places you pay tariff on everything. If I send money, I think God damn it. African country starts with a Z. Zimbabwe, I think. There's a few of them. But I learned this recently that everything, you send anything to someone who lives there, anything, it goes through customs and you get a fucking tariff. It's crazy. So a lot of countries don't have it. We have an $800 one, which enables Temu, and Amazon Haul, and Shein, and Alibaba, and garbage. It allows garbage because everything stays under 800. You don't have to pay for it as a manufacturer. It fucks local manufacturing. It fucks local sellers. It fucks everyone. It's terrible. And it bypasses safety regulations and a whole bunch of other shit. There's a whole bunch of problems with it. I'm not a fan. So they want to modify it. They're not going to modify it. The Etsy and eBay and all them really love that shit. So that's staying. They'll probably make it bigger. That'll be fun. Secret Agent de minimis encourages people to play games with transactions. Given the development of technology, I think it's a losing game for an org based on human-based religion. Yes, it's a bad idea. It works. It's okay. Like when it's done right. Canada has a much lower de minimis. I think it's like $125 or something like that, which is still reasonable. It's like a gift-sized thing. But if I'm giving you like a $500 gift, you do that a lot? All right. Section 3 is China. Shall assess the report, particular respect to industrial supply chains and circumvention through third countries, including updated estimates of costs, recommending actions. Investigate acts, policies, and practices of the PRC, unreasonable, blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. I don't see tariffs. This is all reviewing shit. I don't even fucking care about reviewing shit. Dude, seriously, making an executive action telling everyone to review things is so fucking stupid. It's just bureaucracy for the sake of bureaucracy. It's incredible. I didn't see anything there. Sorry, everyone. It's crap. Who cares? Meaning and value of American citizenship. 14th Amendment states, all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and the state where they reside. Yeah. Dred Scott versus Sanford. There you go. It undid that. You want to go back? You like Dred Scott versus Sanford? Rightly repudiated this, but now we don't need it anymore. Never been interpreted to extend citizenship universally to everyone born in the United States. Literally, I'm not a big literal person when it comes to these things. I think the Constitution's a silly thing. But all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States. That's it. That's it. Then they're saying, but what if they're not subject to the jurisdiction thereof? How? How does that fucking work? How does that fucking work? Like, so an ambassador is not subject to the jurisdiction. If he has a child with someone in America, right? Then and the child is born in the embassy. That's French. This French. There is born in America, but it is not subject to the jurisdiction. There's particular rules and very specific language that's very basic and kind of hilarious. Like, this is not one of the confusing amendments. This is not one of those things. Literally, Congress has further specified through legislation that a person born in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof is a national and citizen of the United States at birth. Great. Does not automatically extend to persons born in the United States when that person's mother was unlawfully present in the United States and the father was not a United States citizen or lawful permanent resident. When the person's mother's presence in the United States at the time of said person's birth was lawful but temporary, like visiting under the auspices of a visa waiver program or a tourist visa. The father was not a citizen or lawful permanent resident at the time of said person's birth. Yes, this is why it says that. Policy of the United States that no department or agency of the United States shall issue documents regarding United States citizen or accept other governments or authorities purporting to recognize the persons when that person's mother was. See, there. This is going to just get stopped. It's fucking over. What a stupid way to write this. When that person's mother was unlawfully present in the United States and the person's father was not a United States citizen or lawful permanent resident at the time of the person's birth. And that person's mother's presence in the United States was lawful but temporary. And the person's father was not. So again, this is if your mom isn't a citizen and your dad's not a citizen. That's all this is saying. It's saying it awkwardly and it's not doing it right. Only apply to persons born, say, they're not doing the retroactive thing here. Say they said that multiple times. It's good they stopped that at least. Nothing in this order shall be construed, blah, blah, blah. Female biological progenitor. Oh my God. Oh. This is, it's amazing. I just am, it's just not even interesting. So like, okay. If two military people have a child in Germany, both of them are, does that child have it by birthright because the parents are it? There are areas of the border that are loose. Where do we count that? These are interesting questions, but it's tough. Is Puerto Rico? How do they phrase that? Well, unlawfully present in the United States, the person's father is not a United States citizen or lawful permanent resident. Time of birth. I'm trying to figure out who this applies to. They have this like fantasy of people who like walk across the border and have a baby and then like are welcomed in. This is not a thing that happens. I don't know. It's not any interesting shit. It's very odd. Just very boring. If you're born in another country to two U.S. citizens, you are a citizen. I know, but the wording of it is just so esoteric for what it's saying. It could just say the thing. Why are they going about it in this really particular way? Because they could just say, the mother or father, if again, so both of this is like the father is not a United States citizen or lawful permanent resident, and the mother was there temporarily, lawfully, or not. Which I'm wondering how many people this fucking applies to. That's the part that I think I'm having trouble with. Does that make sense, Simric? Like I'm trying to figure out how many people this actually, like there's my buddy Paul. I always love bringing up Paul Yabstrepsky. You may guess from the name, not Mexican. He was an illegal immigrant and he loved it. He loved being it because he grew up, his parents sort of came here illegally. He wasn't really supposed to be here. He didn't really understand. He didn't have a social security card for a while. It's a fascinating story to hear him tell. And the reason it's great is because he's a blonde-haired, blue-eyed motherfucker. And so when he goes up and he asks about illegal immigration and people say to his face, we need to get rid of them, blah, blah, and he goes, well, I am one. And he speaks flawless thing. He was born and raised here. He's a Polish dude, but he's born and raised here. Phenomenal tech guy, like really brilliant product manager, really fun dude, really just genuinely like a nice person. He was my NVIDIA rep when I was at Lucas, and when I left my job, he gave me a 8800 as a gift. He's a good dude. And he was just a very caring guy. And I always like bringing him up because this would have basically, like, at the time of the birth, his mother's presence was lawful, his father's wasn't, so he's not included. Fascinating. But again, this is getting rid of dreamers. There's a lot of people this affects. This was in 2012. So yeah, it was a 8800 GTX. I can't remember. It was the top of the line. He's a good dude. We drank a lot together. He's a good guy. But it's not a large number of people, but this affects dreamers. But again, this is like that tiny little fantasy they have. It's so stupid. So stupid. It's not retroactive. It's about 5,000 children a year at the top end. I even think that might be shooting high in reality. It's just going to create a lot more illegals. Like, this is the other side. The reason that the path has been made and the reason that they've allowed it is because, generally speaking, the capitalist class really does enjoy having more workers. And if the child is legal here and the people don't have to be scared about the kid getting taken away when you can go to public school, they can be putting in, because they're paying taxes. They're paying taxes, paying Social Security on everything they do, all that fun shit. They stay. And you want that because you want people who are going to be in an area for a while because they tend to take better care of an area. But when they're transitory, when they're migrant people, they take shittier care of an area. Which is, by the way, common sense, and they don't even have that. Securing the border. What is the actual thing he wants to do here? Physical wall, deterring, preventing illegal aliens, detaining to a maximum extent aliens apprehended on a suspicion of violating federal state law. Removing promptly all aliens who enter. I just love how they can't even write their own words sometimes. Criminal charges against illegal aliens who violate immigration laws, cooperating fully with state and local officials and enacting federal partnerships. Yeah, California will love that. Deployment of personnel. Secretary of Defense, Secretary shall take appropriate lawful action to deploy sufficient personnel to ensure complete operational control. That's no. It's all construction. It's all construction. It's all construction. When we start seeing M16s, like actual military there, like army guys, not builders, not the Corps of Engineers and shit, that's when I think it's going to be worth the conversation. But again, that's not how the language works in anything they've written. It's not a violation of the Posse Comitatus Act. Now, what you're saying is going to be is, but they don't care. They don't care anyway. But everything they've written is on that edge. And they're absolutely allowed to deploy in emergency situations, like when the levees broke in New Orleans, getting the Army Corps of Engineers out there. They do it in a lot of cases, actually. There's a lot of major construction projects that have to happen super fast that are emergencies. I don't know. I wouldn't consider the border one. I think most of the shit's very silly. But it's not quite the Posse Comitatus until they do it. And again, once they do it, that's the thing. Sitting here now and having the discussion until it's known, it doesn't matter because they don't care. They'll play with words. They don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck about any of this. They don't give a fuck about any of this at all. Oh, it's not. Oh, it's not? Wait, what was I thinking? Wait, when did it? Wait, what? When? When did that happen? Well, Army Corps of Engineers are cool. It's a cool thing. So then who are they deploying? Because it's specifically, we read in the other bit, in the 50s, God, I'm fucking stupid. I'm dumb there. Doesn't matter. specifically, the language of the order, though, Simric, is particular with construction, because that's part of the Emergency Act. When he does that, when they do that, you have to have the second bit, which is which part of the act you're enacting, and it's construction, explicitly construction, not police action, not military action, anything else. It's that one. They can have all the other language they want in there, and they're terrible with language. Whoever wrote this, again, a lot of dumb people wrote this, but it's yeah. Secretary to take appropriate actions, cease using CB1 application. Wow, it's almost like CVP was ready for that. All that fun shit. Great. Promoting beautiful federal civic architecture. Wonderful. Does that include eminent domain for building the wall? No, absolutely not. Does it? Oh God, I should look through this. Nope. No, there's no mention of land outside of the homeland, the motherland. Good fascists they are. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. Beautiful architecture. Advance the policy that federal public buildings should be visually identifiable as civic buildings and respect regional, traditional, and classical architectural heritage to uplift and beautify public spaces and ennoble the United States and our system of self-government. That's a fifth grader wrote that. I'm going to try rereading it without having a stroke. Policy that federal public buildings should be visually identifiable as civic buildings and respect regional, traditional, and classic architectural heritage in order to uplift and beautify public spaces and ennoble the United States and our system of self-government. It's terrible. Guiding principles, procedures, if before such recommendations are administered, blah, blah, blah. This is, I don't know how long it's been since I've seen ennoble as a word. Anyone here familiar with ennoble recently? That's a fascinating word to have it sort of show up. And it's an odd one for this because it's specifically, again, playing to the over-reliance on fascist architecture. Tomorrow, we're going to be doing that. I'm going to be pulling out one of my favorite books I have up there. Oh, I have a book on the history of all fascist totalitarian movements and the design methodology of their art and architecture. It's phenomenal. It's going to have to go on my desk, and we're going to have a camera aiming down at it. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful book. But this is that. This is that. This is just that same kind of thing. The elevation of the state, the ennobling, which is that. It's amazing. Thoughts on The Brutalist would be worth watching? I'm a Brutalist fan, so I'm probably spoiled on this one. One of my favorite buildings, public buildings ever, Boston City Council. If you haven't seen it, we're going to just do a little fly around Boston real quick, because it's fun. Come on. And we go here, we go to Boston. If you haven't been, Boston has a lot of really kind of stunningly beautiful stuff. Just in general, I'm a big fan of a lot of Boston. But where is... Come on. Really? You're not going to switch to 3D? Why aren't you switching to 3D? Really? That sucks. That's fine. We'll just do a drop next to it. So right here is Boston City Hall, right? And Boston City Hall is fucking crazy. Fucking crazy. And it, like, up close, it's wild. But even from, like, a little bit of a distance, we'll go down a little bit. It is an astonishing building. It is an astonishing building. Let's, we'll move my little guy. Stop. Nope. I want to go up over there. No. We want to go back. Come on. Can I go? Yeah, we're going to go up the stairs. Because there's this big open area back here. Oh, it's amazing. This is courthouses and a bunch of federal buildings right there. And it is just so wild when you see it. I think it's amazing. I love good brutalism. I love brutalism. The book's name is... I have to look for it. Iron Fists. Branding the 20th Century Totalitarian State. One second. Sorry if you had to see my ass crack. I apologize to everyone for that. Iron Fists. Branding the 20th Century Totalitarian State. This book, I'm just going to go full screen for a second. Because you got to see there's just this. Tell me Boston is fucking beautiful. It's amazing. You have kin in Boston. Fuck, if you've had a chance, it's amazing. But here we go. So this is the setup. It's literally a book going through the way that all of it functions. Here, I'll have to go the other side. The way all of it functions, and it is a full breakdown of everything from the Nazis to Stalinist regimes to China and how they went about it and where they did it, how their posters worked, how their language visually worked and operated. Iron Fists, if you can find it. Whenever I travel, I find any used bookstore that's like really old, and I always find the table. There's a table in every one of these. This is my secret. No one takes it. It's fine. Find the table that clearly has a layer of dust on it. Because what that is it's filled with stuff that is literally for one person. One time I went in and I found the table and I fucking went nuts. I bought a bunch of stuff. And as I was checking out, the guy's like, holy shit, I never thought I'd sell any of this stuff. Like this. This is a unique person comes in for this. No one goes, hey, do you have the latest fucking Harry Potter or our George R.R. Martin? Oh, Iron Fist. That's not a thing. I'm the person. And maybe you. So, yeah, it's out of print. You're going to have to find a used one, but it's stunning book. Really well put together. Really well put together as a thing. That sucks. Securing border, promoting beautiful, reevaluating and realigning United States foreign aid. All right, I'm going to eat a bit and we're going to look. "90-day pause in foreign development aid is not a small thing." Wow. Immediately pause disbursements for 90 fucking days. I don't know if that's going to happen. Latest GRM is 15 years old. Sorry, I thought he was a more prolific, terrible writer. The responsible department agency head in consultation will make determines resumption and waiver. They basically are just going to kill foreign aid for a whole bunch of shit. Foreign development aid. Let's take a look. So for those who don't know on the right, I'm researching. Let's see. Foreign development aid. From Cato. There we go. That's a nice left-wing think tank. Right? So these will be basically as slanted as we need them to be. Let's see. Know about foreign aid development for little reason for enthusiasm. There's no correlation between aid and growth. I love it. I love it. All right. So, the Office of Development Assistance, United States Office of Development Assistance, in total from all 24 countries, has been going up. We have not been a significant contributor to that increasing. That's great. Aid condition on market reforms has failed. This is true. This is true. World Bank is a fun story for all of that. So let's see. It's $40 billion in foreign development aid. 2021. Chances are it's significantly higher today. 2024 budget. Foreign development aid. Let's find out. Not AI. Fuck off. $63 billion for foreign assistance and diplomatic engagement, which is not. It's U.S. aid, which is not a fucking thing. That is a very weird way to do that. I just want to see. There we go. That's fine. It doesn't matter. 6% cut for foreign affairs funding has been released. Blah, blah, blah. So it's, that is not, it's fine. Foreign and international affairs budget, which is not any, 57 billion, but that just gets cut across. Come on. It's like they don't want anyone to know how much this stuff is fucking spending. It's wild. So I suppose why whoa, we're wasting so much money. Oh, look, the Countering the Chinese Influence Fund is $75 million. That's a thing. Military, peacekeeping. Jesus. International development. This doesn't. It's a huge amount of money, and it's a huge thing, and it isn't able to be seen directly. So that's it. We're shutting down foreign development aid until later. It's like forever. Yeah, see, the language is cease disbursements, which means if contracts are already locked in, fuck it. Contracts are already locked in, you're fucked. Yeah, it's very weird. It's not a thing that it's again, it's tough to sort of set because again, they don't care about any of these things. But some of it is clearly fodder for like the ideologically built. And this would be for me, I think, top of the line. Let's see if there's any new ones, and I may. Yeah, this looks like they're finishing off. There's no new ones since we started, finally. But I think my highlight of the day is actually going to be this one. The fact that they actually define gender ideology as that which replaces the category of sex. I mean, I'll enjoy this one for a while. I hate to tell you this one. I'm going to enjoy that one for a while. I know it's, and the other side of this, there's going to be pain and sadness, but this would be a thing I think it's going to be interesting. Yeah, it's magic, as one might say. With that, I'm going to end my 8.5 hour fucking stream because I'm going to go annoy a few people. I hear there's been some drama on some friends' channels. I hear some stuff's happening. Things that don't concern me. I'm busy having a chicken sandwich where the bread has already gone stale because I've been waiting so long to eat it because I've been talking too much because I can't stop myself. Tomorrow, we're going to jump back in. It's Tuesday, so noon, PST. We have anti-oedipus. Following anti-oedipus, I'll probably continue streaming a bit and we'll begin discussing what I really want to work on, which is new tools, new things to use, new ways to work, how we might do it. And it's going to be a weird stream. It may just be in the Discord. I don't know. We'll find out. Please, if you like what I do, drop a subscription, drop a like, all those fun things. Become a member, drop a super chat. Any of those things are great. If you're watching this after the fact, drop a super thanks. That's a thing I just learned about. That's great. Or head to Patreon, patreon.com/DGQC. And join up. It's free. You get very little updates from me because I don't really believe in doing money-locked things, nor will I continue to. And I'm sure I'm selling you very well on Patreon, but it does support us and support the QC. We have a bunch of readings that go every single fucking day. We've got something going all the time. We've got a Kierkegaard, we've got our Lacan reading, we've got a Rouillé reading. Jesus Christ, we've got so much. And anti-oedipus, obviously. We have a lovely history on the Holocaust that's being done by Shakespeare. We have friends of the channel who are doing readings all the time. Please join up. Discord.gg/DGQC. We would love to have you. We'd love to help you through theory, regardless of where you're starting with it. We're here for you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And with that, I'm going to say